This is Audible.
The Billionaire's Wife, the complete series, written by Ava Lore, narrated by Delphine Saint-Suren. Chapter 1. Bartered Proposal. I'm coming! I yelled, wiping the last bit of clay from my hands as I stalked to the door. Someone outside was being awfully OCD with my door knocker, and if they kept it up, Mrs. Anderson from next door was going to leave another passive-aggressive note shoved in the door jamb, bringing the total this month to 7, and it was only the 15th. Exasperated, I ripped the door open. "What?" I snapped automatically. Then my breath caught. Jonathan Dare, founder of the multi-million-dollar venture capital firm of Onyx Capital, and my biological and nominal father, stood in the hallway. "Felicia," he said. I slammed the door in his face. That was my first mistake. What I should have done was beat him to death with the expired fire extinguisher sitting across the hall, an apparently permanent fixture that had been there since I moved in almost a year ago, but hindsight is 20/20. Instead of committing patricide, I very calmly began to root around in my tiny apartment for my phone, while my father hammered on my door knocker. I finally found it, on top of a pile of library books that had been due during the last presidential administration. They had been serving time as the bedside table next to my futon. As a starving artist, I had to go with whatever worked. I switched on my phone and called my therapist. My father shifted to using his fist on the door. "Felicia! Felicia, please!" "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" I muttered as I listened to the phone ring. My heart soared at the click on the other end, then plummeted when the canned voice of my therapist informed me that she wasn't in right now, but that blah blah blah, she was very sorry, blah blah, strove to serve her blah, leave your blah, and blah blah, and she would blah 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 blah. Beep! Shit, I hissed, and only an intense consciousness of exactly what the damn phone was worth kept me from throwing it at the wall. "Felicia, I need to talk to you." In fine New York tradition, my father's voice was barely muffled by the flimsy piece of wood between us. "Go away," I hollered, stomping back to my sculpture. I looked at it helplessly. I suddenly couldn't remember what I was supposed to be making. Desperately, I milled about, gathering materials, rearranging them, and thinking manically that it was about time I reorganized my workspace. Anything to keep my mind off the fact that my shithead of a father stood outside my apartment. I hadn't seen him in almost 4 years. In fact, I had barely seen him at all when I was growing up. Once when I was 7, he mistook me for the head housekeeper's niece. That's how great a father he was. "Felicia!" My jaw clenched. "Fuck off! I don't want to talk to you." "Felicia, it's your mother." I froze in the act of rearranging some of my self-designed tools. Mom. Was she okay? I had just talked to her 2 days ago. She had been fine then. I chewed the inside of my cheek. A lot can happen in 2 days, I thought. I shouldn't have opened the door. I knew better. My therapist, whose advice I could both ill afford and ill afford to disregard, had taught me all about setting boundaries with my family. Preferably, she had said, an official international boundary. But I hadn't listened, had I? And now my father was here, talking about Mom. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door. My father started, pausing in mid-pound. "What about Mom?" I demanded. Relief flickered over his face. "We need to talk," he said. "We can talk here," I told him, "and you can make it quick." It was the sort of decisive, ruthless command that would have made him proud of me once upon a time. Instead, to my utter horror, he burst into tears. I stared at him. I had never, ever seen my father cry. In fact, if you had asked me 5 minutes earlier if he were capable of it, I would have told you that reptiles couldn't produce tears. I stood in the doorway, wavering, my heart in turmoil. He was a shitbag, sure, but he was my shitbag father. And he didn't look so hot, now that I had time to study him. His hair, usually so meticulously combed, was in disarray, and his stupidly expensive Italian suit was wrinkled as though he had slept in it. It looked too big on him, too, and I was shocked to realize that he had lost weight. Jonathan Dare had always been a robust man, a college football star gone slightly to seed. Now he looked like a man wearing my father's skin, draped over a bony frame I didn't recognize. Glancing back over my shoulder at my unfinished work, I hesitated. My father saw my moment of weakness. Another mistake. He pounced. "Felicia, please, we have to talk." I was going to regret this. I knew it. Nevertheless, I found myself giving in to him, like I always did, because I wanted him to love me, because I needed his approval. Apparently, knowing this wasn't enough to fight it. "Fine," I said. I grabbed my keys and purse from beside the door and stepped outside. "Let's get this over with." I took him to the local coffee chain, which I hated, but I didn't dare take him to Rick's or Shade's Cafe. I didn't want his presence to taint the places I actually liked. "Okay," I said as we sat down across from each other at dark wooden tables carefully designed to look intimate and indie. "What's going on?" He stared down at the cup in his hands, and I tried not to do the same. I'd noticed the significance of his order the second he'd placed it. Smallest size, black coffee, the cheapest thing on the menu besides water. My father never ordered the cheapest thing on the menu. He always said that looking poor invited being poor. That little cup of coffee between us on the table sent alarm bells clanging in my head, even more so than his tears. He could have been crying just to manipulate me, but appearing poor? Something was definitely very wrong. "Felicia, I need your help," he blurted suddenly. "Everything's gone all wrong, and I can't fix it. I need you. You're the only one who can do it. Please, Felicia." Oh my God. I stood up. "You said this was about Mom," I snapped. "I'm leaving." "She's sick." Perhaps, I thought, sitting down was a better idea. I sat. I blinked. "What?" I said stupidly. Tears brimmed in his eyes again, and I could have almost sworn they were real. But why would my father cry over the woman he had married? As far as I could tell, he'd never given a second thought to her after the ink on the marriage certificate was dry. "She has cancer," he said, and the words came out in a sob. I felt cold. Looking down at my hands, I flexed my fingers, trying to warm them up. "What do you mean she has cancer?" It was a stupid question, but I'd just talked to Mom 2 days ago. Why had my father flown all the way out here to tell me she was sick? Why couldn't she have told me in a phone call? Surely she was already in treatment. None of this felt right. My father shook his head and mopped at his eyes with a napkin. "We found out a week ago," he was saying, "but we couldn't start chemo." My mouth went dry. Why not? He brought his hands to his face, and I was shocked to see them covered in liver spots, wrinkled and papery. They were the hands of an old man. "I'm ruined," he said. My mouth dropped open. "What do you mean, ruined?" He shook his head, unable to speak, and took a few deep breaths. "There's no money left," he said finally. It's gone." I pressed my lips together. "It's gone?" I couldn't believe it. My father was richer than King fucking Midas. How did that kind of money just disappear? "How the hell did you manage that? You don't have the houses, the cars, all the artwork?" "It's all leveraged, everything. I owe it all." Shock numbed me. Is this about the company or you?" "Both." "You crossed the streams? How was that even possible? The corporation should have had enough equity and assets to fund any venture, no matter how stupid." "It was private. I wanted to start up a new company on my own, but it didn't work. And the company, well, financial empire building isn't what it once was. We're broke. I'm broke." I sat there in silence. Across the coffee shop, someone burst into laughter, and the noise grated against my nerves. Are you on drugs? I finally said. What on earth made you do those things? He finally lowered his hands, but he didn't look at me. Maybe, he said. Maybe I was. Holy shit, I thought. How much do you owe? He told me. The number he quoted was so huge that even if I grabbed a plane and sacks full of dollar bills and spent a month dumping them into the Pacific, I wouldn't have come close to making a dent in what he'd wasted. I sat and stared at him some more. Are you for real? Jesus Christ, meth heads are better at money than you. What the hell is wrong with you? He just shook his head, and I realized that was all I was going to get out of him. I leaned back, reeling. Why don't you guys declare bankruptcy? Because it's my life, Felicia. I flinched at my name. I can still fix it. I just need enough capital. And I could cook some books and get it, but... He trailed off. Your mother should have started chemo last week, but I can't afford it. Every bill is past due. My credit is tapped out, and I dropped the insurance a few months ago to free up some money. This couldn't be real. No one could have been this stupid. So it's just pride that's keeping you from saving Mom. I stared at him, cold with fury. If he wanted to ruin his own life, well, he was welcome to it. But to drag Mom down with him, I couldn't stand it. No, he said, and he finally looked up at me. No, I have a plan. I have a backer, someone who believes in my vision. I can get it done, but I need his help. And there's a condition. I had an oddly clear premonition. This is one of those indecent proposal things, isn't it? I said. My voice was too loud. Heads turned in our direction. Holy shit. I'm your daughter. No, he said, his face flushing, his eyes darting this way and that. No, it's not like that. What, I have to sleep with him and he'll give you $1 million and I'll see diddly? Is that it? No, it's... He turned to his omnipresent briefcase, popped it open, and pulled out a contract as thick as a paperback book. He extended it to me, but when I just stared at him, he set it on the table between us. It's a marriage proposal, he said. I started to laugh. Oh my God. Oh my God. You were always such a humorless dick. I thought you were serious there for a while. It still wasn't very funny. Joking around about cancer was a seriously shit thing to do, but the relief I felt was so welcome that I felt I could forgive it. After all, if all his sins had been as relatively innocent as a joke about cancer, he would have practically been a shoo-in for heaven, instead of the soulless, earthbound lich he was. It's not a joke, he said quietly. I stopped laughing. Who's this backer? I said. Visions of his usual colleagues danced through my head. Getting married to one of the corporate aristocracy was probably on my bucket list somewhere between eat bucket of toenails and break own kneecaps with ball-peen hammer. He took a deep breath. Anton Waters. My eyebrows lifted so far they were in danger of wandering into my hair. The Anton Waters? It was too absurd to be real. I looked at the contract in front of me, and sure enough, there was his name, Anton K. Waters, a man I'd only read about in magazines and heard about on TV and in idle gossip in online forums. The ruthless, powerful, and boringly attractive Lord of Empire Capital, one of the biggest corporations in existence. He'd risen to prominence from nowhere over the short course of 10 years until he was on top of the heap, leaving the bodies of competitors and colleagues alike in his wake. Anyone who got in his way was disposed of without ceremony or even, it was said, emotion. Or so I'd heard, and I'd heard a lot. Lately, no one could shut the hell up about him for more than 5 seconds. He'd been on all the major magazine covers, sometimes twice, and even in my relatively television-free existence, every other news report I'd happened to catch seemed to mention him in some way. And here was a marriage contract, like something out of the 19th century, staring at me, with his name on it. What's the catch, I wondered, because there had to be a catch. There was no way a guy like Anton Waters needed an arranged marriage to get him hitched. He made money and fucked bitches. Probably. That's what young, powerful, rich, handsome men did. My father had been one, once. And look where it got him. And Mom, a little voice whispered, look where Mom is now. I licked my lips. What's in this contract? I said. You'll want a lawyer to go over it with you, he said, but it's like a prenup. A prenup, right. And what business does Anton Waters have asking for an arranged marriage? My father looked away. I don't know. He said his reasons were his own. You don't have to sign it. You can walk away. It's merely a condition for his backing. Walk away and leave your mother to die. The implication hung in the air between us. He's going to pull your ass out of the fire, and all he wants is to get married sight unseen to a woman he's never met before? I asked him. Saying it out loud somehow made it sound even worse than it was. A ghost of a smile flitted across his face. Well, that 95% of the profits, directional control of the venture. I held up a hand. Stop, I don't care. I reached out and gave the contract a tentative nudge, wondering if it were rigged to explode. It probably was, in a way. I was going to have to find a good lawyer. And not just a good lawyer, but a lawyer unscrupulous enough to take part in essentially selling me off to be married like a piece of property. Haha, good one. I could just run down to the state bar office and throw a rock, probably. I took a deep breath. The contract in front of me gave me the impression of a great weight, as though it had its own gravitational pull, one strong enough to derail my entire life. What does Mom think about this? I asked quietly. My father looked down at his hands. He fiddled with his fingers, pulling and kneading. She doesn't know, does she? I knew it, and she hadn't told me when I'd talked with her 2 days ago because she didn't want me to worry. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He wants to meet with you first, my father said. He said you should drop by any time you like. His door is always open to you. He wants to make sure you will meet his needs in a wife. Meet his needs? Christ, that sounded ominous. A cold fist closed around my stomach and squeezed. This is completely ridiculous, I said. You know that, right? My father didn't answer. I picked up the contract and stuffed it into my messenger bag. I'll go talk to him, I said, and give him a piece of my mind while I'm at it. The look of naked relief on my father's face made me want to punch him. He'd destroyed my mother's life without a thought, and now he wanted me to destroy my own by letting him use me as a pawn. Well, I loved my mother, but I wasn't her. I stood up and walked out of the coffee shop, not even saying goodbye to my father. I was the master of my own fate. I wouldn't let some man control me, and if Anton Waters thought he could buy someone's hand in marriage in this day and age, he had another thing coming. Empire Capital, like most of its sister companies, each fairly interchangeable and all with thrusting, dominating names clearly compensating for something, stood on Wall Street. It looked like a mausoleum on the outside, so I was surprised when I entered the mezzanine to find the insides gutted and remodeled in an ultra-nouveau postmodern style. On the one hand, I could appreciate the fine, smooth lines of a well-designed space, but it made me angry that someone had been paid handsomely to minimize the character of the building, while I, struggling alone in my art studio, strove to put character into the world. It was clinical. And also, I liked old buildings. Anton Waters, I decided then and there, was a jerk. I strode up to the front desk, sleek and cleverly fashioned and utterly alone in the center of the dark gray slate floor. The receptionist behind it tapped away on a thin white keyboard and stared at a thin white monitor. She wore the tiniest of Bluetooth headsets, also white, naturally. She didn't even look up at me for a full minute. It figured. I was dressed like a boho hobo who had just crawled out of her weed den. Streaks of dried clay marred my work clothes, cracking and crumbling. Even as I stood there, not moving, tiny flecks flaked away and floated to the immaculate floor. Good. I wasn't going to be the perfect little wife Mr. Waters probably wanted, and I was happy to show it in whatever way I could. Finally, the receptionist deigned to glance at me. Her perfect nose wrinkled. The clothes she wore probably would have paid for a month's rent. "May I help you?" she said. This was going to be fun. "Yeah," I said. "I'm here to speak to Anton Waters. He's expecting me," I added, hoping this would help my case. It didn't. She blinked politely, and I felt a tiny bit bad. She probably thought I was a crazy person who had refused to take her meds. I kept a close eye on her hands in case she had a secret panic button concealed under the lip of her desk. "Is he?" she said. "May I ask who is calling?" "Felicia Dare." At the sound of my name, her entire demeanor changed. "Oh!" Her pretty eyes grew wide. "Of course, Miss Dare. I'll call up and let them know you're here." So he was expecting me. That was unexpected. Frankly, in my experience, powerful rich men made their own schedules and everyone else had to keep up with them. That I wasn't going to be kept waiting was nice. Thanks, I said. I glanced around for a place to sit down while she hurriedly punched numbers into the sleek number pad sitting next to her computer. "Yes, Felicia Dare is here to see Mr. Waters," she said. Someone burbled at the other end of the line. "Yes, thank you," she replied, and hung up. She flashed me a huge smile. "He'll be waiting for you. Top floor, of course." "Thanks," I said again, feeling lame. I skirted the desk and the now beaming receptionist and made my way to the corridor of imposing elevator doors. They looked like something out of some old sci-fi silent film, one of the creepy dystopian ones. I pressed the button for the doors that led straight to the top, and they opened immediately. I stepped inside. They shut behind me, and the bottom dropped out of my stomach as it shot up. Now that I was inside the elevator and clearly on my way to actually see Anton Waters, my nerves began to fail me. What was I thinking? What was I doing? I should have ripped up that contract and thrown it back in my father's face and not even bothered to come here. I could take out a line of credit for Mom's treatments, couldn't I? Like everyone else and their dog applied for credit cards and ran up crazy massive debt. I could do that too, and then I could declare bankruptcy. Everyone wins. Yes, that was what I would do. I'd yell at the billionaire for a bit, and then turn around, go back to my apartment, and drive myself into financial ruin. Hey, it worked for my father. No sooner had I reached this conclusion than the elevator came to a heart-stuttering stop, and the doors opened wide. The top of Anton Waters' personal financial behemoth resembled the bottom only in that they were both huge spaces. Where the bottom floor had been all brushed steel and dark gray slate, the top floor of the building was laid in white marble and gold. Everything, from the white marble floor to the delicious dark brown leather furniture, to the rich mahogany desk, to the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, a chandelier in a corporate office, spoke of tastes too sumptuous for mere mortal minds to ken. Behind the desk, a man who I could only assume was Mr. Waters' personal assistant stood and bowed to me. Like actually bowed, full tilt and everything. Perhaps the firm did a lot of business with the Japanese or visiting Arab royalty, and it was just a reflex. This place was too much. My vague, dim memories of my father's offices were of stately grandeur, not Spartan modernity and spa weekend getaway gaudiness. "Miss Dare," the man said, "you may call me Arthur. Mr. Waters is waiting for you inside." And he gestured to the right, at a pair of double doors, the twins of the doors on the left. Butterflies raged in my stomach, but I lifted my chin. I was not going to be cowed. "That's tits," I said. I had the satisfaction of his startled face as I swept by him and through the doors. Another small foyer waited behind the doors. This space was decorated much more sparingly, with a large aquarium full of brightly colored fish and a few Zen fountains dotting the corners and walls. Two grand doors of frosted glass stood in the center of the wall across from me. A small understated name plaque simply said, "Waters." I took a deep breath and opened the door. Anton Waters stood behind his desk, staring out at the New York skyline from one of the windows. He turned when I entered and watched as I marched to the center of his office. I didn't even look around. I'd seen his face everywhere in the past few years, and he was, depressingly, just as stunning in person as he was on magazine covers. His dark hair was a perfectly coiffed mess, and his vivid green eyes were visible even from across the room. The light fell on them beautifully, as though the whole world were set up to highlight his incredible looks. High-cut cheekbones framed a straight, powerful nose, but his lips were full and sensuous. He had a chin you could cut diamonds with, and judging from his comfortable and yet oh-so-GQ attire, he had the body to go with it. I hated him on sight. For guys like Anton Waters, Earth was a photography studio, not a planet, and everyone was a sycophant telling him to make love to the camera. In fact, my first thought was, man, I'm going to hate this guy. Unfortunately for me, my second thought was, holy shit, he's hot. Even more unfortunately, my third thought was, those are some lips you could really ride until morning. Goddamn hormones. I hadn't gotten laid in 6 months since I broke up with Steele. No, that hadn't been his real name, and yes, he had been just as much of a douche as you would expect from a guy who willingly called himself Steele, and it was showing. I crossed my arms. So what's this about us getting married? I demanded. He stared at me and didn't react. My words seemed to fall to the floor between us, clattering like spilled silverware. The longer he stared, the more I realized that he was no ordinary handsome man. Even from across the room, I could feel the magnetic charge he gave out. It was terrifying, intense, turbulent. The force of his personality far outweighed his beautiful face, even when he wasn't even moving. This was a man who could rule the world if he wanted to. You know, like the Antichrist. Finally, he smiled faintly. "Hello, Ms. Dare," he said. Vaguely, I wished I'd been sitting down. His voice was like something really sinful, deep. If he'd been singing, he might have reached the great depths of a basso profundo. It was the kind of voice you could turn up really loud and then sit on your speakers to. Not, of course, that I'd ever done that. "Oh, fine. When it's 3 in the morning and you've had too many PBRs, everything is a great idea, okay?" And if I'd had his voice stowed away in a little file on my computer, I'd have played that damn thing on repeat for an hour. I shook myself, trying to focus. "Yeah," I said. "Hello." I forced myself to look away from him and tried to concentrate on studying his office. Except there was nothing in it. There was only his desk with his chair and his computer at one end of the room, and just to my left, 2 sofas arranged across from each other with a Spartan coffee table between them. The only nod to individuality he seemed to have given was another small fountain sitting on the coffee table, the water running over carefully placed river stones. A small, hysterical part of myself wanted to laugh. "Waters," it said, and I had the sudden wild idea that Anton Waters was just like poor, dumb old Steele, except with actual charisma. He'd chosen a name for himself, a far better name, and gone out to conquer the world. The fountains were a hint to anyone keen enough to decipher them. No, that's stupid. I was almost afraid to look back at him, but I did it anyway. He hadn't moved. He was still staring at me with that faint smile on his face. I never had known when to keep my mouth shut. "Looking's free," I snapped, "but touching will cost you." Slowly, deliberately, he tilted his head. "Nothing is free," he said. If he had been any other person, the words would have been laughable, comical, a real human being trying to sound like a Bond villain. But the way he said it, his entire demeanor, screamed that he had given those words serious thought, and he had said them because of a long struggle to find the truth. I swallowed and tried to stay calm. Against my will, my heart was picking up speed. For a second, I couldn't quite understand why, but then he broke out of his stillness. Slowly, he rounded the desk and walked toward me. His gait was graceful and flowing, like a predator, like water. I stood my ground as he approached and forced myself to remember just what I was here for. I was pretty sure it wasn't sex. What was it again? Oh, yeah, this guy wanted to buy me. That thought cut through the strange spell he seemed to have placed on me, and for a brief second I was able to distance myself from the situation and break free of his gravitational pull. God, you're rude, I said. You want to marry me and you haven't even asked me to sit down. Usually guys try to get me drunk first. The only reaction he had to my words was a slight tightening around the eyes. When he got to the place where most people stop and respect personal space, he took 2 more steps. He was tall. He loomed over me, and his scent filled my head. It was cool and calm, like ice, but underneath it there was the subtle, rich tang of his skin, the smell of a man. My heart, already doing double time, picked up the pace. My blood rose. His body was only inches from mine. If my tits had been bigger, I could have inhaled deeply and brushed them against his chest. This is not going well, I thought, but it was a fuzzy thought, slippery, hard to hold on to. Other thoughts were coming to the fore, thoughts like, kiss him, and grab his crotch. Not helpful. The faint smile returned, and he lifted an arm. For a split second, I thought he was going to crush me to him, and my heart leaped. But he only gestured toward the couches off to my left. Please, he said, sit. Man, I thought, I really hate him. I whirled in place, making sure to give him a good smack with my shoulder, not in a sexy way, but in a good old you're in my way, asshole way, and stomped to the couch. The effect was somewhat marred by the gasp I had to stifle. The touch of his body on mine sent electric shocks through me. I really, really hate him. I made sure to flop down on his perfectly appointed couch without ceremony and propped one of my flip-flop-clad feet on the table. My chipped toenail polish was, I thought, a nice touch. Subtly, I squirmed, hoping to grind dried clay into the fabric. Anton Waters didn't even move. He stood in the center of his office, regarding me coolly. Aren't you going to sit down? I asked him. Yes, he said. But he didn't. He tilted his head, studying me. I sat on his couch, feeling awkward and horny. At last he seemed to be satisfied and walked over. However, instead of sitting on the opposite couch, he sat down next to me and crossed his legs, exposing the fine, well-made lines of his suit pants. He was close to me. Too close. I didn't want to shift away and show him he made me uncomfortable, in more ways than one. So I busied myself with fishing the contract from my purse. So what's this? I said. I brandished the contract at him like a knife. It would have been far more effective if he'd been sitting across from me like a normal person. Instead, I sort of had to slap it under his nose. That faint smile creased his face again, and he turned, propping one arm up on the back of the couch in an overly intimate manner, and tilted his head again. It is a contract for marriage, he said. I thought your father would have told you that much. Oh my God, he was infuriating and sexy. The heat of his body radiated across the small space between us. My shoulder nearly brushed his chest, and I wished I had worn a thin skirt because I was almost positive his knee was touching mine, but my clay-stained jeans were too thick to feel it. My knee tingled anyway, sending shivers up my leg. They wrapped around and under, curling at the hot apex of my thighs. I did my best to push the feeling away. Yeah, I know that, but why? He shrugged. I would like a wife, he said. And you're willing to take on my father's bad debt for it? He pursed his lips, a gesture too delicious not to be purposeful, which of course didn't stop my gaze from being drawn to them. I wanted to run my tongue against the seam of his mouth and tease it open, snake my tongue inside and do battle with his. Unconsciously, I found myself licking my own lips as I stared at his face. When I realized what I was doing, I stuffed my tongue back behind my teeth and raised my eyes. He stared back at me, cool and knowing. Your father's debt, he said, is not insurmountable. His company is still worth something in name and contacts. Almost absently, he reached out and took the contract from me, angling his wrist so that his fingers slid over mine. Over the sudden sound of my blood pounding in my ears, I heard myself gasp. Deliberate and controlled, that's what he was. He laid the contract on the table and turned back to me. His gaze drifted up to my hair, a messy bird's nest of dark chestnut curls that I could never tame, and settled for piling on top of my head in the most haphazard manner possible. One hand reached out and teased a curl from the mess I'd pinned it into today. I should have stood up and walked away. I should have slapped him. I should have screamed. Instead, I let him. Boy, was that dumb. His fingers twined around the lock of hair. It was as though he were twisting me around his fingers, up and over and under. My skin burned and my lips, both pairs, were swollen and aching for his kiss. I tried to think through the desire unfurling in my belly. So, you get my father's company and me. It seems like a guy like you would have no trouble. Whoa! Anton Waters had leaned in and buried his nose in my hair. This was a little too far, even for me. I staggered to my feet, snatching the contract from the table. What do you think you're doing? I demanded. For the first time, he seemed vaguely surprised. Seeing if we are sexually compatible, he said, as though this were obvious. That's awfully presumptuous of you. I haven't even said I would marry you yet, I exclaimed. My legs trembled and I wished I could sit down again, but I didn't want to show weakness. A faint line appeared between his brows as he frowned. But why would you agree to marriage if you did not desire me sexually, he said, like he was a fucking robot, a fucking hot robot. It seems wise to get such things out of the way to begin with, before anyone makes a decision they regret. He lifted his chin and ran his eyes over me appraisingly. I felt his gaze like a blowtorch, blasting away my resistance, exposing my skin, melting my bones. I believe we would do quite well in that regard. I didn't want to think about this man desiring me. No, I didn't let myself think about it. It was too tempting. I had to stay focused on my goal, which was, what again? Wait, why do you want an arranged marriage? You could get any woman you wanted. Yeah, that was my biggest problem with this whole thing. God, I was an idiot. But at least it was a question and not me ripping all his clothes off. He shrugged. I do not require love or emotional attachment, he said. But a wife, as outlined in the contract, would be ideal for my personal needs. I hadn't read the contract. I didn't need to. There was no way I would marry this guy. What made you think I would agree to this? I said. He raised his brows. I believe you can evaluate the benefits for yourself, he said. There are generous clauses within the contract for your own use. Rage bubbled up in me. Fuck you, I said, like I would ever get married for money. My father had money and it left my mother with nothing. The vague smile returned. Not money for you, Ms. Dare. Money for certain pet causes of yours. My breath caught. What? I said. How could you know anything about me? I know a lot about you, he said in that same cool tone. I know you enjoy knitting but abandon your projects frequently. I know you sometimes leave very cruel anonymous comments on other artists' websites. I know you often feel bad enough to go back and anonymously attack your own criticisms. And I also know you recently posted the phrase, "eat the rich," in response to the latest financial crisis on a certain left-leaning website. My face burned. What? You've been checking up on me? The barest expression of confusion flitted across his face, as though he could not comprehend why I would ask such a question. Of course, he said. If we are to wed, I should know the sort of person I will be marrying. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What else did he know? What was he not telling me? Anton Waters could see right through me. He knew everything. He knew it, too. I could see it in his eyes as he stood lazily and walked toward me. Of course, you would have all the time in the world to work on your artwork as well. No more working as a bartender. No more taking gifts from your mother. No more shoving your creations down a flight of stairs because you have to move and can't afford to take the big pieces with you. My chest constricted. That had only happened once, but it had hurt. Oh, had it hurt. He drew closer and closer, and I backed up until I hit the floor-to-ceiling window behind me and flattened myself against the glass. He reached out, running a finger over my cheek, down my throat, down between the valley of my breasts. There are a few small clauses in the contract that I thought you might find distasteful, he said. His voice had taken on an almost dreamy quality, but I could barely hear him over the roar of blood in my head. But given how much you want me, I don't think that will be a problem. How much you want me? Yes, I did. Oh, God, more than I had ever wanted anyone. If he kissed me, I was sure I would spontaneously combust. I don't want you, I said. Even to my own ears, I could hear my throaty arousal. His lashes fluttered. His finger traveled across my breast, and when it found my nipple, he rested his thumb and forefinger around it. What did you say? He asked me. I swallowed around my dry tongue. I don't want you, I told him, louder this time. He pinched my nipple and twisted. The effect was electric. Painful pleasure shot from my nipple, through my heart and straight down to my clit. I cried out and my legs buckled. My purse and the contract slipped from nerveless fingers. Don't lie to me, Anton Waters said. I didn't answer. He moved in. He didn't touch me, not really. He ran the tips of his fingers over my body, but he avoided my skin, as though touching me directly would cause him pain. His lips traversed the fabric of my sweater, over my waist, traveling over the outside of my hip. His hands skimmed my ass, finding the sensitive creases where my ass met my thighs. He scraped dull fingernails down the backs of my legs. I could barely feel them through my jeans. I wanted to grab his face and shove it into my crotch. I needed his mouth on me, his cock in me. My hands hovered near his hair, at the tips of his ears, but I was afraid to touch him. The tip of his nose met my hip, scraping over the front of my jeans. He stopped, just at the cleft of my thighs, and inhaled deeply. Putting his hands against the glass behind me, he stood up and leaned in. His lips brushed my ear and his body moved forward until at last I could feel his cock, trapped in his pants, push against my belly. I can smell you, he whispered in my ear. Your pussy is already begging for me to fuck it. Yes, God, yes. My clit ached, and my cunt felt like it was about to explode. I couldn't even try to hide my arousal anymore. My breath came hot and fast. His body hovered over mine, furnace hot, and the thick swell of his erection pressed firmly against my stomach. I couldn't get enough air. I was going to pass out. Sign the contract and you will have everything you desire. He rolled his hips, rubbing his cock over me, almost but not quite brushing against my pussy. My panties were soaked and slick with my juices. Then his lips found my throat, brushing over my hammering pulse. Flames licked over my body, radiating out from where he touched me. My hands came up, gripping his shoulders. He felt as good as he looked, all hard planes and firm muscle underneath that white linen shirt. My hands curled into fists as he let his fingers drift along the hem of my sweater. Then slowly, tortuously, he slipped them beneath and trailed his fingers against my stomach. I wanted to tell him to stop. I couldn't tell him to stop. His wrist rotated and he flattened his palm against my belly, sliding his hand down, under the waistband of my pants, past the elastic of my panties. My head lolled and I pushed against his hand. Smoothly, he parted my outer lips and slid his fingers along the outside of my slit. But he didn't touch my swollen clit, the place where I needed him most. He curled his fingers, coating them in my juices, withdrew his hand, slid his other 2 fingers along my slit, grazing against sensitive flesh, but not quite touching. Mad with need, I tried to maneuver my hips over his hand, trying to capture him, but he avoided me deftly. His teeth scraped against my collarbone, and he spoke into my skin. "Beg me to take you," he murmured. His voice was rough, reverberating through my bones. "Beg me to bend you over that couch and fuck you." The words were out of my mouth before I could think about them. "Oh, yes," I whispered. "Please." He paused. Then, to my everlasting dismay, he pulled back, removing his hand from my pants and leaving a wet, cold trail behind. A deep chuckle rumbled through his chest, turning my knees to pudding. "No," he said. It took a second to register. "What?" I cried. "Why? You asked me to... Why?" And he laughed. He laughed at me. "Miss Dare, why on earth would you buy the cow if you could get the milk for free?" And he brought his fingers up to his lips. Without taking his eyes from mine, he licked them clean, one by one. I turned and fled. I barely had the presence of mind to grab my purse and the contract as I left my dignity behind. Bursting through the double glass doors, I didn't even pause to fix my hair. Instead, I just made a beeline for one of the pairs of wooden doors and crashed through them. I ran past Arthur. I didn't even turn to tell him goodbye. My gait was awkward as I rubbed my thighs together, rushing to the elevator. I slammed my hand against the button and, mercifully, the doors opened immediately. I stumbled inside and they closed behind me, beginning their descent. I was so close to coming, I didn't care that I was in an elevator. I shoved a hand into my jeans, parting my pussy lips and revealing the nub of my clit to my questing fingers. Desperately, I rubbed my fingertip in tight, quick circles, my other hand snaking its way up under my shabby sweater, slipping beneath the strap of my bra. I squeezed my breast and pinched my nipple, sending a stab of need straight down through my belly. My knees buckled and I staggered against the handrail, circling the small space, my body on fire with need. My moans filled the elevator, my face numb with heat and my cheeks burning with shame. Dipping my fingers into my slick folds, I dragged moisture over my clit, slipping and sliding, my hips bucking against my hand. In the dark of my head, I imagined Anton Waters scraping his large, rough fingers over me, and with a final thrust, I dragged myself over the edge. My back arched and I cried out, my head banging against the wall as I thrashed, waves of pleasure crashing into me, threatening to drag me out to a deep and hungry ocean I had only begun to realize was there. My whole body seemed to contract with the force of my orgasm, my hungry passage squeezing tight around nothing. It wasn't enough. It couldn't be enough. Not when I could have been fucking him. I almost sobbed with disappointment, even as I wrote it out, my body locked in tight spasms. The pleasure faded, and I barely had enough time to pull my hand out of my pants before the elevator doors opened. A group of businessmen stood in the foyer, waiting. They pushed their way inside, and I barely had enough presence of mind to slip by them and make my escape. I had just masturbated in an elevator, and I'd come in record time. Gulping, I wiped my sticky fingers on the inside of my sweater and hurried past the receptionist and out the door. The cool air of fall slapped me across the face, sobering me. Couldn't have even waited till you got home, huh? I thought. Pathetic. My mind reeled as I wound my way through the burgeoning lunch crowd, and I took 3 wrong turns before I found my way to the subway station. When I finally boarded the subway car, I buried my face in my hands and tried to think. The smell of my own juices clung to my fingers, reminding me of how salaciously I had behaved. I tried to pick through my feelings, but by the time I got home, the pickings were still slim. I only knew 2 things. I hated Anton Waters, and I was going to fuck him. Maybe in more ways than one. Chapter 2. Bartered Seduction. The next morning found me sitting in a lawyer's office and nursing a powerful hangover. Okay, fine, I was still drunk. After my encounter with Waters and my subsequent shameful display in his elevator, I'd knocked around my little studio apartment, feeling dazed and useless. I even went on a cleaning binge to try to make myself feel better. But when I realized I'd moved the same dirty plate back and forth from my futon to the low coffee table where I ate 5 times without even skirting my tiny kitchen area, I gave up. Sitting down, I'd opened up the contract and begun to read, and made it about 10 minutes before I cracked open a beer to go with it. I'm very mature when it comes to handling my problems. During my meeting with Anton Waters, my father had left me 8 voicemails on my phone, and I deleted all of them. I knew what he was going to say. Had I accepted Waters' proposal? Had I? Had I? Had I? I downed a 6-pack in short order, way more than I usually did, and as a consequence, I woke up with nacho cheese in my hair, a new sculpture of a goat tied up and blindfolded, and a browsing history on my computer full of websites about kinky sex. Yeah, that's why I was at a lawyer's office. I wanted to see if this was actually, well, binding. Should I choose to sign it? Which I wasn't, because, come on. Don't get me wrong, I like a little spanking now and then, but the thing's codified in Waters' contract, and my God, he had to have ice water running through his veins to dictate that sort of shit to a lawyer. And the lawyer who drew it up had to be stone cold to have typed it up without renouncing his license and retreating to a mountaintop to seek a cleansing of his defiled soul. We're definitely out of my realms of experience. I'd had to look a few of them up, just to make sure they were what they sounded like. I shifted in my chair, staring at the contract in my lap and trying not to think about what was in it. There was no way it was legal. I was like 95% sure. He couldn't actually take me to court if I didn't play the submissive for at least 75% of our sexual encounters. Could he? And was he going to be keeping track? A vision of Waters bending me over a table and fucking me while entering it into the record or ticking off a bead on the sex abacus first gave me a fit of the giggles, then set my cheeks aflame as I remembered that he had told me to beg him to fuck me in exactly that way. And I had. Shit. I rubbed my face vigorously. I was so glad the lawyer I was consulting was a woman. I needed to come up with some demands of my own. Not that I was thinking about doing this. That would be ridiculous. And yet the knowledge that my mother was now another 24 hours without treatment was a rock in my gut. Shit. Miss Dare? My head shot up and I saw a handsome young paralegal standing in the doorway. Yes, I said. Ms. Gray will see you now. I stood hastily, throwing my purse over my shoulder and clutching the contract like a shield. On unsteady feet, I tottered through the door. I was never very comfortable around lawyers. I had friends that had gone to law school, but they weren't lawyers. They were friends who had studied law. And most of them weren't lucky enough to get jobs in law and ended up baristas instead of barristers. My father, however, loved to have lawyers around, provided they were on his side, of course. I had even liked some of them when I was younger, before most of them started hitting on me when I turned 16. And I knew for a fact that my father had used the law to screw people over, people who couldn't afford it, people whose only crime was ignorance or need or just being poor. So it was with trepidation that I stepped into Ms. Gray's office, and when the kindly old lady in a tweed business suit rose from her seat at her desk and strode forward with a warm smile to shake my hand, I had to make a concerted effort to smile while my brain screamed at me, "It's a trap!" "Hello, Miss Dear. How are you this morning?" she said in a chipper voice. She looked like a librarian more than a lawyer. Iron-colored hair, streaked with white, was pulled back into an elaborate coiffure at the back of her head, and her bright dark eyes shone in her face. I paused to think. "Been better," I said truthfully. "But have you been worse?" she asked. I had to think about that, too. "Yes." "Then it's a good day," she said. "Now, what can I do for you?" Wordlessly, I held out the contract. "I need you to look this over for me. It's a contract. Or a prenuptial agreement. I'm not sure." If she had worn glasses, I'm sure she would have given me a sharp look over the top of them. "You don't?" I shrugged. "That's why you're the lawyer and I'm not," I said. "Your fiancé didn't tell you which it was?" "He's not my fiancé yet. He's just this guy that wants to marry me." Her eyebrows shot up. "And do you want to marry him?" "Not really," I told her. "But if I did, it would solve a lot of problems." For a long moment, she looked at me. I could practically hear what she was thinking, which was unsurprising because I had thought many of those things myself. Finally, she gestured for me to sit down, and I did, sinking gratefully into one of the rich leather chairs in front of her desk. She sat across from me and began to thumb through the contract. The pages ruffled loudly in the quiet of the room, though through the thick windows of her office I could hear the city going about its business. My father had worked in New York all his life, but commuted from out of state. My mother currently lived in San Francisco. The sounds of the city were usually comforting to me, but as the silence between us stretched out longer and longer, I began to wish I'd brought some headphones. I wouldn't even have to plug them into anything. Just stick one end in my pocket and pretend I didn't care about how this ridiculous contract made me look. Pretend I didn't care about anything. I tried to ignore the few times she cleared her throat and looked at me, opting to study the law tomes lining her walls, which were just as dull as I thought they would be. At last, she set the contract down and folded her hands in front of her. She appeared to be searching for words. My stomach, still on the mend from the abuse I'd put it through last night, clenched, and I tried to shrink into my clothes. "Miss Dare," she said at last, "I haven't ever quite seen a contract like this. I can only assume your reasons for considering it are good ones, but it is my professional opinion that this contract is not legally binding." I sat up. "So that's like a loophole, right? I can sign it and get married and then divorce him?" Her lips twisted, and I knew her answer wasn't going to be quite that simple. "The problem, you see, is that it is a prenuptial agreement in the strictest sense. If you choose to divorce Mr. Waters for any reason, you will get nothing. That he wishes you to, allow him certain liberties and wishes to codify them into a contract, then he may choose to terminate the marriage if you do not agree." A frown creased her face, traveling along well-worn lines. "Sexual provisions in prenuptial agreements cannot be enforced, as the refusal of one spouse would render said sexual interaction as rape rather than consensual sex, and the law cannot condone nor enforce rape. This clause would be found invalid in a court of law, should Mr. Waters choose to sue you." I felt the last shred of hope slipping through my fingers. "But wouldn't that invalidate the whole contract?" I asked plaintively. Ms. Gray sighed. "I'm afraid not. There is a severability clause included. Should one part of the contract be rendered invalid, it will be removed, but the contract is still valid. Therefore, should you choose to sign this contract, Mr. Waters will be able to terminate your marriage for any reason he desires, and you will be left with only the assets with which you entered. If you terminate the marriage, the same thing will happen. I bit my lip. I didn't like this one bit. What does it say exactly? She leaned back in her chair and steepled her fingers. Well, it's fairly standard outside of the, sexual provisions. Both parties are expected to be faithful. You will be given an allowance, both for yourself, your vocation, and for various projects you choose to pursue. In the event of Mr. Waters' death, you would receive very little, I'm afraid. He also appears to have included a clause wherein, should his death be suspect, you will receive nothing. She sniffed. He is a very thorough man. You mean he's totally bugfuck, I said. I have not met him, she replied primly. I'm sure you would know more about that. I only met him yesterday, I said. Her lips thinned and she appeared to be debating something. She inhaled and leaned forward. Miss Dare, may I speak frankly with you? Oh boy, here it came, the motherly lecture. Sure, why not? She laid her hands on the contract. As far as sexual perversions go, the ones in this contract are fairly light. I raised my eyebrows. Oh? Yes, there's nothing in here about sex with animals or other people or even a sexual schedule, which I have seen before. Well, not the sex with animals part, she amended. That is highly illegal, but the other things, yes. Are you doing this for the money? I felt like crying. I don't know if I'm doing this at all yet. But there is a good reason? She glanced down, then back at me and said, almost gently, there is a clause in the contract that covers any medical expenses you might need. I noted that it does not mention you specifically as the recipient of medical attention. Is that it? I nodded miserably. She sat back. Then you should do it. My mouth dropped open. I closed it, then opened it again. What? Seriously? I said. She nodded. I know who Anton Waters is. Most people do. From what I can tell, this marriage would be a little bit of putting the cart before the horse, yes? You are not currently romantically interested in him. Not romantically, no. I shook my head. She patted the papers in front of her. The man who drew up this contract wants a woman who cannot betray him. This indicates he has a lot of problems, but he is also treating you as an object rather than a person. The former does not excuse the latter. In my opinion, there is nothing in the world that should keep you from taking all you can from him while you can. If you play your cards right, you would be able to launch a career from this marriage, or become a highly lucrative name. The world would be your oyster should you marry this man. You would not want for money should you choose to divorce him. She shrugged. If the sex is good and you get something out of the marriage, I don't see why you shouldn't do it. She gave me a kindly old librarian smile. I put a hand to my forehead, trying to assimilate this information. It was terrible because it made sense. I didn't like the fact that it made sense. I'd wanted her to tell me that this contract was a complete joke and that there was no way it would be enforceable. That way I could have just married Waters, then divorced him, taken his money, and saved my mother. Unfortunately, that didn't seem like it was going to happen. On the other hand, even with her encouragement, I was still hesitant. Fuck Anton Waters? Sure. Date him? From what I'd seen, a couple of really expensive dinners would be fun to get, but not much else. Marry him? God, no. I wasn't naive. I didn't think marriage had to be for your one true love, but marrying for something other than love left a bad taste in my mouth. I must be a secret romantic. Who knew? But what choice did I have? I sighed. Thanks for your time, I told her. She looked surprised. You don't want me to go over the contract with you? Will that cost more than the free consultation? I asked her. Because I don't do anything but free so well. Her eyes crinkled. Oh, I'm sure I could go over it and even make some changes that you'd probably find useful pro bono. Of course, I'd expect you to recommend me to your friends, and if anyone asks, drop my name as your prenup consultant. Wow, I said. That's, no problem, she said airily. It'll be great for my business. She fixed me with a sharp eye. And if you marry Anton Waters, get used to that sort of proposition. She sat up and pushed the contract across the desk, flipping to the second page. Now, here's the section about separate property. By the time I got home and had a shower, I was full of vim and vinegar and ready to take on the world, and Anton Waters in particular. I wasn't going to take any of this lying down. Wrapped in my threadbare bathrobe, with a Hello Kitty towel smothering my wet hair, I called Empire Capital and demanded to speak to Anton Waters. This didn't go over so well, until I remembered that I was apparently a VIP in the Empire and gave my name. Oh! The poor receptionist sounded like she was going to have a very peppy heart attack, and I felt bad. But not very. She was part of the evil Empire. She was the enemy. Yes, of course, Miss Dare. The phone line clicked, and my ears were flooded with Baroque music. It lasted only a few moments before Arthur's voice came on the line. I'm so sorry, Miss Dare, he said smoothly, but Mr. Waters is out of the office. Let me give you his private cell so you may reach him. Oh, I was taken aback. I'd worked as a receptionist before, and let me tell you, in some places, giving out someone's private cell number is tantamount to committing ritual hara-kiri in the workplace. If you wanted to fast-track yourself to getting fired, give out a private cell number. The only explanation that I could come up with was that Waters had left specific instructions to give his number to me if I called. Unnerved, I wrote down the number, thanked Arthur, and hung up. Having to call a second number was less exciting than the first call. The courage I'd mustered from my meeting with my lawyer, and I had to give it to my father, being able to say my lawyer was pretty exhilarating, was fast dwindling. Hearing the lower-level monkeys at Empire Capital, my sort of people, chirp excitedly at me did not help. With a gulp, I dialed Anton's number, turned on the speaker, and put the phone out of reach so I wouldn't accidentally hang up, take a taxi to the airport, and buy a one-way ticket to Belize. After only 2 rings, the phone clicked, and his rich, deep voice answered, Waters. For a moment, I was tongue-tied. All the things I'd meant to say got tangled up, and I couldn't sort through them fast enough to decide which I should start with. The silence got longer and longer. I knew this tactic. He was waiting on the other end of the line, waiting for the person who called him to fill up the silence. He was Anton Waters. He didn't have to talk if he didn't want to, and he certainly wasn't going to waste precious words asking someone something twice. Why is everyone at your company so nice to me? I finally blurted. Hey, it was better than nothing. Ah, Miss Dare, he said. I was wondering when you would call. Ugh, he was such a twat, such a movie cliché twat. And I wanted to fuck him really badly, and I might actually, maybe, perhaps, marry him. I should have gone to a shrink instead of a lawyer. That's nice, I said. Why is everyone so nice to me? I told them we may be getting married, he said. I couldn't hold in my indignant shout. What? I hadn't even told my closest friends, and he'd probably sent out a company-wide memo about it. It wouldn't be good for their health if they found out after the fact, he said. Katie, my front desk receptionist, already called Arthur yesterday and apologized for being rude to you when you first walked in. I gather she was very contrite. It took me a moment to realize what he was referring to. Oh, well, I said awkwardly, I wasn't really dressed for visiting. The only place my work clothes were fit for visiting was a street corner, and even then I'd need a nice cardboard sign to complete the ensemble. We'll make poor life decisions for food. Nervously, I fidgeted with the towel I had wrapped around my head. Hearing his voice, even this pale imitation over my cell phone speakers, was bringing back memories of yesterday, when he cornered me in his office and pressed me against the wall. My cheeks heated. "Don't think about that," I commanded myself. "Have you given any further thought to my offer?" he asked, which made it hard not to think about. Almost absently, the hand toying with the towel on my head drifted down to the hot space between my thighs and began toying with that instead. No matter how I sliced it, that couldn't be a good sign. I didn't take my hand away, however. The richness of his voice had made me wet and slick. "I went to see a lawyer today," I told him. The other end of the line was quiet for a fraction of a second longer than I expected. "Good," he said. "I'm glad. You should have legal counsel when signing legal documents." "Yeah, and she told me to marry you if the sex was good." My middle finger circled my clit as though pondering just how much it could get away with while I talked on the phone. "Uh-huh. Anyway, I have a few changes to make." This time the silence on the other end was definitely longer than I expected. A few other fingers joined the first. At last there was a rustling sound, and I heard him sigh. "We should meet." I hadn't expected that, although I probably should have. "Okay, at your office?" "No," he said. "It's almost lunchtime. We should meet for lunch." My roving hand stilled, and my nerves shot through the roof. Okay, where?" This time when he spoke, I could hear the smile in his voice, and that made me even more nervous. "I'll send a car to pick you up." "How should I dress?" I started to say, but he hung up on me. I stared at the phone in my hand. Quickly, I redialed his number, but it went immediately to voicemail. My eyes flew to the contract where it sat on my coffee table. All that shit about being submissive. That's what he was doing, wasn't it? He was trying to show me just how much power he held. "Ass," I said out loud, though I would have been hard-pressed to tell anyone listening if I were calling Waters an ass or merely commenting on the general situation. Maybe both. I jumped up from my seat, shedding my towel and bathrobe. Two could play this game. Anton Waters knew where I lived. I mean, of course he did. It was right there on his stupid contract, but the fact that a fancy-ass car, black naturally, pulled up to my shitty apartment in my little low-rent neighborhood reminded me that he knew where I lived. Suddenly my tiny shoebox didn't seem so safe and snug. For reasons I couldn't define, the idea that he could probably find me whenever he chose gave me the shivers. I took a drag of my cigarette and lifted my chin. To his credit, the driver Waters had sent only did a double take when he saw me, and it was only a small one at that, but it was enough. I knew I had done a good job. I'm not in the habit of dressing up, and I have to make my clothes last when I get them. So luckily I still had some truly awful clothes left over from college. The tiny red skirt I wore contrasted horribly with the orange blouse, worn because it revealed a truly indecent amount of cleavage. Knee-high leather boots and some torn fishnets left over from that Halloween where I dressed up like Sally Bowles completed the outfit, and I'd layered the blue eyeshadow on like it had gone out of style in the 80s. I hadn't had the time to do my hair, so it still hung straight and wasn't a glorious frizzball like I'd wanted. But I thought I looked pretty good. For my purposes, anyway. The driver recovered and opened the door. "Ma'am," he said, "my name is Zachary. Let me know if you need anything." "Thank you," I told him, and got in. The car was even nicer on the inside than on the out, and the outside had been pretty damn sweet. Buttery leather seats caressed my thighs through my fishnets, and there was a tiny bar built into the seats in front of me. Look at me, it seemed to say. I'm classy and made of real wood. Is the bar free or do I have to pay a surcharge? I asked the driver as we pulled away from my apartment. Mr. Waters said you were welcome to anything you wish, ma'am. Unlike Katie and Arthur, Zachary seemed more standoffish, but that was probably my outfit talking. He was the soul of politeness otherwise, but I could practically feel him replaying the plot of Pretty Woman in his head and trying to figure out which scene he was in. Well, I might as well give myself a little liquid courage. I popped open the bar and grabbed a bottle at random. Scotch, of course. Yuck. Trying to act cool, I replaced it and looked out the window. So where are we going? I asked. To lunch, ma'am, Zachary said. My mouth twisted. Did Mr. Waters give you instructions not to tell me where exactly we'll be going for lunch? Oh, no, ma'am, he said. I've never spoken with Mr. Waters directly, but... In the rearview mirror, he looked faintly embarrassed. I am supposed to, drive around a bit before dropping you off. He looked worried. Don't fret, I told him. I won't tattle. I settled back and watched the city glide by me, hoping to calm my jangling nerves, but I must have been more tired than I'd realized. The cumulative effect of the car's momentum and last night's ill-considered bender combined to send me into a doze. I was startled awake by the door opening. Harville, I said intelligently. I glanced around, disoriented. Here we are, ma'am, the driver said, and when I looked up at him, I saw the slightest bit of sympathy in his eyes. I felt pathetically grateful for it. Thank you, I said. He helped me out of the car, and I pretended to fix my clothes, an impossible task as they were designed to be unfixable, and tried to figure out where I had ended up. Story of my life. To my surprise, I discovered that I had been delivered to a small mom-and-pop place called The Villa. This didn't really tell me anything, because there are 1,000 mom-and-pop Italian places called The Villa, but at least most of them were good. That I had not been deposited in front of a high-end sushi bar or a sexy French bistro surprised me, but only for a moment. I gathered my courage and went in. Anton Waters was waiting for me just inside the door. Even though I was semi-prepared to see him, he still stopped me in my tracks. Damn it! I'd forgotten just how arresting he was. He sported a light dusting of dark stubble today, accenting the squareness of his jaw. His stupid full lips quirked in that faint smile of his when he saw me, and I felt like those vivid green eyes, muted in the gloom of the intimate little restaurant, were staring right through me. Miss Dare, he said. I tried to toss my hair back arrogantly, but I wasn't used to wearing such high heels, and the gesture made me stagger. One large warm hand caught me before I fell on my ass, and then Waters was pulling me close to him. His lean, hard body fairly hummed with energy, and he stared down at me. What's your step? He said. Then gently he let me go. I swallowed hard. Mr. Waters, I said. He held out a hand. Please, let's be seated. I gripped my purse, holding the strap in front of me like a talisman that could ward him off, and glared at him. He dropped his hand, somehow making the gesture elegant rather than awkward, and turned into the dining room. I followed him. We wove through the other diners. A few stopped chewing and stared at him as he passed them by, but most of them ignored him. I, in my hooker-on-a-holiday getup, attracted far more attention. I didn't like that one bit. Mercifully, we were seated at the back of the dining room in an intimate little booth. I took one side and put my purse next to me to deter him from sharing my bench, but he didn't even try. Instead, he slid in across from me, poured 2 generous glasses of red wine, and ordered the asparagus salad for both of us from the waitress who stood next to our table, practically vibrating at attention. Of course, Mr. Waters, she gushed. She didn't even look at me. I wondered if I would have to get used to that sort of thing as well when we got married. No, if. Damn it. I smoothed the white tablecloth under my hands as she ran off to the kitchen. I'm not fond of asparagus, I said. You will be with this asparagus, he said. It is delicious. I watched as he shook out his napkin and laid it in his lap. I envied that napkin. I followed suit, though the tablecloth was so long it seemed like it could do double duty as a napkin just fine. I shoved it out of my way and laid the cloth across my gaudy red skirt. Care to explain what you are wearing? I looked up. Waters sat across from me, one arm propped on the back of the booth, his head tilted at an arrogant angle. He wore another linen shirt today, this one just as impeccably tailored as the one yesterday, and a tie was conspicuously absent. Every day was casual Friday in the Empire, apparently. Just something I had left over from college, I said, which was mostly true. He arched one perfect brow. His green eyes glinted. I see, he said, his tone of voice conveying that he didn't see at all. I felt like a contrite schoolgirl dragged in front of the principal. Oh, no, don't paddle me, Mr. Principal, I thought, and was immediately angry. It was becoming increasingly clear that I was fighting a losing battle, and it wasn't with Waters, it was with myself. Of course, it was Waters' fault for being so sexy. It wasn't fair. I shrugged at him. Well, you hung up on me before I could ask you what I should wear. And this is what you chose. I looked down at myself, pretending to be surprised. Sure, I replied. Why not? He studied the glass of wine in front of him, then reached out and began to play with it. But before he could answer me, the waitress returned with our salads. She chirped something at him, and he answered, but I wasn't paying attention. I was too mesmerized by the slow, deliberate way he stroked the stem of his wine glass. It wasn't until the waitress bustled away again that I realized he had ordered my lunch for me. I was really blowing this. Ah, well, at least I could get a meal out of it, right? I looked down at my salad and was perturbed to discover that it was a single piece of asparagus on a leaf of lettuce, artfully arranged and drizzled with some balsamic concoction that stung my nose all the way from the table. A lone slice of tomato peeked from beneath the lettuce. You are trying to get a rise out of me, Miss Dare. I looked back up at him. His gaze penetrated me straight to the core. I shrugged. Maybe. He leaned back. You will have to do better than that. What purpose would dressing as a prostitute serve? Well, that's what I'm going to be for you, right? Your prostitute? No, you would be my wife. I scowled at him. I don't see it that way, and I doubt many other people would either, if they knew the truth. I just thought I'd rather be honest about what I am to you. He pursed his lips, his lovely, perfect lips. Why was he so distracting? I know what you are to me, and you know what I am to you, Miss Dare. There is no other reason for dressing in this fashion than to attempt to humiliate me. I shrugged. If you think so, then fine. To my surprise, he shook his head. Your opinion of others is so low, he said. That is disappointing. Many wonderful women work in the sex industry. I would not be insulted to be seen with one of them. I hope they would be able to make the most of it. Stung, I stared at him. He was right, of course. I had just assumed, because he was rich and lucky, because of the circles he moved in, that he would be angry with my outfit. In a flash of insight, I realized that he hadn't told me how to dress because he wanted to see what I would do, not just exert power over me. For a brief moment, I felt ashamed. Was this just a test? I asked. He tilted his head. It was what it was. I now know more about you than before. That is enough for me. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I wished I could punch it and not get my name in the papers. I wondered if paparazzi were taking pictures of us right now. The thought was so humiliating that I swept my hair over my face and looked down at my plate and its lovingly arranged asparagus. But we are here to talk about the contract, yes? I nodded. Yeah. The asparagus languished in front of me, begging to be eaten, but I had lost my appetite. Let me see it. With clumsy fingers, I extracted the rewritten agreement from my purse and handed it across the table. Waters leaned back and began to flip through it as though he had all the time in the world. Ms. Gray had highlighted the changes in the contract to make them easy to find, and he lingered over each one, sipping his wine as he did so. Occasionally he glanced up at me. At last he sat back. "None of these changes are very drastic," he said. "Are you sure this is all you want?" I'd been staring at my asparagus salad, trying to ignore him and make a decision about what part of my bounty to attack first. But at this, I looked up in surprise. I didn't know I could ask for more." He speared his tomato and popped it into his mouth. "You may ask for anything you like. Whether or not I will grant it is another matter entirely." God, I hated him. Thoughtfully, he chewed and swallowed. "Your changes are minimal. The major changes appear to be a requirement to revisit and renew the contract after 1 year. That is fine with me. And you wish for the medical clause to go into effect immediately upon signing." For a long moment he regarded me, then signaled a passing waiter who snapped to attention. "May I borrow a pen?" he asked. The blood drained from my face. Surely he didn't mean to... But he did. The waiter whipped a ballpoint pen from his pocket, and right in front of me, Anton Waters initialed and signed each clause and page, and then signed and dated it. He pushed it across the table. I stared at it. It stared back at me. I willed it to go away. It didn't. I reached out and drained my glass of wine. "Are you not prepared to sign today?" Waters asked. I swallowed. My thoughts ricocheted inside my head. All it would take was a flourish of a cheap Bic ballpoint and my life would change. I would be bound to marry this man that I didn't even know. My father would be back in business, and my mother would be in chemo. The world darkened at the edges of my vision. I tried to take a deep breath, but it seemed like something heavy had settled on my chest. "Miss Dare?" A movement across from me caught my attention. Waters had risen from his seat. I didn't know how to react, but then I felt the booth dip, and he slid in next to me, looping an arm around my shoulders, shielding me from the rest of the dining room. God, he felt good, warm and strong. If circumstances had been different, and if he had been less of a douche, I might have enjoyed the intimacy. I might have been able to lean into him and take comfort from his strength. I might have been able to wholeheartedly let him take my burdens from me. But all it did was make me skittish. My pulse picked up the pace. "Let's not pretend," he said. Reaching out, he poured me another glass of wine. "You need me, and I want you." "You don't want me," I said. "You want a woman who needs you." "To me, those are one and the same at the moment." He lifted the wine and brought it toward me, urging me to drink. I took the glass from his hand and set it on the table. From the corner of my eye, I saw him shake his head. "I like to watch you fight it," he said. "Just like I liked watching you finger yourself in my elevator while you thought of me." Security cameras, of course. Mortification swept over me. I stiffened and he leaned in. His lips brushed over my ear. "You are beautiful when you abandon yourself." "Don't feel so smug," I snapped, even as he moved his lips to the spot just below my earlobe. "I haven't gotten laid in 6 months." Anton Waters pressed his hot, soft mouth against my hammering pulse. I melted under him, my body dissolving into shivers. Panting, I put my hands on the table, gripping the tablecloth tightly as I struggled to keep myself from touching him back. My fingers itched to feel him. My mouth watered at the thought of tasting him. "Our marriage would be mutually beneficial," he said, breath ghosting over my skin. "I think you might even enjoy it." No, 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 no. No one would enjoy being forced into sex for money, I ground out. He smirked against my throat and swept my hair aside. Lightly, gently, he placed lingering kisses down my throat and up over my neck. I would never force you. You will always want it. My heart twisted in my chest. I know, I wanted to say, but I couldn't bring myself to admit it. His breath was hot on the back of my neck. Do you think I won't be able to please you? Is that it? He whispered, and I felt his words sink into my skin, into my bones, zipping down my body, electrifying me. I wanted him so badly, but how could I tell him that obtaining orgasms with him was the least of my worries? His leg pressed against mine. The heat of his body seeped through the fabric between us, and I wished I'd been more prudent and worn pants instead of a skirt. His fingers alighted on my thigh and began to trace shivering patterns across my skin. Lips and tongue played with the sensitive nape of my neck, and his hand drifted down my arm, fingertips skimming the outside swell of my breast. Between my thighs, I felt myself grow hot and slick. I could make you come right here in this restaurant, he murmured, and his voice was hoarse. Right in front of everyone. I'll make you scream. His words set me on fire. I'd like to see you try, I whispered back. Bravado. My voice shook. But it wasn't a lie. Pulling back, he graced me with another one of his faint smiles. You are the perfect woman for me, he said. Defiant, with nowhere to run. You'd rather die on your feet than live on your knees. His fingers drifted up my leg, up under my skirt. I swallowed around the lump in my throat. I'd rather live on my feet than die on my knees. Thanks, I told him. He laughed, then looked shocked that he'd done so. I saw him forcibly recover, but I had no time to bask in my tiny victory. One long, hot finger brushed against the soft mound above my pussy, robbing me of thought. You may live on your feet, he whispered, but I will bend you over and fuck you all the same. And he slipped under the table. It was so quick, so unexpected, that I was still staring at the spot where he had been and trying to muster the presence of mind to react when I felt his large, hot hands on my knees. My God, he was kneeling under the table, hidden by the long tablecloth. He was going to... I wish I could say I put up a fight, but my thighs parted at the slightest pressure from his hands, and I opened to him. He pushed my skirt up, rearranging the tablecloth so that it fell across my lap and hid my sudden indecency from the rest of the lunch crowd. All around me, conversation carried on as usual. Glasses clinked, knives scraped against forks, someone tittered at an amusing joke, and Anton Waters gently pushed the crotch of my panties aside, parting the slick folds there. I felt the rough tip of one finger poised at my entrance. Then it slid up, 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 almost touching my clit, but he only grazed it before sliding back down, pressing against my waiting channel. I was biting my lips so hard I could almost taste blood. Up his finger came again, gently teasing me, then down it went. Up and down, up and down. Up and down again, each time pressing ever so slightly into me. It was torture. My cheeks burned. I wanted to reach down under the table and slam his face against my pussy. I wanted to leap up and kick him. I didn't dare do either of those things. I knew I was soaking through my panties and probably staining my skirt, but I couldn't bring myself to push him away. My whole existence was his finger and my aching cunt. The restaurant faded around me, and I closed my eyes, trying to maneuver my hips into his finger yet again. I needed him to touch my clit. I was going to die without it. But he didn't. Instead, he paused again at my entrance, and I could feel his gaze on me, staring straight into my quivering folds. I was exposed to him. All my defenses were stripped away. need spiraling out of control. Slowly, surely, one long finger entered me. I convulsed around him. Miss? Oh, no, 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 not now. Go away. Miss, is there anything I can bring you? I forced my eyes open to see the waitress hovering at the side of the table, looking at me curiously. Surely she knew what was happening. It had to be obvious. The finger inside me curled, and my toes curled along with it. No, I said. Nothing, thanks. She looked at me strangely. Your lunch will be out shortly. There's a bit of a backup in the kitchen. Don't care, I wanted to scream. I felt Waters move under the table. Rough cheeks scraped over my tender inner thighs. Oh, God, no, don't you dare. Ma'am, the waitress said, you don't look very well. Just a hangover, I blurted. Need some hair of the dog. I reached for the wine glass I had rejected, desperate to hide my cresting need. Anton Waters sucked my clit into his mouth, scraped his tongue over it, and I came. My hand flailed against my wine, knocking it over, but I barely even noticed. All my determination not to scream flew out the window, but I had the barest shred of self-control left to bury my head in my arms and shriek into the table. My whole body shuddered and stars burst against my eyelids as he suckled on my clit, curling his finger inside me. My legs curled over his shoulders, pulling him to me as I shook with a pleasure so acute it was almost pain. The soft, vague roughness of his tongue pulled my clit further and further into his mouth, and pulled me along with it. I felt as though I might melt where I sat, might fall into his mouth and be devoured, and I wouldn't care. And he didn't stop. Even as I came down from the shuddering heights, dragging moans from my mouth, I felt the eyes of the entire restaurant on me as I came, and the coarse humiliation slid against the pleasure, sharpening it like a whetstone until it cut like a blade. Waters retreated, and I felt his absence like a bruise. At last I was able to raise my head. I forced myself to meet my waitress's eyes. We stared at each other for a long moment. I knew she knew, and she knew that I knew that she knew. I did the only thing I could think of. I pressed a hand to my mouth and clutched my stomach with the other. I think Mr. Waters went to the restroom, I gasped. Could you get him for me? Her eyes wide in terror, the waitress nodded frantically and fled the scene of the crime. I didn't dare look around to see who else had noticed me just have the most powerful orgasm of my life. After a moment, Anton Waters popped up on the other side of the booth, looking cool and unflappable, as though he had just gone to retrieve an errant fork. The only thing that gave him away was the slickness of his lips, wet with my juices, and his green eyes, watching me like a tiger. I met his gaze, still panting, then pulled my skirt down. My thighs rubbed against my pussy, sending aftershocks through my body. For a long moment, we stared at each other. He glanced down at the contract by his elbow and rescued it just in time from the spreading red wine. Wordlessly, he pushed it toward me, then held the pen out to me. "This is your call," he said. He studied me with eyes hooded by desire. I hesitated one final time. Then I grabbed the pen and signed my life away. Chapter 3. Bartered Bride. I'm an idiot, I moaned. A complete and utter idiot. My best friend Sadie cocked an eyebrow and sucked on her cigarette. "I don't think that's ever been in doubt," she told me. "You're not exactly the sharpest marble in the bag, Lise." "You're so mean," I told her. Then her words sank in. "Wait, marbles aren't sharp." She smirked at me and blew a smoke ring. "That's even meaner," I complained. "My life is ending and you don't even care." Sadie rolled her eyes. "Your life isn't ending. You're just marrying some guy for his money." I threw a pillow at her, which she dodged. "I am not. I was marrying him to save my mom." and also because he seemed to have found my orgasm button. I'd told Sadie the first part, but not the second. It was too humiliating. Tapping ash into the tray on my table, Sadie shrugged. "There's nothing wrong with marrying a guy for his money," she said. "I'd do it." "You'd do a lot of things." "Shit, yeah, I would. Besides, your little noble I'm so poor act isn't getting you anywhere in your career, is it?" She gestured at the corner of my apartment, where my latest creation languished, half finished until I could procure the funds necessary to buy more clay. I'd had several shows, all at small galleries, and done well, but the bigger stuff required more money than I had, and more hustle than I was ever going to have after working 10-hour days at the bar. I hated to think it, but Sadie might be right. Marrying Waters would be good for my career. And my sex life. If only it didn't seem so tawdry. "So, when's the big day? What do I have to wear as your maid of honor?" I wrinkled my nose. He said it was going to be soon. I don't actually have a lot of say in it. He's taking me out to a quote-unquote specialty boutique in like an hour or something to pick out my dress and, underwear. That got Sadie's attention. "He's picking out your underwear?" she said. "What kind of marriage is this going to be?" I glared at her. The exact sort of marriage you'd expect from someone who wanted to buy a wife. She shook her head. "You can't even cook," she said. "He could have gotten a much better wife from Russia, and she'd be like way hotter." "Yeah, fuck you too," I said. "Now you're definitely not going to be my maid of honor." If I was even allowed to have one. Waters hadn't mentioned anything about friends or family yet, and it was making me uneasy. I'd never been the sort of girl to dream about my wedding or pick out my bridal colors when I was 13 or whatever, but I would have expected a little more leeway in the planning. As far as I knew, it was being taken care of. And since I didn't really feel like a bride, I had to admit that it was kind of a load off my mind to just let things happen instead of struggling to assert myself in the face of, well, in the face of Anton Waters. Sadie stubbed out her cigarette and got up. "Well, just make sure you don't forget the little people when you're rich and on the cover of all the tabloids, okay?" Sadie was one of my artsy friends as opposed to one of my bar friends, though she worked with paint and mixed media, meaning trash she found in Central Park. "Sure," I said. "You want to be one of my hangers-on? I'll be taking applications through the honeymoon." "I'd love to," she said, "but you have to promise or I'm leaking this to everyone we know." Fear drove through me and I sat up. "Sadie," I said. She held up her hands and laughed. I know. This was all in confidence, I promise. I just have to not get drunk between now and when you get married." She appeared to think about this for a moment. "So it had better be in the next 24 hours. "Ugh," I said. "Out, go to work." "Right," she said. "Not all of us are lucky enough to marry money." "Out!" She laughed as she exited my apartment and closed the door behind her, leaving behind the smell of cigarette smoke and her thick, heavy perfume. I sat down on my futon and closed my eyes, trying to relax. Usually after I saw Sadie, I felt better about things. This time it didn't work. I still had that gut-clenching fear crouching inside me. I sat up and took a few deep breaths and thought about calling my mother. I hadn't spoken to her yet, and I didn't know how to broach the subject of my pending nuptials. She still hadn't told me she was sick, but I could hear it in her weary voice whenever we spoke. The distance between us seemed to have yawned into a chasm almost overnight. Ever since my father showed up at my door, I hadn't been able to talk to her like I usually did, even though we had always talked ever since I was a little girl. My father's constant betrayals had pushed us together, and she was my dearest confidant, or at least she had been. Now she didn't even know I was getting married, and I found I didn't want her to know until the last second. Anton Waters was a rich jackass, just like my father. In fact, he was even more of a rich jackass. I couldn't bear the thought of her thinking I was making the same mistake she had. She was the one who had told me to flee our toxic household and not look back. and I couldn't even tell her that I was the one paying for her chemo treatments, since she didn't want me to know about them. Shit, this was all my father's doing. He had a knack for screwing everyone else up just by existing. If he hadn't been such a shitty person, none of this would be a problem. I rubbed my hand over my face and sighed, glancing at my phone. Only about 30 minutes until I was due out front for the car, and I hadn't even had a shower yet. I knew I should get up, but I couldn't. I sat on my futon for probably 10 more minutes before I finally found the motivation to stand up. And then I had to rush through a shower and makeup before throwing on clothes, less theatrical than my prostitute getup I'd tried over lunch 3 days ago, and clomping downstairs to find the car already waiting for me and Zachary standing by the back seat, looking bored. "Sorry," I said. He just smiled and opened the back door for me. Anton Waters was already inside. I hadn't seen him since he went down on me in the restaurant, where we'd met to discuss our prenuptial contract. In persuading me to sign it, he ducked under the table and, hidden by the tablecloth, fucked me with his tongue and fingers, wringing an orgasm from me that had been so powerful I'd screamed in front of everyone, even our waitress. The poor girl had been unable to look at me for the rest of the lunch, which Waters had insisted on eating through to the last course while I sat there, humiliated and horny. Yeah, horny. That was the problem. I'd liked it just as much as I'd hated it. Who knew I was such a freak? Not me, and certainly not any of the boyfriends I'd had. Maybe they had been the boring ones. And now, Waters sat in the back seat of the car, reading something on a tablet and completely ignoring me. Fear and excitement danced together in my chest, whirling around and around until I couldn't tell one from the other. Lifting my chin, I clambered inside. Zachary shut the door after me, and I crammed myself in the corner, half fearing, half hoping Waters would slip across the seat to join me. He didn't. In fact, he didn't even speak to me. He was too busy frowning at the iPad in front of him, and when I dared to peek at it, I found it was full of small type, some report or other. Ugh, just like my father, though he'd dragged his briefcase and his stupid Wall Street Journal around with him all the time, when he'd bothered to be home, that is. Even when he was home with my mother and me, he wasn't really. What a douchebag. And here I was about to marry someone just like him. My ardor cooled somewhat, and I sighed, settling for looking out the window, though I didn't really see the buildings pass by until the car slowed and I found we were somewhere in Manhattan. Nolita, if I had to guess, outside a little boutique called simply Anna's. The displays in the windows were tasteful and minimal, meaning I'd probably have to work for a year at the bar before I could afford to even spit on the sidewalk out front. Beside me, Waters snapped his iPad closed and slid out of the car. I put my hand on my door, but I was surprised to see him come around and open it for me. I'd thought he'd let his servants do that sort of thing. "Good afternoon, Miss Dare," he said formally. "I apologize for my preoccupation." And he held a hand out to assist me. I hated the way my heart leaped in my chest when I put my hand in his. The moment his skin touched mine, a frisson of desire shimmied down my spine, causing my back to arch and my pussy to warm. The sudden catching of breath in my throat thrust my breasts out, and I couldn't help the blush staining my cheeks. "That's, okay," I assured him, my mouth and my manners running on automatic. Silently, I kicked myself as I let him help me from the back seat and onto the pavement. "I know you're busy." He raised an eyebrow, as though inviting me to expand, and stupidly, I did. Maybe it was the way those green eyes seemed to look right into my brain. I'd never seen anyone with such clarity in his gaze. Or maybe it was my dumb clit making the decisions. Either way, I started to babble. My dad was always busy, too. He always had to be reading something for work, even at the breakfast table. Well, when he was around. I mean, it wasn't often, but it was enough. And he always had the paper out and got mad if I interrupted him. "Shut up," I told myself fiercely. The last person I wanted to think about while semi-aroused was my fucking father. See? He always ruined things, even when he wasn't actually there. So, yeah, whatever. You're busy. I'm not going to bother you, I finished lamely. He didn't even smile that faint, little knowing smile this time. He just studied me. Oh, God, why did he have to be so self-assured? Like he didn't care how awkward it made things? If he didn't have anything to say, he wouldn't say anything at all. I hated him so much. Determined that I wasn't going to be the first one to say anything, I stared back at him. The other people on the street parted and flowed around us. I could feel them staring, mostly at Waters. Who was I kidding? I broke first. It's a good thing you're marrying me, I said, because I'll probably never find anyone else willing to put up with my blather for better or worse. At that, the smile flickered across his face and he reached out, drawing my hand into the crook of his elbow, like some kind of Victorian gentleman. One of my many weaknesses. Damn it. Miss Dare, he said, guiding me toward the boutique, you are going to be my wife. I want you to know that no business report is more important than whatever you have to say. Shocked and a little gratified, I followed him into the shop. I have some pretty inane shit to say, I told him. Are you sure you don't want to take that back before it's too late? He laughed, a rich, warm sound, and dropped my hand, only to slip his arm around my shoulders, as if we were a real couple. I hated that his laugh danced on my skin like falling rain. I loved it, too. I promise I will listen to whatever you have to say, he told me. That sounded like a challenge, but curiously, I found I didn't really want to rise to it. Instead, I could only say, thanks. Hesitantly, I slipped my own arm around his waist and felt the rock-hard body beneath the crazy, expensive suit he wore. In fact, it was the first time I had really touched him so intimately. He, of course, had been nose-deep in my pussy already, and yet I hadn't done anything to him, even though I kind of wanted to. Aside from strangle him, that is. Like, oh, kiss him. We hadn't kissed. Bite his throat, run my fingers through his hair, scrape my nails down his back, suck his cock. The fire he had stoked into a blaze in the little Italian restaurant flared up again, and I had to swallow around my suddenly dry tongue and review what I had just thought. Suck his cock. I actually wanted to suck his cock. Like, really wanted to suck it, not just do it because I wanted him to return the favor, like I'd always done with my other boyfriends and one-night stands. Jesus, girl, I thought. You have got it bad. And I totally did, because now that I'd thought it, I couldn't unthink it, and the lean, well-built body next to me moved with barely controlled energy, like a dancer or a martial artist, or a tiger. I licked my lips and tried not to think about where our bodies met, and instead tried to focus on what he was saying to the gushing young man in a fedora and vest, who could barely bring himself to breathe the same air as Waters. Something elegant, not too flashy, he was saying. Dimly I realized he was talking about my wedding dress. I frowned in disappointment. I always wanted one of those huge tulle skirts, I said. The sales assistant nearly fainted with disdain, but Waters, to my disappointment, let his arm drop from my shoulders and stepped away. The loss of him was a physical pain. He turned and regarded me. Why? He said simply. I shrugged. One of my nannies was addicted to telenovas. Waters gazed at me coolly for another moment, then gestured to the sales assistant. Both styles. Bring one elegant wedding gown and one telenova gown. I don't think we have telenova gowns, the assistant whispered, still clearly gagging on the idea. Whatever you have that is closest, then, Waters told him, and he scurried off, back stiff with indignation. Thanks, I said, feeling stupid. Waters shrugged. Anything for my bride, he said. I shot him a sharp glance. Was that Had that been a glimmer of self-reflection? No, couldn't be. I didn't have time to analyze his comment, though, because the shop assistant came bustling back almost instantly, towing 2 dresses behind him. I took them and thanked him, and turned toward the dressing rooms, which were nestled in the back of the shop with a lovely little platform for expectant brides to parade before their admiring public. I had no public. I wasn't even sure why I was trying dresses on, to be truthful. If Waters wanted to control what I was going to wear, he should have just gotten my measurements and been done with it. My vague questions were quickly answered when Waters shouldered his way into the dressing room with me. "Excuse me," I said, as he sidled inside. There was room, but it was supposed to be 2 women in here, and Waters seemed to take up so much more space than seemed possible by the physical limitations of his body. He loomed. He hulked. He was all I could think about. I clutched my Telenova dress in front of me and glared at him. He sighed diffidently. "I thought you might require some assistance," he said, as if his eyes weren't tracing over every inch of my body, staring straight through the armload of tulle I carried in front of me. He was too close. The scent of his aftershave and, underneath that, the slight scent of man delicately tempted my nose. We faced each other. My back was against the wall. The last time we had been in this position, we were on about minute 5 of our first meeting, and his hands were already on my breasts. The memory rose, sudden and unbidden, and I pushed it down. Green eyes glittered at me, and I knew he was remembering the same thing. Slowly, he licked his lips. I swallowed and thrust the dress at him. "Here," I managed to say, and started to undress. He devoured me with his eyes. Every inch of skin revealed became fuel for the fire I saw building inside him. In his throat, breath rasped, and his body became taut as a bow. I couldn't get enough air as my blouse slipped from my shoulders and my jeans slumped to the floor. I'd never felt so exposed. Standing there in my bra and panties, I felt as though he were studying my very bones. I wished he would reach out and grab me. I wished I could reach out and grab him. He stood very still, watching me as my heartbeat began to race and my lips parted in anticipation. "Lift your arms," he instructed. "Close your eyes." Licking my lips, I did as he bade. There was a rustle of too much tulle and satin, and then he was dressing me in my bridal gown, sliding it over my head, guiding my arms through the off-the-shoulder sleeves. The skin of his fingertips was just the tiniest bit rough, and it sent my nerves dancing as they glided over the sensitive insides of my arms. The thick material passed over my face, and he pulled it down. "Turn," he said. I did. Strong hands smoothed over my skin, arranging, plucking, settling. Then I felt the dress tighten and heard the hiss of the zipper as he slowly pulled it up. The bodice became tight, tighter, and I realized that the dress was a size too small. I said, "I think I need a size up." "No," he said, his voice thick. "No, I don't think you do." The bodice cinched me in tight, and by the time it was done I could barely breathe. Warm hands on my waist turned me around. "You may open your eyes," he said. "Oh, may I wanted to say, but I didn't. I wanted him to keep touching me, too, and those 2 desires were at odds. I opened my eyes. The smile had returned to his lips. "You look romantic," he told me. That was probably not a good descriptor. "May I see?" I said, gesturing towards the door, and he obligingly moved out of my way. I exited and made my way up on the platform. Only then did I let myself look in the mirror. It wasn't exactly a Telenova gown, but even so I suddenly realized why the assistant had made such a face. I was swathed, nay, swaddled, in white, frothy fabric. My chest, never my greatest asset, was completely lost in the riot of fiddly flowers and glitz. My shoulders, always narrow, couldn't hold the weight of the neckline, and my body, which had always been a little more boyish than I'd wanted, was lost inside the excessive skirts. I looked like a kid trying on her mother's wedding dress. I wasn't womanly enough to carry it off. Shouldn't have been a surprise, really. I still felt like a little girl, and never more so than now with my whole life running away from me. I stood in the boutique and felt the weight of the situation press down on me suddenly. I was wearing my dream gown, and it looked awful on me. The universe couldn't even give me this one little thing. For some reason, not the fact that I was marrying a man I almost didn't even know, not the fact that my shithead father was getting a second chance after emotionally blackmailing me, not the fact that my mother was sick and she didn't even tell me, that was what made tears well in my eyes and my throat close. That was the last straw. I was just so stupid. Sadie was right. Swallowing my tears, I turned and picked up the ridiculous skirt and hightailed it back into the dressing room. Anton stood there, his brows raised. "You don't like it?" he asked me. My disappointment must have shown more on my face than I'd thought. Bravely, I shook my head. "You were right," I said. "I should go for something more elegant." To his credit, he didn't say anything about how he was always right, which is what I would have done because I'm an asshole. Instead, I shut the door and rubbed at my eyes while he stood there, looking faintly bewildered. "What is wrong?" he asked me. I looked at him. He seemed genuinely concerned. So, maybe he didn't like tears. I'd have to file that away, maybe. But right now, I didn't want him to see my weakness. "Nothing, My throat closed. So much for not showing weakness. Record time from resolution to collapse. I swallowed. I just thought a dress like this would be great, and it's not. I've always wanted to wear one and look like a princess, but I shrugged helplessly. Whatever, it's not important." He was quiet for a moment. "I think I understand," he said. "Perhaps it could be altered?" I shook my head. I didn't want to dwell on it. "No, it doesn't matter." I started twisting and turning, trying to get at the zipper. "You've wanted to wear a dress like that since you were a little girl," he said, like he wasn't willing to just let it go. I forced myself to laugh. "Yeah, but I'm not a little girl anymore, even though I kind of look like one." He spread his hands and appeared to think for a moment. "I am sorry. The gap between fantasy and reality grows larger with time," he told me, which was some serious Buddhist shit that I was not at all prepared to be all zen about. I just wanted him to shut up. "Whatever," I said. Tears blurring my vision, I turned away and twisted, reaching around behind me to unfasten the dress. This wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to wear this dumb, elegant dress. I didn't want to do this without my mom and my girlfriends, and I definitely didn't want to marry Anton Waters. "Felicia," he said. My name. The first time he had said it. For a moment, I caught genuine concern in his voice. A large, warm hand alighted on my shoulder. I wanted to shrug him off, but some pathetic need stopped me. Everything was so wrong. I just wanted someone to make it right again. Why wasn't I shopping for wedding dresses with my mother and Sadie? Why wasn't I getting married to a man I loved? Why did it have to be this way? The comforting hand on my shoulder tensed. I felt him begin to pull away. I reached up and grabbed his hand. I didn't really know what to do with it when I had caught it, so I stayed there, struggling to maintain my composure. I felt Anton's hesitance behind me. Then his fingers tightened, and again that incredible electric charge between us sparked. "You look beautiful in white," he whispered, and then he tugged his hand away and was undoing the dress, unhooking the fastenings and slowly, tortuously tugging the zipper down. Bit by bit, my back was bared to him, and he covered every inch revealed with a heated kiss. Arousal heated in my belly. Sparks danced up and down my spine as my legs turned to jelly, and I put my hands out to brace myself against the wall. My head was suddenly too heavy for my neck, and I bit my lip as his soft, warm lips teased sensations from my skin that I hadn't even known existed. "Oh," I moaned softly. "Oh, please." He drew back. "Please what, Felicia?" I didn't even know. "Please don't stop," I said. "Don't stop. What?" There was an edge in his voice I'd heard before, when he cornered me in his office, when he'd sucked my clit beneath the table and made me come. He was going to do it again. "Don't stop kissing me," I said. "Don't stop anything." "You aren't in any position to give me demands," he said. Then his hand closed over the back of my neck and he pulled me away from the wall. This was a dangerous game I was playing, and I didn't know any of the rules, but I found I didn't really care. He would teach them to me, and I would enjoy every minute of it. I sagged into him, but his hand was like iron holding me up. "Spread your legs," he whispered in my ear. His breath sent shivers raging over my neck and up my scalp, and I found myself doing as he bade without even thinking about it. I walked my feet outwards until I stood in a wide stance. His hand crept up into my hair and caught it, not painfully, but firmly. I was in his control. "What are you doing?" I asked breathlessly. "I told you I'd let you live on your feet," he said. Then he pushed, flipping me over, bending me at the waist. The sudden change disoriented me, and I gasped and put my hands out to keep from falling. The rough carpet of the floor burned my palms, and I hissed, but I had no time to dwell on that, because he was gathering the endless layers of skirts in his hands and pushing them up over my back, until the upper half of my body was trapped in a tent of tulle and my ass was exposed for the world to see. Hot fingers slipped under the elastic of my panties. A cool draft of air hit my heated pussy lips as he pulled the crotch away. Then he released it and let it snap back against my cunt, and I squeaked. "You should never wear panties around me," he said. "It's so inconvenient." I felt moisture gather inside me at those words. All right." "You understand?" he said. "No more panties, ever." His voice was hard. I gulped. "No," I said. "Never." "Good," he said. His hand retreated, but I stayed where I was. The long stretch of my hamstrings at the back of my legs felt good and painful at the same time, and the knowledge that I was at his mercy made my knees weak. I heard a click, and then the air hit my slick folds again as he pulled the crotch of my panties away once more. There was a pressure and a pulling, and then the fabric snapped, released. He had cut my panties. "Much better," he purred. One fingertip parted my pussy lips, and I gasped sharply. My breasts hung heavy and my legs were starting to ache, but all I could do was focus on what he was doing to me. Slowly he stroked my entrance. I felt the flesh there quiver and clench, hungry and alive at his touch. But he did nothing more, only stroked me softly, occasionally flicking my clit, and inside me desire mounted. Blood rushed to my cunt, and I ached with emptiness. I needed him to fill it. Whimpering, I squirmed, trying to catch his finger, but he wouldn't allow it. "Tell me what you want, Felicia," he said. His voice was loud in the silence of the dressing room. My toes curled at the sound. "Please," I said, and it came out as a breathless moan. "I want you inside me." He stroked my pussy again, and I felt his gaze on it, admiring the way I quivered and quaked, aching for him. "No," he said softly, "not here." "Not here? You went down on me in a restaurant," I wanted to scream. What made this place any different? I pushed my hips back, trying to force him inside, but he moved away, teasing me. "Why won't you fuck me?" I whispered. I hated how plaintive my voice sounded. "You misunderstood." His voice rumbled. "I will fuck you, but not here," he said, then plunged his finger inside my slick channel. I couldn't help it. I cried out softly, unable to hold back. But my relief was short-lived, because he immediately withdrew and swiped his finger against my asshole. I stiffened all over. He couldn't mean to, but he did. One by one, I felt each finger invade my pussy, and my pussy clung to each one, coating it in my juices, and each time he withdrew and further lathered my tight, puckered entrance. "Are you a virgin here?" he wondered out loud. "Has anyone else taken this sweet little ass before me?" I bit my lip, praying the assistant had disappeared into the shop to give us privacy. What did he want to hear? His fingers departed, and my ass and pussy quivered in anticipation. Then he spanked me, hard. I gasped, tears springing to my eyes at the sharp, stinging sensation spreading over my ass cheeks and pussy lips. "Answer me," he said, his voice low and dark. But before I had a chance to do so, he spanked me again, and I cried out, "Answer me!" Another spank, the crack of flesh on flesh echoing in the small dressing room. There was no way the shop assistant couldn't hear it. "Answer! Have you let another man fuck you in the ass?" Another spank, this one harder than any previous, and I sobbed, forcing myself to say the words. "Ah, God, no!" "Good," he said, and I heard the rustle of fabric and the long, slow zip of his trousers unfastening. I wish I could say what I did next was because I wanted to retain a shred of dignity, but really, I just wanted him to be as humiliated and helpless to resist our chemistry as I was. In a smooth motion, I stood up, letting the skirt fall back around my legs. I caught the barest glimpse of his face, shocked as though no one had ever thought to defy him before, and then I was diving for his cock, my mouth wide open. I'd surprised him. He stumbled backwards into the wall as I grabbed his hips. His hands reached for my hair, perhaps to pull me away, but I won the race. In one fluid motion, his cock was in my mouth, large and hot, the taste of sweet pre-cum dripping onto my tongue, the smell of sweat and man going straight to my head, and I gave it a long, slow suck. And just like that, Anton's control shredded. His hips bucked, and I swallowed his cock down, reveling in his abandon. He thrust once, twice, then over and over, fucking my mouth. All I had needed was the courage to reach for him. I had power. He wanted me. Not just the way a man wants a woman he sees and casually might want to fuck, but the way I wanted him. In the back of my mind, in the tiny part not reveling in the feel of his hard cock sliding against my lips and the quivering muscles of his thighs beneath my hands, I wondered if we would have come this far if our first meeting hadn't gone the way it had. If he had found me only mildly attractive, would we still be getting married? Yes, he'd wanted a wife. That he actually wanted that wife must be a bonus. He wanted me. The knowledge was fuel on the fire. My pussy ached as I reached up and wrapped a hand around the base of his cock, squeezing as I withdrew, trying to milk his orgasm from him. Above me he grunted, a strangled sound, and tangled his hands in my hair. "Felicia," he hissed, and I cupped his balls in my other hand, the petal-soft sack full to bursting in my palm. I wanted to tell him to come inside my mouth, but that would have required letting him go, and I just couldn't. All his power and wealth, all his tight self-control, it was nothing under the assault of my mouth on his hard shaft. Since we had first laid eyes on each other, he had tried to dominate me, emotionally, financially, physically, legally, sexually. But I wasn't going to go down that easy. He was going to have to fight for it. I moaned around the heavy shaft, swirling my tongue over the soft head as I withdrew, and he let out a groan, loud and unrehearsed. I felt his balls tighten in my hand, and I gently closed my fingers around the top of his sack and gave it a soft tug. "Jesus," His voice sounded nothing like the smooth, controlled purr I'd grown accustomed to, and it inflamed me. Suddenly, I wanted him to come so hard he screamed, just like I had. I wanted to swallow his load, keep it inside as a reminder that I had gotten the better of him for a change. He had no say in the matter. He would have to live knowing I had milked him dry, and he hadn't been able to resist. I jerked my head and tightened my grip on the base of his shaft, consuming him as I squeezed and released, and each withdrawal of my mouth had my tongue curling around the head of his cock. I whimpered in the back of my throat, small, insistent, rhythmic cries, and he answered me with his own. Within moments, his balls bounced and surged in my hand, and his body jerked and shuddered. A wordless cry wrenched from his throat, and then he was spilling his hot cum inside my mouth and down the back of my throat. I'd never liked swallowing cum, but it had never tasted so sweet. It tasted like victory. I gulped it all down, swallowing around his cock, sucking more and more as his hips jerked and he moaned, almost sobbing as I wrung him dry. At last he was done. He released my hair, his hands falling to his sides. I was woefully unsatisfied, but for a change I didn't really mind. I had finally turned the tables on Anton Waters and taken control of my destiny in some small way. I withdrew, giving the soft head of his cock one last lick, sending an aftershock through his body, and smiled. Delicately I cleaned my face and smiled, watching the thick rod in front of me pulse with his heartbeat. Reaching out, I placed a hand on his thigh and rubbed it, admiring the hard muscles there. Then I frowned. Beneath my hand, he was shaking, literally shaking, not just from pleasure, but from something else. Frowning, I looked up at him. The expression on his face sent a bolt of cold through my heart. He stared at me, unseeing, lost, scared. His brows were drawn over his beautiful green eyes, and his full mouth was parted, but not in pleasure. He looked like a man devastated, struggling to catch his breath. Apprehension cut through my arousal. Unsure what to do, I reached for his hand. "Anton?" I whispered, the first time I'd ever called him by his name. With a physical jerk, he came crashing back to reality, his eyes focusing on my face. "Don't," he said. "Don't do that again." I backed away and stood while he ran a shaking hand over his face. I had no idea what to say. I didn't mean... He turned, opened the door, and walked out of the dressing room. I stood inside, alone, suddenly feeling lost and adrift. I had only wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Instead, I had traumatized him with a blowjob. What just happened? My own fingers shook as I wiggled out of the wedding dress. I didn't bother to hang it up again, just left it on the floor as I stuffed myself back into my clothes and hurried out into the boutique, regret and anger warring for dominance in my chest, though why I was angry or at whom was a mystery. Anton wasn't in the boutique, and I rushed outside. A wave of relief hit me when I saw the car was still sitting at the curb, and Zachary stood waiting to let me in. He opened the door, and I clambered in back. I found my groom-to-be sitting motionless and staring out the window at passing cars. I opened my mouth and started to babble. "Anton, I'm sorry. I didn't know." He turned his head and regarded me coolly. There was none of the fear, none of the devastation that I had seen still on his face. He looked at me with a vague indifference that I found even more terrifying than anger. "We are going back to your apartment," he said softly. "You will gather the necessities, a change of clothes, your toiletries, whatever else you need." The blood drained from my face. "What?" He turned and looked out the window again. "We are going to Las Vegas to be married." I stammered for a second. But I thought we would be married here. Aren't we going to have, friends and family and stuff?" Did he even have any friends? It was like asking if God had friends. Sure, maybe Vishnu came around every once in a while, but it was probably just awkward shop chat. Okay, now my brain was babbling. That's how bad things were. He watched me. I find I wish to marry you immediately, he said. I have a penthouse suite on the strip, and there is no waiting period. I stared at him as the car began to move. Are you sure? I said. He looked at me and said nothing. The same indifferent mask he had worn at our first meeting had fallen back into place, and I realized I had glimpsed, for a second, the man behind what had to be a carefully constructed facade. I had breached his defenses, and he was reasserting his control. Somehow the knowledge calmed me. He was human after all, and I could reach him. My fears eased a little, and I licked my lips. All right, I said. Let's go. The car rolled through the city streets. The sun was sinking in the sky when Anton's private jet touched down in Las Vegas. He had relegated himself to the front of the aircraft, telling me it was bad luck to see me before the wedding, though I privately suspected he was still recovering from whatever had rocked him in the dressing room. Whatever the reason, I was glad to give him space. He had requested I tell no one about our pending wedding, and I abided by that request. I didn't really want to talk to anyone anyway. I was too busy thinking. 2 separate cars met us at the airport, and when we arrived at the chapel he had chosen, I was hustled by strangers into a dressing room, illuminated by a window looking out on the setting desert sun and a buzzing fluorescent light. Inside there hung 2 pieces of clothing, one beautiful and elegant wedding gown, and one corset. The corset was like no corset I'd ever seen before. It looked like someone had forgotten to add the top half. A pair of lace panties were laid over the chair in the corner. A white lace garter belt and white stockings sat next to them, and 2 white satin pumps with the highest heels I'd ever seen sat on the floor. I took the corset off the door and tried to figure out how to put it on. A few minutes later, I was still studying it and trying not to think about what was about to happen when a knock came on the door. I retreated to the far side of the room where a screen stood and hid behind it, only leaving my head poking out from around the corner. Come in! The door opened and Anton entered. My breath caught. He looked incredible, his dark hair spilling over his collar, his green eyes perfectly accented by the elaborate gray ascot he wore. The vest was of the same gray pattern, and tucked into his pocket was a dusky purple flower I couldn't identify. For the barest of moments, I felt giddy that I was marrying this man. Given my track record, that I was getting married at all was a pretty big accomplishment. Then I realized something. It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding, I told him. It would be worse luck if I could not enjoy the wedding, he told me. Whatever he had planned, it sent a shiver up my spine. I lifted my chin and stared him down as he stalked across the room. He plucked the panties, garter belt, and stockings from the chair and held them out. Put these on, he told me. Ducking behind the screen, I hastily disrobed and did so. I'd never worn a garter belt before. It was oddly thrilling. Done, I said. The corset, come out and give it to me. My breasts were bare and my nipples tight, but I didn't cover them. I slipped from behind the screen and handed him the corset. His eyes devoured me, but that was all. Turn around, he instructed. I did so, and he lifted my arms and fitted the corset around me and laced it up. Pulling it so tight, I saw black spots. When he was done, I had a waist at least 4 inches smaller than it should have been. I stood straight, my breasts thrusting out to him. I saw his fingers twitch when I turned back, as though he sought to reach for me. Sit, he commanded. On shaking legs, I walked to the chair and sat. He withdrew something from his pocket and approached. It looked like a bullet, but larger, maybe an egg. Smooth and black, he held it between thumb and forefinger. The light of the setting sun gleamed on its surface. Do you know what this is? He asked me. I shook my head. He reached into his pocket again and took out something else. It looked like an iPod. He pressed a button. The little egg in his fingers began to buzz. It was a vibrator. My mouth went dry as he knelt in front of me. Gently he placed a hand on my chest, above my aching breasts, and pushed me back into the chair's generous cushions. I let him. My knees parted, and he tugged the waistband of my panties. Then, just as he was about to press the bullet into place, he paused. He looked up at me. In the light from the windows, his green eyes were illuminated and intense, no longer lost, but certain. "Felicia," he said, "I want you to listen to me very carefully." He took a deep breath, and when the words came out, they were clipped and slow and utterly clear. "You can say no." I knew there were such things as safe words, but so far I didn't think, during any of our encounters, I could have brought myself to say no once he touched me. The realization rocked me. I looked at the vibrator in his hand. Did he mean I could say no to it or to the wedding? Did I want to say no to either? He leaned down and caught my eye again. "Do you understand?" he asked. I swallowed and nodded. He hesitated for a moment, obviously waiting for me to tell him to fuck off. When I didn't, he gently placed the vibrator against my clit and replaced the lace panties. Anticipation hummed inside me, and I was already growing wet. "I thought you didn't want me to wear panties anymore," I said, inanely. The faint smile returned to his face at last. "Just this one last time," he said. "There is pleasure in taking them off." He helped me up, and then, with warm, gentle hands, he dressed me. There was nothing to be done for my hair, but he tucked a flower behind my ear, and then it was time. I waited out of sight as Anton stood at the little altar in a tiny chapel. Someone pressed a bouquet of the same gray-purple flowers into my hands, and then the wedding march began to play, and I walked down the aisle. About 3 steps into it, the vibrator buzzed to life. I faltered, teetering on the heels, but managed to right myself. Head held high, I approached the altar. Anton smiled at me, almost proud, and I couldn't help but smile back. The ceremony passed in a blur. With each response I gave, Anton ratcheted up the power, and the little egg nestled in my slick pussy lips revved higher and higher. The corset kept me from catching my breath. Stars danced across my eyes. "You may kiss the bride." I blinked. "What?" I wanted to say. "No, wait." Anton Waters turned to me, and the tiny bullet against my clit kicked into overdrive as he reached out and cradled my head in one large, warm palm. "Come for me," he whispered, and as his lips descended, I did. He swallowed my shrieks as we shared our first kiss before the officiant. His tongue thrust into my mouth possessively, and my pussy quivered and clenched as I came, melting into his arms. He held me up, kept me from falling, and my hips jerked and twisted of their own accord, arching into him. His erection pressed against my mound, and my orgasm intensified. My fingernails dug into his coat, and he swept his tongue against mine, our teeth clicking as I died a tiny death in his arms. At last he pulled away, and the look on his face was fierce, satisfied. "You are mine," he said. The vibrator between my legs subsided, and I relaxed. Then it ramped up again, carrying me through another wave as we walked back down the aisle, and my knees turned to water as I cried out. Embarrassment and ecstasy rubbed together, fast and quick, like fire-starting sticks. If it hadn't been for his strong arm around me, I would have collapsed to the floor. We signed the certificate. Each time I thought he was done torturing me, he slipped his hand in his pocket and sent me reeling and shaking again. I came as I signed my name, leaving a dark smudge over my middle initial. Then Anton Waters put his arm around my cinched waist and guided me into his waiting limo. He didn't even wait for it to pull away from the chapel before he was on me. Stitches ripped as he pushed me down against the seat, his fingers fumbling at the dress he had thought was so important. Anton, I said. You are mine, he told me again, and then I was under him. His weight pressed me into the soft limo seat, his hot mouth, his lips and tongue and teeth working my throat. I moaned, every nerve alight. I couldn't have said no even if I wanted to. Sadie had been right. I wasn't the sharpest marble in the bag, and now I was stuck. For better or for worse, I was his. Chapter 4. Bartered Desire. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Anton's hands were all over me, and the corset cinched around my waist made it impossible to draw air. I saw stars as he half removed, half ripped the wedding dress from my body, revealing my bared breasts and soaked panties. His hot mouth descended on my throat, his teeth sharp at my jugular. For a wild, oxygen-deprived moment, I wondered if I'd married a secret vampire, and he was now going to devour my virgin flesh. Except I wasn't a virgin. Well, except for my ass. And judging by the way his hands were massaging it, he was quite interested in ensuring that I didn't remain virginal there for very long. The thought landed in my brain like a meteor, sending shockwaves through me as he scraped his teeth against my collarbone, and then retreated until he was kneeling on the floor of the limo beside where I reclined on the seat. Reaching out, he gripped my chin in his hand, gently but with hidden steel behind it. Heated green eyes stared into mine. I'm going to fuck you now, he said, and you are going to scream. I licked my lips and nodded. There was really nothing for me to say. He already knew how to make me scream, and I wanted his cock snug inside my pussy so badly that I would have done anything for it. Turn over. Swallowing hard, I did so. Rough hands gripped my hips and slid me over the soft leather of the seat until I was kneeling next to him, bent over the cushions. The dress I'd worn, much worse for the wear, hung around my waist. I still wore my stockings and panties. The little bullet-shaped vibrator he'd used to drive me to orgasm during our wedding ceremony still snuggled against my clit, and the mile-high satin stilettos remained on my feet. I wanted to reach back and remove them, but I didn't dare move without his permission. I didn't want to give him any excuse not to fuck me. He ran a hand over my ass, as though judging a fine horse or a dog. It made me feel reduced, but also deliciously vulnerable. Anton Waters was going to fuck me, and there was nothing I could do about it except, perhaps, say no. And maybe not even then. The abdication of responsibility was almost freeing. Fingers moved my soaking panties aside, and the little vibrator fell to the floor of the limo with a thump. I found myself sad that it was gone. It had been good to me. Then Anton placed a thumb at the slick entrance of my pussy, and my whole body quivered with anticipation. You are so ready, he whispered. I'm glad. Then he placed his other thumb on the other side of my cunt and began to part my slick lips, exposing my tight, aching channel to his gaze. I swallowed and let my forehead fall to the seat, struggling to stay still as the limo picked up speed beneath me. His thumbs dipped farther inside, spreading me insistently, leaving a gaping emptiness inside me that I needed to fill. Slowly, he ran his thumbs over my inner walls, giving me pressure but not fulfillment. I bit my lip and tasted blood. Then his thumbs slid up and began to coat the tight entrance of my ass with the juices of my pussy. I wanted to cry. Just fuck me in the cunt, I wanted to scream, but I forced myself to be silent. If he knew how much I wanted it, he wouldn't. I knew that as surely as I knew my own name. As though reading my mind, Anton chuckled. Don't worry, dear, he said, his words a mockery of our relationship. I will not leave this sweet little cunt wanting any longer. I heard him moving behind me. A drawer opened and shut. Champagne? Now? God, if he didn't mount me in the next 5 seconds, it would be hard for me not to turn the tables on him again, the way I'd tackled him and sucked his cock dry in the dressing room back in New York. Then the memory of his face afterward, full of fear and loss, devastated and abandoned, rose up and ruthlessly quelled the impulse. No, I couldn't. I couldn't be responsible for that look. Not on his face. Not on anyone's face. Never again. Then something smooth and rounded was pressing against the tight hole of my ass, and thought fled. "What are you doing?" I groaned, lifting my head and trying to turn to see what he had in his hand. But before I could, he wound up and smacked my ass hard enough to make me cry out. "No peeking," he said, sounding amused. The swollen lips of my labia smarted with the impact, but when his soothing fingers returned to my pussy, the pleasure somehow felt even better. The object poised against my puckered entrance pushed forward, and I was surprised at how easily and eagerly I parted before it. Panting, I let it enter me. It was bigger than I'd thought, stretching me out, a long, aching scrape against tight inner walls. Wider and wider it went, and I gasped and forced myself to relax around it. All the while, Anton played with my pussy, tickling my clit, stroking my slippery folds. Stars spun across my vision as I tried to get enough air, but the corset held me fast, and all I could do was lie helplessly against the seat of the limo, my hands clenched into fists, my forehead plastered to the leather with my own sweat. Without warning, the thing in my ass suddenly seemed to slip past the tight ring of muscle, and my body closed around it. An anal plug, of course. It filled me up, even if it wasn't quite where I wanted to be filled, and I squirmed with need. Without even knowing it, my hands drifted down my body. My breasts lay heavy on the seat, my taut nipples rubbing over the leather and sending shivers down my arms. My fingers crept down over my stomach until I found my clit and began to massage it. I didn't get very far. Anton's heavy hand came down on my ass again, and I yelped. He clucked at me like a teacher scolding me. "Felicia, my bride, I said that I would fuck you. I will decide when you come." And he reached down and grabbed my wrists. Too aroused to protest, I let him wrench my arms behind me. Easily, he held me in the grip of one hand, but I wasn't inclined to fight him. The sound of the drawer opening came again, and I wondered, in the part of my head that wasn't starved for sex or air, what kind of kinky dungeon limo this was. Did this stuff come standard for bondage fetishists, or did Anton have it specially made? I felt the unmistakable caress of leather on my fingers, and I knew exactly what he was going to do. I'd seen it when I'd looked up some of the terms of his contract on the internet. I licked my lips and held my breath. Gently, he worked a long, thin leather sleeve over my hand, past my wrist, up my arm. Then he put another sleeve over my other hand. The material warmed with the heat of my own skin. When they had reached as far up my arm as they would go, he pulled my arms together and fastened them to each other with leather straps, securing them in place. I was now helplessly immobile. My pussy burned with need and arousal. Anton's hand slipped over the lips of my labia. "You're so wet for me," he said. "Do you really want me that much?" It seemed impossible that he could think otherwise. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I do." "Tell me." He seemed to love it when I talked dirty. "I want your cock in my cunt," I said. "I want you to fuck me until I can't walk." To my shock, he spanked me. Hard. "No," he said, and his hand smoothed over my ass again. My filled ass and empty cunt both quivered at his touch. "Tell me that you want me." "But how can I wondered. "I don't even know you." One finger entered my pussy and I clenched around it, whimpering, "Tell me, Felicia." I grappled for coherent thought as his finger slowly began to pump, in and out, in and out. "I want you, Anton," I said at last. "I want you. Please, don't." I couldn't think of what he might want me to say. "I want you to fuck me." A second finger entered me, and I collapsed completely against the seat. The limo went over a bump, and Anton reached out to steady me. Then I realized what he must be thinking. "I want you to catch me," I said. "I want you to hold me up and hold me down. I want to talk to you about dumb shit while you try to read your quarterly earnings report." He laughed, and I heard the surprise in his voice. "I want to learn what you like, what you want." "Yes," he said after a moment. "I'd like that too." And though he didn't say anything about learning what I wanted, he seemed to know that already. His fingers retreated, and I heard his clothes rustling, shifting, unzipping. Then the soft head of his cock was pressed against my slick folds, and I almost cried with happiness as he slowly, inexorably pushed forward. My body parted for him like it had never done for any other man. All his teasing, all the terrible, terrifying, mind-blowing orgasms he'd given me, all of them had prepared me for him like nothing else could have. I felt every millimeter of his cock as he filled me, each vein and ridge as he slid inside. "Anton," I panted, and then he was fully seated in me. I felt him from the inside out. His flesh burned inside me, and I wanted nothing more than for him to ride me until I couldn't walk, make me come until I couldn't even feel anymore. The hem of his shirt brushed against my ass, and I felt the fine fabric of his tuxedo pants grazing my thighs. His balls tickled my clit as he gave his hips an experimental rotation, grinding against me, and I moaned and shuddered. "You are very beautiful, Felicia," he said. "I am glad you married me." Then he started to fuck me. It was torture, sweet, delicious torture, but torture all the same. His cock filled my pussy and the plug filled my ass, but the way he moved was so slow, so lazy and unhurried that I wanted to scream in frustration. And I would have, too, if it hadn't been for the fact that he angled his cock downwards, and with each thrust he rubbed over something inside me that set me alight, something I had never felt before. With every long, drawn-out push of his cock, he speared it, and each push sent stars pinwheeling across my field of vision. Sweat broke out all over my body. My toes curled. Something opened inside me, falling to pieces with every nudge of his hips. I saw nothing but stars. I heard nothing but my own cries and Anton's ragged panting behind me. My arms and shoulders ached. My knees rubbed raw against the floor as he fucked me. Every time he pressed into me, he sent me one step further toward the edge. I could feel the great howling void just a few steps beyond my reach, and fear scrabbled at the back of my brain. If he pushed me over, I would fall. I would disappear, swallowed up by it. I would cease to exist. And yet, I wanted it. "Please," I begged him, begged the universe. "Please, I'm going to..." He leaned over me. His hard chest and firm abs pressed against my bound arms, twisting them into an even more painful position, but all that did was make the pleasure of his erection moving inside me even more acute. His arms came around me, his hands grasping my shoulders. Gently he began to massage the muscles there, and kisses fell on my back, soft and caressing. "Felicia," he said softly, "you are going to come." I didn't want to. I can't say why, but it seemed to me in that moment that if I fell from the cliff in front of me and coming closer with every thrust, that I would change forever, become another person. Pleasure loomed, threatening to transform me, but all I could say was, "Please." One hand left my shoulder and moved down my back, dragging a shudder of need in its wake. In my ass, I felt the pressure of the plug he placed in me increase as he pressed on the base, moving it inside me. I couldn't take it. Moaning, I squirmed. I felt like my whole body existed only to squeeze down on his cock. I flexed my inner muscles as he pressed against the base of the plug, letting it slide over my inner walls. I knew he could feel it from the other side. I could feel his cock and the plug reaching for each other as his thrusting picked up pace. My forehead, slippery with sweat, slid easily over the leather seat. My arms were on fire. My pussy filled, tightened. "Fuck me," I muttered, and I couldn't tell if it was a command or a curse. "Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me." His other hand dipped between my legs and found my clit. "You are going to come for me," he whispered fiercely, and I heard need and desire and something else in his voice, but I was too far gone to understand what it was. "You are going to come for me in 5 thrusts." His thumb and forefinger went around my clit, and I shivered and writhed as he pinched me. I wanted to cry. I wanted to die, and all the while his cock pumped me, plundered me, turned me inside out. "1," he said, and thrust. I felt it in my curling toes. His fingers on my clit began to pump, moving the loose skin over it as though he were stroking me off. He withdrew. 2. He thrust again. I felt it in my arching back. He slicked my clit with my juices, then flicked the tiny, exposed nub. I shrieked. He withdrew. 3. Another thrust. I felt it in my laboring lungs. His fingers circled my clit. He pressed the plug into my ass. I couldn't breathe. He withdrew. 4. He thrust so deeply I thought I could taste him. My clit was on fire, a slippery, aching point. My pussy quivered around his cock. I shut my eyes, and the emptiness in front of me loomed, just beyond my reach. 5, he whispered, and his cock shoved me over the edge with one last push. My throat closed around a scream as every muscle in my body contracted. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from it, and I was falling, coming, so hard and so violently it was pain. Pain and release. My pussy clenched around his cock as I bucked wildly beneath him, forced to feel a terrifying pleasure from which there could be no fleeing. "Yes," he hissed, his voice fierce, and in my throes he came, shooting his load in hot, sticky spurts inside me as his hips twisted and twitched, out of control. Then he bent and covered my body with his, and we both cried out with the force of our pleasure. His hands crushed me against him until, after an eternity, the raging storm seemed to pass over us, leaving us exhausted and marooned, trying to catch our breath. After a while, I couldn't say how long, he slipped out of me, his erection softening. Cum dripped out of my pussy and down my leg, and I groaned as he slid the anal plug from my ass. Then he undid the bonds holding my arms, his touch almost tender, and I let the sleeves fall from my arms. Cool air hit my skin, and I breathed a sigh of relief as, at last, I let myself slide down and sit on the floor of the limo. The vibrations coming up from the road were almost too much for my hypersensitive flesh, but I found that if I rolled to one side, letting my hip rest on the floor, that I could endure it without too much danger of coming again, though the corset bit into my waist and made it even harder to breathe. My body was exhausted. My brain was numb. Distantly, I wondered how I was going to get out of the limo, considering my state of dishabille and the fact that I didn't think I had any other clothes with me. Maybe someone had kindly packed up the clothes I'd left folded in the dressing room? Sure, why not? I'd go with that and hope it was true, because though the thought of stepping out of Anton Waters' limo in a ripped wedding dress was arousing, I'd almost had enough arousal for one day. Without warning, the pressure around my ribcage eased, and I looked back, startled to see Anton kneeling behind me, undoing the corset. Oxygen rushed into my lungs, and it was such a relief I wanted to cry. Strong arms snaked around me and lifted me up, placing me gently on the seat. I could barely stay awake, let alone haughtily tell him I was a big girl and could get up all by myself. Thank you. My body was no longer under my control. My limbs were noodles, and I could only passively observe what was happening to me, as though I had been drugged. Perhaps I had. By sex. Maybe Anton had a cock that squirted heroin. A magical cock. I was feeling a bit delirious by now, so I barely registered when Anton sat down next to me, then pulled me against him in a comforting embrace. Reaching up, he began to run his fingers through my hair, and I shivered. My skin was bare, and my pussy was leaking his cum all over the seat and the dress still hanging around my waist in tatters. I suddenly felt cold and snuggled into him. His fingers paused in their slow stroking, then started again. He rubbed his other hand over my arms, then gently placed me back on the seat. I protested feebly at his withdrawal. "Don't worry," he said, and his shaking voice was like sandpaper over raw nerves. It made me squirm, and it wasn't all pleasant. He must have seen how I was feeling because he didn't say anything more, simply reached behind him and opened the door I had heard him open while we fucked. The sound triggered a strange sensation in me, and I inhaled sharply, not knowing what to do with this new information. Swallowing, I tried to focus on him. Piercing green eyes studied me, gauging my reactions. I saw there was a hidden panel behind the limo's front seat where he had stored all his toys. Reaching in, he pulled out a blanket and what appeared to be a candy bar. I didn't even want to know what horrible orifices he was thinking of putting that candy bar in. As it turned out, he was only concerned with putting it into my mouth. After swaddling me in the blanket, a luxurious, warm, fuzzy thing that almost swallowed me whole, he unwrapped the candy bar and broke off a piece. Gently, he coaxed my mouth open and placed the piece on my tongue with trembling fingers, like a sinful sacrament. Then he closed my jaw and resumed his seat beside me, his arms falling around me and pulling me close. He planted a soft kiss on my hair. We stayed like that for a while, Anton feeding me chocolate and occasionally kissing the top of my head, and me floating in a strange, indefinable state that I'd never felt before. Finally, the limo slowed, then jerked to a stop, and I roused myself enough to look out the window. We were in an underground parking garage. There was no natural light, and that was fine with me. I didn't want anyone to see what I must look like. "How are you feeling, Felicia?" His warm voice startled me, but this time it didn't hurt. For a moment I pondered the question, probing my brain and finding it, surprisingly, intact. I think I'm okay," I said, turning to him. "That was, really intense." He smiled at me, though it was hollow and strange and didn't quite reach his eyes, and I had the strangest sensation of falling, as though I were seeing an entirely different Anton Waters than the one I knew. Admittedly, I didn't really know him, but it was a startling experience. It only lasted for a moment, though, because I looked away. "You entered a place we like to call subspace," he told me, and I realized his voice was still shaking, as though he were nervous. I gave him a sidelong glance and tried to assess his mental state, but I didn't know him well enough to read him. "Who calls it that?" I asked him. He shrugged. "The BDSM community," he replied. His voice was stronger now, more sure. "I am surprised it happened." I had read about the toys he wanted to use. Hell, they were meticulously detailed in our prenuptial agreement. But I hadn't read about anything that sounded like subspace. "What's that?" He shrugged. "It is simply a state of incoherence and abandon." His brow furrowed. "You were able to lose yourself." Yeah, that felt about right. Next to me, Anton stood up. Thankfully, I was able to stay relatively upright and snuggled further into the blanket. As it turned out, someone had packaged up my old clothes for me, and Anton retrieved them and helped me put them on, though it was probably like threading a spaghetti noodle through the eye of a needle for the most part. Then we got out of the limo together and walked, me with shaking legs and him mostly holding me up, to a private elevator. I leaned on him as we ascended, and when the elevator doors dinged, I was about ready to go to sleep on my feet. Anton half carried me through the sumptuously appointed penthouse suite, which was nice enough that I was actually able to notice it as I stumbled through it on my way to bed. Gold and cream covered every surface, and floor-to-ceiling windows looked out onto the strip, drenched in the syrupy golden light of the setting desert sun. Then we were in the bedroom, and Anton was undressing me with warm, tender hands, and I could only let him, the soft pleasure of his touch radiating out over my fatigued body. When at last I was completely nude, he laid me down in the bed and coaxed me to drink a few sips of water before I let myself sink into the pillow, which was soft and white as a cloud. Less damp, though. The last thing I remembered was Anton slipping a blanket that radiated warmth under the covers with me and smoothing the hair back from my forehead. Then I was asleep. At precisely midnight, I snapped awake. My whole body hummed with energy, though my brain was a little behind the times. I had to force myself to survey the room and remember where I was. In Vegas, I thought. In Anton Waters' private suite, and you're married to him. Congratulations. Licking my lips, I sat up, and the soft comforter fell away from me. Beside me, a body shifted, and I started. Looking down, I was barely able to make out Anton's form in the dark. He was bare-chested and fast asleep, and though I sort of wanted to study that incredible physique a little longer, what I really wanted to do was take a piss. Yeah, I know. Romantic, right? Great wedding night. Slipping out of the bed, I tiptoed quickly across the floor. My eyes were adjusting quickly to the light, and I managed to find the door that led out of the room and into the living area. It wasn't quite as impressive in the dark, but the view of the strip was better. Lights twinkled and danced outside the window, and I had to repress the urge to go stare at them. I had to find a bathroom, fast. I winched my legs in and danced around the room, my eyes darting this way and that, trying to find a door that might maybe have led to a bathroom. My only comfort was that if I did pee all over Anton's floor, at least it was marble and easily cleaned up. I'd have been in real trouble if it was carpeted. At last I found a door next to the kitchen and wrenched it open, thanking the heavens when it revealed a lovely little half bath. I dove inside and sat down. As the relief of finally being able to, relieve myself washed over me, I found less worldly concerns begin to rise up and come to the fore, such as, what now? I was now married to Anton Waters. I was now his wife, and I still didn't really know anything about him, except that he had a seemingly magical cock that could make me do anything he wanted. That was not a good thought to have. Reaching down, I wiped myself and felt the residue of our fuck session in the limo. Yuck. I needed a shower, a hot shower, and I needed to talk to someone. I flushed, washed my hands, and exited the bathroom. In the light of the strip, the suite was illuminated, if not as bright as day, then at least to the brightness of a full moon. Squinting, I poked my way around, hoping against hope that someone had given me more than 3 seconds thought and brought my purse up. At last I spotted it on the kitchen counter, snugged into a corner and looking very out of place on the fine granite. Digging inside it, I sighed with relief when I found my phone. I flipped it on and found it still had quite a bit of battery left. I hightailed it back to the half bath, shut the door, and called Sadie. She picked up on the 3rd ring. "Hey, girl," she drawled. "How'd dress shopping go?" "I'm married," I blurted. She didn't answer for a moment. Then, "What?" "I'm married," I repeated. "What?" "Married, Sadie, married." fucking heard you the first time, she snapped. What I want to know is, what? And, like, how? I don't know, I snapped back. It's all kind of a blur. Jesus fuck, Lise. When I said you needed to get married in the next 24 hours before I drunk blabbed it, I didn't fucking mean it. Well, it wasn't my idea, I said, and I briefly outlined the sequence of events that had led to a sudden elopement in Vegas. So what you're saying is you gave him a blowjob so amazing that he had to marry you right then and there? Sadie asked when I was done. No. Memories of Anton's traumatized face flashed across my mind, and I shuddered. No, nothing like that. It was like a spur-of-the-moment thing, I guess. I guess, she said. You didn't tell me you were sleeping with him already. I'm not, I said. I mean, I wasn't. I don't know. All I know is that he is super hot, and we were kind of all over each other since the first day we met. But we didn't do, like, the deed until after we were married. She started to laugh. You waited to have sex until you were married, she howled at me. Oh my God, that's rich. Shut up, it wasn't my choice, I said. I'd have fucked him 5 minutes after meeting him if he'd let me. And we've done other things. You didn't tell me that before. It didn't seem important. You really are a ditz, Sadie said. Of course it's important, he's really into you. You don't think that's a big deal somehow? Like, I don't know, it might have an impact on your marriage? Okay, truthfully, I hadn't really thought it out that far, and it hadn't seemed like the sort of thing you needed for a stable marriage. Huge libidos, I had always thought, seemed like they were less likely to make a marriage work. Just look at my parents. I don't know if he's into me or just wants a wife, I said. I thought you were going to talk to him about that or something. I don't remember. Shit. I heard her sigh over the line. You don't remember a lot. What, does his semen contain some kind of mind-altering drug? I hesitated. Maybe, I said. Jesus. What time is it there? Only midnight. You'd better go wake him up, she said. You need to ask him why he wanted a wife in the first place. But what if he drugs me with his cock again? I asked nastily. Then bottle that shit up and sell it, she said, and hung up. Sadie liked to hang up at dramatic points in conversations. She said it kept her life more like a Hollywood drama and less like a seedy, unfinished biopic. I said it was really fucking annoying, but what did I know? I was a ditz. I shut my phone off and sat on the toilet seat for a moment, trying to gather my thoughts. When that didn't work, I resolved to have a shower. Showers always helped me think. Also, I was extra gross. But when I tiptoed back into our bedroom, I found myself slowing down and trying to decide what to do. If I took a shower in the bathroom that had to be around here somewhere, he was probably going to wake up and want to fuck me. And for the first time, I found myself not wanting that. The experience we shared in the limo was still too new, too raw and at the surface. I just wanted to take a shower and go back to sleep. So what turned men off from sex? I smiled. Talking. I scrambled into bed next to Anton and gave him a hard poke in the side. He woke almost instantly, inhaling sharply and twitching out of sleep so violently that I almost felt bad for him. Almost. In the dim light, he turned and blinked at me. Felicia, he said. What's wrong? Why did you want a wife? I said. He blinked again. What? He asked. I'm curious. I want to know why you wanted to marry someone you didn't even know. Sagging back into his pillow, Anton rubbed a hand over his face. Felicia, he said. I knew that tone of voice. The worst tone. Nuh-uh, I told him. You said you would listen to whatever I had to say. Yes, but I never promised to answer your questions. Fuck. He was right. And there was nothing I could do about that, was there? Fuck you, I said. Eat a bag of dicks. I'm going to take a shower. I barely heard him say, clearly amused, how big of a bag? Because I'd finally spotted the bathroom over his shoulder on the other side of the bed. I scrambled out and stalked to it, not caring that I was naked. It was too dark to see much. I opened the door, switched on the light, and let the door slam behind me, just so he knew he was dealing with a mature and measured person. The bathroom was just as ridiculous as the rest of the suite. Shaded lamps on the walls softly illuminated granite countertops and marble flooring. A huge tub sat next to the vanities, and an enormous glass shower stall that was probably the biggest pain in the ass to clean dominated one corner of the room. I made a beeline for it and turned the water on, making sure it was steaming hot before I stepped inside. The jet of water hit my skin and I felt myself finally relaxing. Not relaxing as I had after the orgasm Anton had given me in the limo. That had been, looking back, an almost frightening experience, but as though I were finally centering. I reached out and grabbed the soap, and the scent of spearmint and rosemary tickled my nose. Gratefully, I began to scrub myself down, letting the hot water soothe my tense and aching muscles. The sound of the door opening made me tense up again. "Damn it," I said, turning and glaring at Anton through the glass doors. "Can't I just have a shower in peace?" He looked amused as he began to disrobe, a short task since he was only wearing a pair of silken boxers. "I thought you wanted to know why I wanted a wife," he said. I scowled at him and stuck my head under the shower spray. "I do," I told him. "Are you going to tell me?" He didn't reply, simply opened the shower stall and stepped in. Of course. What a dick. My haughty ire probably would have had more impact if I'd been able to keep myself from snatching a peek at his naked body. Yeah, I thought as I tried to keep my glance cursory, and what a dick it is. I won't lie, Anton Waters had a very nice cock, and I kind of hated him for it. Even flaccid, it looked thick and meaty, just the kind of cock you'd want to play with and coax into standing at attention. Even for the few seconds I stared at it, it twitched at me. Okay, maybe I stared at it for more than a few seconds. Can you blame me? With a I turned away and started to lather my skin. In Vegas, it was still warm, and I was coated in a lovely layer of slimy residue from sweating before and during and after the wedding. Turning the entire force of my attention to the task, I rubbed vigorously and tried to ignore Anton, which proved to be hard to do when he reached out and pried the soap from my fingers. "Ass," I told him. I whirled around and stared him straight in the eye. "I was using that." He smiled at me, that faint smile again, but this time I thought I detected a hint of teasing behind it. "Why do it yourself when it's so much fun for someone else to do it for you?" he replied, and began to soap me up. I didn't stop him. I liked his hands too much, and besides, I was tired, and his hands were nice. Gently he lathered his hands and began to run them over my body. Even if I hadn't been crazily addicted to the way he fucked me, I would have appreciated the gentle massage he gave. His fingers seemed to know exactly where to go and what to do when they got there. Slowly, gently, he smoothed soapy circles over my skin, digging his fingertips into the fleshy parts of my muscles that he ran across, letting them grind together, then relax under his touch. First he traveled down my arms, then up my stomach. Unwanted warmth gathered in my core, but I studiously ignored it, forcing myself to breathe deeply and slowly as he worked his way up, skirting my breasts. His palms cupped my shoulders, and he watched me intently. "I could eat you up," he said, his voice low and husky. I knew he could. He would swallow me alive if I let him. And the frightening thing was that a part of me did want him to consume me. I just wanted to fall into him and let him carry me. Let him screw me into incoherence, and then I wouldn't have to think anymore. I could just be. But what would I be afterward? And what would he make me into when I could no longer resist? "Why did you want a wife?" I asked him. My voice was loud and flat in the shower stall. The sound of the falling water deafened me. "It seems like you could just marry anyone you wanted." "Of course I could," he said. He seemed utterly fascinated by the way the water ran over my breasts. His big warm palms slipped from my shoulders and migrated over my back while I tried not to melt. It was simply cleaner this way. Cleaner? He moved in, the heat of his body rolling from his skin. Marriage is a legal contract, he said. I wanted a woman who would enter into it as such with me. I don't require love, simply a companion. It seemed unfair to ask someone who wanted to fall in love to fulfill the role. That brought me up short, planting a wiggle of worry in my stomach. I did want to fall in love, just not necessarily with him. But why? I asked. Why do you want a companion? You could find someone who was already into this stuff without all the song and dance, couldn't you? I could tell I was pushing against some sort of barrier, one that he kept erected for a reason, but that I couldn't help but scratch at, like a barely healed wound. His eyes hardened. That is none of your business, he said, and I quaked as the touch of his hands grew rougher. He reached down to my hip and grabbed a handful of flesh there, squeezing until I winced. Then he smacked me, lightly, and I felt the impact reverberate up my body, traveling up my torso to my breasts. They jiggled under his burning gaze. Let's make a deal, I said. I do things for you, and you talk to me. Things, he said. What sort of things? Geez, how the hell did I know? He was the experienced freak here. I was merely a freak in training. Use your imagination, I hazarded. His mouth quirked. I can already persuade you to do whatever I want sexually. Then maybe I could persuade you instead. He tilted his head, and wet, dark locks fell against his forehead. Interesting, he said. You want to try to turn the tables, switch me from dom to sub? I shrugged. How about this? If you don't reduce me to an incoherent mess of sloppy orgasms, I get to ask you whatever I want, and you have to answer me. Truthfully. What's in it for me? I smiled at him. Someone to listen to you, I told him. And a happy wife. I've heard that's very important. Anton chuckled at that. Then he pulled me to him, and his mouth descended on mine. Desire rose up in me, an inferno that I couldn't tamp down, no matter how I tried. It spread like wildfire over me, sweeping away my determination. My skin slipped and slid on his. Our thighs, our chests, our arms and legs and cock and mound, all were smashed together in the hot, soapy steam. His kiss lifted me up as he nipped at my lips with his teeth, but somehow I found the strength to resist him. My pussy and ass were still aching from our earlier encounter, and I was tired. He drew back and looked down at me. Already attempting to bargain with me? He asked. Beneath his words, I heard a knife balanced on edge, and I hastened to assure him this was not the case. Not at all, I said as he ran his hands down my sides. Somehow I was on my tiptoes, my arms around his neck. How did these things keep happening? I'm just... His hands squeezed my backside, and I gasped, stumbling into him. His hardening erection slid against my abdomen. I still want to fuck your ass, he said conversationally. Yes, I said. I think I want that too. Then turn around. It took all my strength, but I managed it. No. He stilled. What did you say? You said I could say no, I told him. So, no. He seemed to think about this. I did say that. What would you like to do instead? I sighed and let my forehead fall against his shoulder. Sleep. I could feel the confusion radiating from him. Sleep, he said, as though it were a foreign word he'd never heard before. You mean sleep? Sleep? Yeah, I'd like to get out, dry off, get in bed, and fall unconscious. He didn't say anything for a moment. I don't suppose you'd let me fuck you while you're asleep, would you? He said. Indignant, I drew back, ready to give him a piece of my mind, and he laughed. Relax, Felicia. I would never. That's goddamn right. Which reminds me, shouldn't I have a safe word or something? His mouth twisted. Yes, you should, he said. Especially given how you responded to me this afternoon. I've been very irresponsible not to give you one. I raised my eyebrows, waiting for him to bestow upon me the word that would keep me safe from whatever horrors he wanted to visit upon me. He smiled. How about Jonathan? I made a face. My dad's name? Ew. Ew, ew, ew. No, that's gross. I gave him a little shove as he laughed at me again. You are gross, Anton Waters. I never claimed otherwise, he told me. Fine, you pick. I chewed my lip and absently drew away from him, letting the water cascade over me and wash the soap away. How about Trixie? This time it was Anton's turn to make a face. Trixie, he said. What kind of name is that? My first dog's name, I said defensively. Well, it'll definitely stop me in my tracks, he said. Very well, Trixie, it is. Good, I said, washed the last of the soap from my body, then pushed past him and got out. Where are you going? He wanted to know. To sleep, I told him, grabbing a towel and exiting the bathroom. I was already snuggled in bed and half dreaming when he slid under the covers with me. He reached out and pulled me to him. I didn't resist. Laying my cheek on his bare shoulder, I reveled in the warmth we shared and kept my eyes firmly shut. I wouldn't be tempted by the hard thighs pressed against mine. Not at all. I have to return to New York tomorrow, he said after a moment. I canceled meetings left and right to come here. I said. Meetings. Boring. We'll need to make living arrangements, he continued, and I heard an edge come into his voice, a bit of a strain. I meant to discuss them with you before we wed, but... He trailed off. I was beginning to suspect that he was feeling a little embarrassed about his hasty decision to marry me without any kind of notice to anyone, let alone me. His need to control everything around him was a weakness, and I knew I could use it to find the answers I sought. Anton cleared his throat. Anyway, my schedule is packed tomorrow afternoon. I've arranged for an assistant to help you organize your things and plan out the next few weeks while we settle in. I saw an opening. I actually have an assistant, I said. You do? He sounded amused. Yes, and by assistant I mean a friend who needs a job. He was quiet. Very well, I will give the job to your friend. Conditionally, based on performance. Oh, that would go over well with Sadie. Done, I said. Hey, she needed rent. He continued, and we'll talk about the honeymoon this weekend. My ears perked up at that. Honeymoon, I said. Where? He ran his fingers through my hair, an affectionate gesture. I yawned. Anywhere you like, he said. He was starting to sound far away. And I think we should still go shopping for your wedding boudoir. Boudoir, I mumbled. Yes, you'll need toys and things that are all your own. A fetish and sex toy shopping spree all for me. How romantic. Well, I said, I already liked that butt plug you used. We can keep that. There, that's one thing off the list. You like it? Anton said, and he sounded far away to my foggy brain. We will keep it. Consider it one of my wedding presents to you. Who the fuck gives a butt plug to the wife they barely even know as a wedding present? I wanted to ask him, but I was too tired. Besides, I already knew the answer. Anton Waters did. Anton Waters did a lot of strange things, and I wanted to know why. But for now, I needed to sleep, so I drifted off, nestled against Anton's chest, listening to the beat of his heart. I slept like a baby. Chapter 5. Bartered Submission. So it turns out that when you get secretly married to one of the richest guys on the planet, it doesn't stay a secret for long. I slept on the plane back to New York while Anton worked. His desire to bone until we both ended up in the emergency room with third-degree burns on our genitals seemed to be doused in the cold light of 150 urgent emails dinging on his phone the next morning. We'd grabbed only coffee and pastries for breakfast in Anton's haste to get back to work. By the time the plane touched down, the news was spreading, and I knew it was only a matter of time before it reached people I knew, if it hadn't already. Sadie had a really big mouth. "Keep your head down," Anton advised, as we ducked into his town car. "What?" I said, looking around. "Why?" Anton gave an exasperated sigh. "Because," he said patiently, as though explaining something to a very small child or a particularly dim hamster, "there's paparazzi everywhere, and you just gave them a great shot of your face. Congratulations." "What? Shit!" I was not at my chipper best. Slingshotting to Nevada and back had made me crazy jet-lagged, and I wasn't even sure what time it was. All I knew is that I wanted a fish fillet and a Dr. Pepper the size of my arm, and my chances of getting one were vanishing with every merry ding of Anton's phone. I let my hair fall over my cheeks as the driver, sadly not Zachary, shut my door, and breathed a sigh of relief when I realized the windows were tinted to hell and back. "It's inevitable that we will be uncovered," Anton said as he scrolled through yet another email. "But you may perhaps wish to do so on your own terms." He gave me an almost teasing look from the corner of his eye. "Makeup, perhaps. And you might want to have your hair done." Distressed, I patted my face and hair, but to my surprise, Anton reached out and grabbed my hand. "You look lovely, Felicia," he said before releasing me. "Don't worry about it too much." "Easy for you to say," I snapped at him. "Not all of us were born into this world with perfect looks." His brows twitched. "You think I look perfect?" "Oh, geez. Don't be a girl," I said. "You practically rolled out of bed and into your clothes this morning, and you look like you could be on GQ." "I have been on GQ, and there's nothing wrong with being a girl." "Yes, I know, but if they were daily, they'd just show up at your door every morning and take a photo." Anton tilted his head, and I saw that faint smile on his face suddenly bloom into, dare I say, almost a full-blown grin. "No teeth yet. I'd get there someday." "Thank you, Felicia," he said. We stared at each other for a long moment until the air between us crackled and sizzled. He broke contact first and shifted in his seat, as though he had suddenly become uncomfortable. "At any rate," he said, far more brusquely than usual, "we need to talk about living arrangements." "What?" I said. "Oh, right. Shouldn't I just come live with you?" Crap, I didn't know where he lived, or what his house looked like. What if it was one of those really spare modern places with chairs you couldn't sit in? Did it have a sex dungeon? It had to have a sex dungeon. If it didn't have a sex dungeon, I was going to have to question everything I knew about Anton Waters, which still wasn't much. But every minute I spent with him taught me more. His phone rang. Checking the screen, he cursed under his breath. "Sorry, Felicia, I have to take this." "Sure," I said, and pretended to inspect my nails as I observed him from the corner of my eye. "Waters," he said into the phone. "Yes. Yes. No, that's not going to work." I listened as the person on the other line burbled for a while. Anton sat with the phone to his ear and smiled that faint smile. He was like a Buddha, a business Buddha. Eventually, the person on the other end of the line realized he was talking to a brick wall and trailed off. Anton waited. He'd used this very same tactic with me, and it was incredibly effective. After a moment, the voice burbled again, this time sounding very contrite. "Yes, thank you," Anton told them, and hung up, then dialed a new number. Arthur, I need to speak to Don Schmidt as soon as I get into the office. Yes, clear that appointment. The whole time he spoke in a slow, calm manner, his voice almost soothing, unless I suppose you had fucked up in some way. Then it probably sounded like a bomb about to go off. Unpredictable, and yet I'd never heard him yell, and he'd only become closed off and angry once or twice with me in private. He had incredible control. I'd observed last night that his need for control was consuming and could be a weakness. Say what you like about my father, but he tried to teach me, between rounds at the golf course when he forced me to be his caddy, about the business world. Some of it had sunk in, despite my best efforts, and I found myself falling back on them now, trying to decipher the enigma Anton presented. Before our ill-fated shopping trip, I'd read up on him on the internet. Anton Waters, no known family, though he had said that his parents died in a car crash when he was young in several interviews. He got his start in real estate, flipping properties like pancakes as the bubble swelled. Money flowed from his real estate ventures into finance and manufacturing, and he was known throughout the business world as a man who made no attachments. He held no trust in others, and others held no trust in him. His only hobby, apparently, was cooking. And crazy sex. Couldn't forget that part. Anton hung up and turned to me. Where were we? Oh, yes, living arrangements. Am I not coming to live with you? I asked. Do you want to? His green eyes bored into mine, intense in the dim light inside the car. Outside, the sky was gray with late autumn clouds, and everything was gloomy. Strange how his eyes burned so brightly, even in this light. I don't know, I said. I don't even know where you live. I have a mansion on Central Park West, he said. Of course you do. He smiled faintly at that. But if you would like to live separately for a while, I have no problems with that, as long as we are together for the agreed-upon number of nights as stipulated in our prenup. I put a hand to my forehead and began to rub little circles over my nose. How many was that again? I asked. Per week? 3, he said, or 10 days in a row per month, open to negotiation, of course. Of course. Anton was a very particular man, but for a guy who was famed for no attachments, he had attached himself to me in a very big way, without even knowing me. I think I'll move in with you, I said, but I need a place to sculpt. His eyes widened a bit at my answer. Perhaps our first encounter, when I barged into his office and demanded to know who the hell he thought he was, trying to arrange a marriage with me, had left a more lasting impression on him than my current, slightly softer feelings. Nevertheless, he recovered quickly. Of course, he said. Would you like to keep your apartment as your studio, or something closer to home? Studio in Manhattan or studio anywhere else in the world? Gee, what a dilemma. I opened my mouth to tell him to move my shit to an expensive little corner apartment in one of the arty districts, but then I shut my mouth again. My apartment was mine. Did I really want to leave it behind just because I was technically moving up in the world? I'll keep my apartment, I said after a moment. I like it there. He nodded. Very well. You can pack up your personal effects if you wish, or I can arrange to have that done for you. How fast can it be done? By tonight, if you like. I like to keep it real, but not that real. If I didn't have to wrap up my shitty mismatched glasses personally, then I'm not going to. Yeah, have someone move that stuff, I told him. Anyway, what's on the agenda for today? A vague look of regret passed over his face. I'll be in meetings and at work all today, but I will be home in time to take you out to dinner tonight. In the meantime, why don't you take the time to get acquainted with your new home and perhaps call your new personal assistant? Personal assistant? Oh, right, Sadie. She is going to Plots. Great, coffee with girlfriend, dinner with, I trailed off. You, I finished awkwardly. The shutters behind his eyes closed, and I sighed inwardly. Good going. Husband, he supplied. Husband, I said. Sorry, it's all a bit sudden and a little weird. To my surprise, he rubbed a finger against his temple, and his shoulders relaxed. I hadn't even noticed them tensing. You are right, he said. This is very sudden for you. I'm sorry. I could only nod as the car slowed down, and then we were at Anton's house. Jesus shit, Sadie said when I opened the door later that day, and I have to say I agreed with her assessment. Anton had dropped me off at the house, telling me to explore to my heart's content, then given me a quick kiss on the cheek and jetted off to work, leaving me with a battered suitcase and an overwhelming desire for some McDonald's. I called Sadie immediately and told her where to meet me, with a fillet of fish, and set about exploring. And holy shit. A mansion on Central Park West. Even in my father's wildest dreams, he couldn't have afforded this place. 5 floors and a basement. That's all I can really say about it. Huge. Wood floors, stained glass, a garden, a terrace, and high on the 5th floor, the master bedroom underneath a skylight. Painted white, lined with bookshelves, and filled with light, even on this cloudy day. It was sick. Just sick. I loved it. This is just sick, Sadie said. I love it. That's what I thought, I told her. But that's not the best part. Anton wants me to have a personal assistant, and I told him I already had one. She cocked an eyebrow. You do? And I'm the sick one? You dummy! Sadie failed to faint at my feet in gratitude. What if I don't want to be your personal assistant? She said. What do I look like, the help? I rolled my eyes and pulled her to the back of the ground floor where the kitchen and breakfast nook stood, looking out onto the garden. Don't you get it? I said. This is free money. You get hired, we spend the day hanging out together. You get paid and don't report back to Anton any of the suspect stuff I do, and we all go home happy. What suspect stuff? Like figuring out what makes him tick, I told her. Here, have some coffee. It took me like 15 minutes to figure out how to use Anton's crazy coffee maker, so you'd better drink some. Sadie pulled away. Felicia, she said, which she never says unless she is trying to be serious with me. What is with you calling him Anton all of a sudden? And why would he want me to report back to him? I poured her some coffee and shoved it into her hands. He's got some control issues, and I think we're on a first-name basis now. You know, since we're married and all. Yeah, which reminds me, you might not want to go on the internet today. I blinked. What? I hadn't even thought to check my email yet. My phone was almost out of battery life, and I'd left my charger in my apartment, which was way out of reach now. I'd had to turn it on and write down Sadie's number and call her from the landline. Landline, how quaint, in the living room. You're all over it. She sat down at the kitchen table, a gorgeous wrought iron and glass affair, and sipped her coffee. I stood in the middle of the kitchen and stared at her. What? I said again. Don't worry, she told me. I hacked into your Facebook account and made it private. And then I sent a really flattering photo of you to a couple of celebrity gossip blogs. My mind was blown. What? I said a third time. I mean, what? Sadie gave me an irritated look. Well, I didn't want anyone getting their hands on that photo of you where you're on the beach and wearing your wet swimsuit under your jeans and it looks like you've wet yourself. Yeah, I said slowly. And you don't think you'd be a good personal assistant. Why? I didn't say I wouldn't be a good one, she said. I'd be great, but I don't come cheap. I groaned. Anyway, I don't want to talk about the internet. That's probably a good thing. I bit my lip and sat down across from her. How bad is it? It's great, she told me. Just a bunch of celeb gossip sites talking about the marriage of the world's hottest, most eligible billionaire to some no-name girl. Men think you're hot, and women hate you. What about gay men? I think Perez Hilton likes your hair. I stared out at the garden from the faceted glass of the window. Well, that's something, right? You'd better look fabulous the next time you leave this house, Sadie told me. But other than that, yeah, that's not bad. I took a deep breath. Okay, right, not that bad. She took another sip of her coffee. Now, what's this about you trying to find out what makes him tick? She asked me. I thought you just wanted to marry him for his money. He won't tell me why he wanted an arranged marriage, I said. I mean, he kind of did, but it can't be the whole story. So why? He says it was the best way to get a companion. Sadie barked a laugh. He should get a dog. I nodded. He should get a dog. He likes dogs. I read that in one of his interviews. But you can't fuck a dog. Well, Sadie said. Ew. If we'd been back at my apartment, I would have thrown a pillow at her. Coffee or no coffee. But we were in Anton's immaculate house, and I didn't have a pillow. Don't be gross. I'm just saying. You said he had control issues. Sit. Down. Stay. Sounds like it'd be perfect for him. I shot her a glare. Don't ever tell anyone I said that. Relax. Sadie gave me a smirk. You pay me well for my silence and my expertise in the field of Felicia studies, which I will be charging extra for. I groaned. Fine, you better fucking bring that shit, because I have no idea what's going on here. She sniffed and took another sip of coffee. I think I do, she said. My attention was suddenly riveted on her. You do? I asked eagerly. Tell me. She put her coffee cup down. You are totally into this guy, she said. I sat back in my chair. I stared at her. Then I started to laugh. Sadie looked offended. What? She said. I'm right. No way, I told her, still laughing. He's just interesting. And hot. You like fucking him, don't you? That quieted me down. Well, yeah. Frightening glimpses into the bottomless abyss of the psyche aside, the sex was pretty hot. But that was all it was. Anton Waters wanted a wife for a reason, and he'd hung me over a barrel to get me to sign on. I hadn't really had a choice, all his protestations that I could say no notwithstanding, and it stuck in my throat. But he basically bought me. That's totally not what a good relationship is built on. A sudden pang of doubt struck me. Since when had I ever seen anyone in my life have a good relationship? Right? Sadie shook her head at me. Waters isn't the only person around here with control issues, she told me. You want to figure out some way to get back at him for forcing you into marriage. Duh, I said. But why? She wanted to know. I didn't really have an answer for her. I guess I trailed off. Maybe because my mom spent so much of her life getting shafted in a bad marriage to a rich asshole who didn't really love her. I didn't want to end up like her, but now I'm just like her. Heaving a sigh, Sadie shotgunned the last of her coffee. You really need to get over your parents, Lise. Your mom could leave any time she wanted to. She's a big girl. She makes her own choices, and so do you. She shook her head again. After your mom is all better, you can cut ties with Waters and never have to see him again if you don't want to. I don't want to, I said. Of course I don't. Do I? I bit my lip and thought of the incredible sex we'd had in the limo, mere minutes after tying the knot. I thought of Anton's face in the dressing room after I'd surprised him and turned the tables, sucking his cock and leaving him with that lost, abandoned look. There was more to him, and I wanted to know what it was because, oh my God, did I really want to get to know him better? Not just to have something to hold over his head? Why did I want to have something to hold over his head anyway? Were we in some kind of competition? To blackmail him when I was done with him? To get money? To what? I resented him for making me marry him, didn't I? I hated that rich shithead, that arrogant jerk who was in cahoots with my jackass father, the guy who thought he could buy me, the kind of guy who thought everything in the world was for sale and his for the asking, right? The guy who said he'd listen to you, The guy who makes you come so hard you have an out-of-body experience. The vulnerable guy under all that calm Buddha bullshit. That's the guy you hate, right? I pressed my hands to my face and tried to think, but my thoughts were suddenly a jumble, confused and tangled. The front door burst open and I jumped halfway out of my skin. Shit! I leaped out of my chair and raced to the foyer just in time to see two burly, handsome men dragging my personal effects, far too shabby for this beautiful house, up the front steps. "What's this?" Sadie said from behind me. "My stuff," I told her. "I'm moving in." She snorted. "You got it bad." "Shut up," I told her. "And once they're done, you have to help me find something to wear for dinner tonight. I don't want to end up on Perez Hilton looking like something the cat dragged in." "I'm only human," Sadie said. "Shut up." I had the movers install my stuff in an extra bedroom for now. Together, Sadie and I picked out a dress for me, a little black affair that Sadie said was classic, and then we went hunting for baby pictures of Anton, or old school yearbooks, or high school love letters, anything really. What we got was exactly dick all. Anton's house was clean of anything that might implicate a past. The only thing I found of interest was the grand piano in the fourth-floor parlor, covered in dust and complicated sheet music, and the bookshelves in the master bedroom, lined with an eclectic mix of volumes so diverse that I first suspected he had simply ordered the most visually pleasing arrangement arrayed against the white shelves. Most of the volumes were well worn, however, and I found his handwriting in several of them. The Iliad, a copy of Kurt Vonnegut's Breakfast of Champions, and a book called Waiting for the Barbarians all had his distinct, spiky print scrawled over the pages, though the notes made little sense to me. A well-thumbed copy of The Thornbirds rested atop the Iliad, as though recently read. Other than that, it was a beautiful house that seemed to be perfectly set up for a real estate showing, except for the fact that the basement was locked. Probably for the best. If Anton did have a sex dungeon, I was certain he wouldn't want Sadie to know about it. Sadie did not share this opinion. "Ugh," she said, tugging on the handle to the basement door. "This guy is weird and creepy. Who doesn't have personal touches in their house? And why is this door locked? This is like that fucked-up fairy tale where the girl marries this dude and he's got all the mangled bodies of his other wives locked up behind a door and he's all, 'Don't check out this door,' like a douche." "Bluebeard," I said. "Or maybe the robber bridegroom." "Whatever." She gave the door a kick of disgust. "It's getting close to 7. You should probably get ready." "Right," I said. I'd been avoiding thinking about it. Was I going to be the target of hidden cameras tonight? And what was I going to talk to Anton about? And was I actually interested in him? The thought was too uncomfortable to even examine, so I'd shoved it down after Sadie had suggested it. But like a dead body, it kept bobbing to the surface. Dinner was suddenly seeming like a really bad idea. To my surprise, Sadie put an awkward hand on my shoulder. "Come on, it's not going to be that bad," she said. "What's the worst that could happen?" "He chops me up and puts me in the basement with his other wives." She smiled. "Relax, you're probably more fun alive than dead." "Not helpful," I told her, as behind us the vestibule door opened and Anton Waters stepped inside. Silence fell over us as we all stared at each other, and I realized, after a moment, that Anton and Sadie had never met, and that I was the one who should be introducing them. "Oh," I said, Anton, this is my friend and personal assistant, Sadie McElroy. Sadie, this is Anton Waters, my husband." God, that still felt awkward to say. Anton stepped forward, extending a hand and a smile. "I'm glad to meet you, Miss McElroy. Let me give you my personal assistant's number, and you two can talk compensation." "Nuh-uh," Sadie said. "I'm talking to you, tomorrow, at your office." Anton paused, but recovered quickly. "Very well." He reached into his impeccable suit jacket, extracted a business card, and handed it to her. Call first thing in the morning and we'll work you in. Good. She plucked the card from his fingers and extended her hand. They shook, and then she turned back to me and gave me a hug. See you tomorrow, Lise, she said. Hergel, I said, too mortified to respond properly. She ignored me and swept through the gallery, turning once to give Anton the "I've got my eye on you" gesture, which thankfully his back was turned for. Then she bolted out the front door and was gone, and we were alone again. Anton stared at the hand she had shaken. I think she sprained one of my fingers, he said. I may regret hiring her. I won't, I said, and since she's my assistant, I'm the one that matters. It came out far more vitriolic than I meant for it to. He turned to me in surprise. Have I done something to offend you, Felicia? He asked. I pressed a hand to my forehead and forced myself to relax. No, I said after a moment. No, I'm sorry. I'm just on edge. Sadie said I'm all over the internet, and we're going out tonight, and I don't know. I don't know what to talk about with you. We haven't even been on a date, and we're married. He tilted his head. Yes, he said, we are. Is that what is bothering you? Lots of things were bothering me. Where are your baby pictures? I blurted. He stared at me. Good, I thought. Very smooth, Felicia. That won't tip him off that you know about his basement full of severed limbs at all. I'm sorry, he said. Well, I might as well go whole hog. I waved my arms, indicating his house. What's with this place? I said. Where are all the pictures? Where are I don't know, the overdue library books and the stray receipts from the grocery store and the junk drawer with little bits of lint and a pair of broken scissors in it? Do you even live here? To my relief, Anton didn't look angry that I'd been snooping around, although I suppose technically he had invited me to do so by telling me to make myself at home. Instead, he looked amused. Well, he said, I suppose I live at the office more than I do here. He glanced around himself as though taking in his own house for the first time. Perhaps it is a bit spare on the personal touches. I blinked. I hadn't expected him to say that. And the baby pictures? I said. Who keeps baby pictures of themselves around? He asked me. I stomped my foot. You know what I mean, I said. Where are pictures of your family and friends? You have family and friends, right? For a long moment, he regarded me intently. I see, he said at last. We're at this portion of the program now, are we? I stiffened. What do you mean? He stood very still. You said you wanted to know more about me. That's fair enough. Unlike you, I don't have a blog that you can check. I knew I should have deleted that thing. But I want things from you in return. Licking my lips, I forced myself to look him in the eye. I never thought it would be otherwise. He glanced at the door behind me. Have you been trying to get into the basement? He wondered. I thought you might have a sex dungeon down there. That caught him off guard, and he laughed. I noticed that when he laughed, he always looked shocked, as though I had somehow inspired something foreign and strange in him. Visibly choking it down, he shook his head. No, he said. No, there's no sex dungeon here. I noted that he didn't say there wasn't a sex dungeon at all, but I let that lie for now. So what's down there? He shook his head. Nothing of import. Stepping forward, he put his hands on my arms, wrapping them in the warmth of his palms. A shiver raced across my skin at the contact. Perhaps, he said, you would like a glass of wine, and we can talk? Yes, I thought. God, yes. Anything to take the edge off. But out loud, all I could do was say, that sounds great. He gestured toward the kitchen. I slipped past him, and the heat radiating from his body made my mouth go dry. He was like an overclocked machine, a sex machine. Man, I should have been a poet. In the kitchen, Anton opened the refrigerator and withdrew a bottle of white wine. I stood awkwardly by the sink as he popped the cork and poured out 2 glasses. Handing me one, he lifted it in a little salute. I did the same and swallowed half of it in 1 gulp. Anton watched me. "I don't mean to make you nervous," he said at last. "You don't," I said automatically, which was a total lie, and he knew it, so I just shrugged. "You kind of terrify me more than make me nervous." He raised his brows. "Do I? Why is that?" "Oh, you know," I said. He shook his head. I sighed and swallowed the rest of my wine, letting its bitterness curl over my tongue while I tried to form a complete thought. Without asking, Anton poured me another glass. "That," I said. "What?" "You're a business guy. You make me nervous because you act like you own me." As I said it, I realized it was true. For the same reason I hated men like my father, Anton's intensity, his possessiveness made me on edge, for more reasons than one. His touch branded me, but a brand is not a fence. On one level, being his was attractive, delicious, overwhelmingly submissive. On another, I couldn't help but feel he was slowly ensnaring me in a web, building a cage around me from which I could not escape. Sadie told me to get over my parents, but how could I when I was suddenly in the same situation? "I don't mean to act that way," Anton said, cutting through my thoughts. "You are my wife. It is my pleasure to pour a glass of wine for you." "Yes," I said, "but I'm your wife despite the fact that we didn't go through the whole getting-to-know-you phase. That's kind of important, I think." He sipped his wine thoughtfully. "I hate that phrase," he said at last. "It seems to me to have been prudent to skip it." He was really unbelievable. "Well, it can be awkward at times, I guess," I conceded. "But it's really fun." "Is it?" I gulped more wine. "Falling in love? Yeah, it's fun." Anton shook his head. "No, I don't want to fall in love. That's not..." He appeared to search for the right word. "That's not compatible with my continued happiness. Too messy. Too much can go wrong. Like I said, cleaner this way." I stared at him. "Wow," I said at last, and I thought I had issues. He cocked a brow at me and took another sip of wine. "You do," he said. "I've read your blog, remember?" "Yeah, but you just said you want a wife without the messy part of loving her. You need a fucking therapist to help you with that, not an arranged marriage." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "But, Felicia, why would I need a fucking therapist?" he asked me. "I already know how to fuck." That caught me off guard, and I laughed, nearly spilling a mouthful of wine down my shirt. I stared at him in amazement. "I didn't know you knew how to joke," I said. "Oh, whoops, we're getting to know each other now. That's not good." His lashes fluttered as he leaned against the counter and took another sip of wine. "It's fine," he said. "For now." "How gracious of you." I cast about for something to say, then finally hit on the perfect conversation starter. "So, how was work?" "Full of headaches and triumphs," he said. "Working on the takeover of your father's company, actually." I had almost forgotten that was happening. In my mind, marrying Anton meant only that my mother got medical attention. Thinking about my father getting a second chance in life made me want to throw up, but I didn't dare. The wine I was drinking probably cost as much as a new iPhone, and it would be a terrible waste to send it back down the drain before I'd absorbed its precious alcohol. "Oh," I said. "Good." "You don't sound too thrilled that your family is avoiding total financial ruin, the likes of which has not been seen since 2008. I shrugged. "If you'd grown up with my dad, you wouldn't care much what happened to him either." "I still don't," he said. "I just thought you might." "Uh-oh," I said. "Learning something about me, that's dangerous." Anton did not seem amused by my sarcastic remarks. Carefully, he set his wine glass down. the clink of it on the marble countertop grating over my wine-heightened nerves. "Felicia," he began, but I held up my hand. "No," I cut him off. "I'm sorry. I know you're a private person. I didn't mean to imply that it wasn't okay. I'm just being an ass after a long and stressful day. 2 days, week, whatever." He still watched me. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as though girding his loins. When he opened them again, he had a determined set about his mouth. "Is the sex not good enough for you? The money?" he asked. He was so dense, but so was I. We were 2 peas in a pod, I guess. "It's not that," I said. "I just worry about you." And it was true. He did not act like a rational human being. I should have been running in the opposite direction like my ass was on fire. But I needed him. And, well, I kind of liked him. "You worry about me?" he said incredulously. I shrugged. He wasn't the total asshole I thought he was. Anton stepped across the narrow space, closing the distance between us. Reaching out, he stroked a finger over my cheek, a light, gentle gesture that left me trembling, my lips parted, begging for something I couldn't put a name to. Bending his head, Anton slanted his lips against mine and kissed me. God, the man could kiss. Our lips slid together, soft and sensual. He nibbled at me as though sampling delicate fruit. Then his tongue slipped from between his lips, and I was falling open to him, falling apart, begging him to come into me. His arms went around me, his hands tangling in my hair as I rubbed my hands up his chest. I felt his heart hammering beneath my palm as he broke our kiss and moved his mouth to my ear. Hot breath whispered inside my head, full of wordless answers I could never decipher. I was putty in his hands, my whole body listing into him, as though I were a sinking ship and he was the only thing keeping me afloat. If he kissed me again, I knew I would drown. He didn't. Pulling away, he took my hand. "We should continue this conversation upstairs," he murmured. Swallowing hard, I nodded. "Upstairs, yes." He guided me back into the gallery and then up the narrow staircase. The creaking of the old floorboards beneath our feet crackled in the air between us. We arrived in the master bedroom on the top floor. The room was dark this late in the autumn, and the skylight above us was like a black hole. I imagined if it were to break, we would be sucked out into space. Anton switched on a bedside lamp, then took me by the hand and led me to the center of the floor, a few feet from the bed. The whole room was white and blonde, clean and fresh. Anton stood in front of me. His whole being screamed control, even the way he relaxed his stance. The rock-hard body underneath his suit hummed with tension. He had to control himself to relax, and despite myself, my heart went out to him. What happened to make him so guarded? What made him so alone? My fingers twitched. The gulf between us was so great, but if I could reach across it, if I could touch him where he stood, trapped in his own iron grip. Ask me a question. The words were sharp and hard, startling me. I hadn't even been thinking about asking questions, but as I studied his face in the soft lamplight, I could see he was determined about something. There was nothing in his expression that told me what he was determined about, but that in and of itself was something. I licked my lips. "Tell me about your family," I said. The barest of tells. The muscles around his eyes tightened almost imperceptibly. "Disrobe," he commanded me. I brought my hands to the buttons of my blouse. One by one, I released them, and he watched me. As I parted the fabric above my breasts, I paused. "Are you going to tell me, or do I have to button back up again?" There was far more bravado in my words than I felt inside. My knees were jelly, and the heat in my core was spreading. "What would you like to know about my family?" he asked. I shook my head. "Anything." Anything? I knew then that I'd made an error. He could tell me whatever he wanted, and I'd be no further than I was already. Well, might as well double down. I lifted my chin. Yeah, anything. His eyes flicked down my body. Very well. I have no brothers or sisters. Continue. Could have been worse, I thought. My trembling fingers popped button after button through their holes, and each one revealed me to him. At last they were all done, and I let the blouse slip from my shoulders to the floor. Cool air caressed my skin, and my nipples hardened inside my bra. Ask. Another command. I racked my brain. His stare was distracting, discomfiting. How could I concentrate when he was standing so close, watching me like a wolf eyeing a spring lamb? What were your parents like? It was all I could think of. Again his eyes tightened, and this time they didn't relax. Remove your bra. Reaching behind me, I did as I was told. The straps slid down my arms, and I tossed it to the floor and stood before him, naked from the waist up. Only jeans, panties, and a pair of low heels kept me from him now. His hand floated out, hovering in the air between us. Large and warm, it cupped one breast, and I let out a sigh. I didn't know my parents, he said. Kick off those heels. I did so. Ask. Where did you grow up? Rough fingers turned me around so that my back was to him. Take off those jeans. My hands were numb. I could hardly think straight. I felt him hovering behind me, a vast presence that could not be held by his physical body. I unbuttoned my jeans and pushed them down over my hips. They pooled on the floor, and I stepped out of them. Didn't I say you were not to wear panties? He asked from behind me. All the hair on my body stood on end. I'd forgotten, or I hadn't thought he was serious. I should have known better. Take them off. No, I thought. No, I am important too. Where did you grow up? I asked him again. I had to force my hands to stay at my sides, even though every bell in my head was ringing. Fight or flight, fuck or flee. He took his sweet damn time. Florida, he finally said. Now, remove your panties. For a moment I hesitated. He needed me to obey him. He needed to be in control at all times. Even when he was bargaining away his secrets, he had to have that illusion. If I put on my clothes right now, what would he do? I hooked my thumbs into the waistband of my panties and pushed them down. A hand alighted on my back as they reached the floor before I could straighten again. On your hands and knees, he said. Licking my lips, I did so. The wood of the floor bit into my skin, but I lowered myself to the ground and assumed the position he required. Naked, my bare ass pointed at him. I was staring at the door that led to the bathroom, and outside the sounds of traffic were still loud on the street. I heard him move behind me, and then his warm, thick fingers were working their way between my thighs, cupping my sex. He stroked his index finger up my slit, and I moaned. Ask. Fuck. How can I think about anything but this? I fought through the fog of arousal. Who raised you? His hand on me stilled, and I knew I had struck something inside him. He retreated, and I wanted to bite my tongue off. Rustling came from behind me, and curiosity burned a hole through my head, but I didn't dare look at him. I knew instinctively that I had pushed him further than he was willing to go. Something cool and leather slipped around my throat, then tightened, and I inhaled sharply. A collar. He'd collared me like a dog. I guess he could have a dog and fuck it too. God damn it. The snap of a clip closing and a sinuous slither of leather caressed my back. Then he tugged on the leash, and I felt a dark wave of pleasure swell up inside. I raised me, Felicia, he whispered, and I think we are at the end of our questions for today. It didn't matter. I couldn't breathe. The collar around my throat seemed to be directly connected to the pleasure center of my brain. My pussy heated and quivered, knowing I was at his mercy. Almost lazily, he dipped a finger inside me, and I clenched around it, aching for him to fill me. A sudden buzz sounded through the room, and I started, suddenly brought out of the spell Anton had cast over me. Behind me and in me, Anton froze at the sound, then began to move his hand again, crooking his finger and stroking it against my upper walls. My toes curled and my arms collapsed beneath me. "Just the doorbell," he said softly, as I pressed my forehead to the wood floor, panting. The buzz came again. Clearly determined to ignore it, Anton slipped another finger inside me. He scissored his fingers, pressing against my walls, opening me, preparing me for his invasion. I ached, wet and hot for him, every nerve alive. A third buzz. Anton stiffened. Then, to my despair, he withdrew. I heard him stand. "Stay there," he commanded. "If I find you have moved while I was out of the room, you will be punished." Punished. I liked the sound of that. Wait, no, I didn't. Yes, I did. Damn Anton and his magic cock. I watched from my position on the floor as he strolled at a leisurely pace out of the room. I heard him descend the stairs. Below us, I knew he kept an office. I was betting he had a camera set up there to see who was calling. What would he do when he came back? Would he take me from behind? Would he lead me around like a dog? Would I like it? Oh, who was I kidding? I knew I would. I could say no any time I wanted to. I just hadn't reached that point yet. Anton took me places I never knew existed. My pussy pulsed, and I had to fight to keep my hands on the wood floor next to my face. I was certain moving to ease the pleasurable pain he had inspired was against the rules. Then again, I was a bit curious about that punishment. I never got a chance to try it out, because the buzzer of the doorbell sounded again, and this time it didn't let up. Heavy feet stomped up the stairs, and when Anton entered the room, his face was murderous. Flipping a switch on the wall, harsh light flooded the room, and I blinked. "Get up," he said. "Put some clothes on. We have a visitor that we can't turn away." Confused, I did as he bade me. The touch of fabric to my skin made me jumpy, but I did my best to make myself presentable, though the seam of my jeans against my bare slit, taking Anton's words to heart, I stuffed my panties in my pocket, was almost too much to bear. When I was done, Anton removed the collar and led me back down the stairs to the garden floor. The doorbell was still buzzing. Whoever was ringing it was not to be dissuaded easily. Anton opened the door. There on the steps stood a woman with long, dark hair and large, dark eyes, in her mid-50s. She was well preserved, but the last time I had seen her, there had been more meat on her bones. Her cheeks were thin, and she seemed lost inside the classic peacoat I remembered her wearing ever since I was a little girl. Behind her, my father hovered, looking older than ever. Oops, I thought. Word travels really fast. "Felicia," the woman said, and threw herself into my arms and began to sob. "Oh," I said. "Hello, Mother." Chapter 6. Bartered Passion. Having your parents show up at your door just as you are about to get down and dirty is, by far, the worst form of coitus interruptus imaginable. Okay, maybe not as bad as suddenly dropping dead of a heart attack or throwing up the last 10 beers you drank all over your partner, but it's pretty bad. Because parents aren't sexy. They may be sexual beings and, at one point, may have actually done it to give you life, but you don't want to think about that. And you certainly don't want to see them standing on your doorstep when you were on the brink of getting plowed like last year's cornfield. And getting a sobbing hug from your mom. Boner killer. And I didn't even have a boner. I patted her shoulders awkwardly. "Mom," I said, "what's wrong?" She pulled back and glared at me, her eyes sharp and angry. "You," she almost shouted, "you are what's wrong." Her eyes caught something over my shoulder, and she glowered. "And you are what's wrong." I turned to see Anton behind me. Incredulous, I turned back to my mother. "Mom," I said, "are you okay?" "No," she snapped at me. Without preamble, she pushed past me and into the house. On the porch, my father looked mortified, his eyes wide with horror. "Felicia," he started. I held up a hand and shook my head. We both knew my mother got into these fits every once in a while. It was the price she paid for feeling so much. When I was a little kid, she would dramatically rail against the characters on television, telling them they were idiots. To be fair, she was right, but it was definitely a quirk I was glad I hadn't inherited. I frowned, my gaze alighting on two large suitcases sitting next to him. "What is that?" I said. "Your mother said we needed to come quickly. We haven't made hotel reservations," he said. I raised my brows. She had been in a hurry. I had a sudden unpleasant premonition. She was going to want to stay here in Anton's house. Oh, boy. I should have known she would have a reaction like this when she heard I was married. Actually, I had known she would react this way, which was why I hadn't called her or anything. I hadn't wanted to deal with her histrionics. Well, now she was here, and I had to do damage control. I turned and followed her. She had brushed past Anton, who stared at her retreating back in utter shock. I put a hand out and touched his arm slightly. "I'm sorry," I said. "She's just upset." He turned and frowned at me. "Handle this," he said. Stung, I flinched. Didn't he understand about moms? Well, he'd told me he didn't have parents and he'd raised himself, so maybe he didn't. I just nodded and followed my mother to the kitchen, where she stood, fussing over removing her coat. I hurried to help her, and she waved me away. "No, no," she said. "Don't pretend you care about me. I'll just get this off myself." Oh, great. She was in one of those moods. I took a step back. "Would you like some coffee, Mom?" "Tea," she said. "I would like tea, thank you." I moved to the cabinets and began searching for a kettle or a measuring cup. Anton and my father filed in. My father took a seat with my mother at the kitchen table, while Anton installed himself in the corner next to the door leading to the garden terrace. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall, his face controlled but clearly unhappy. I didn't really blame him. Who wanted their in-laws showing up on the second night they were married? Seemed like a good way to fast-track to divorce. My mother watched me from the kitchen table, her eyes sharp and hard. "You don't even know the kitchen," she exclaimed as I opened doors aimlessly. "I knew it." I froze. She knew? She knew I'd agreed to marriage with a man I didn't know to save Dad's stupid company and her life? Something must have shown on my face because she shook her head. "A mother knows. You ridiculous girl. You can't just marry anyone willy-nilly." What was she talking about? I glanced at Anton, but he was no help, and my father was staring at his hands folded in front of him. "What do you mean?" I asked. She shook a finger at me, just as if she were a schoolmarm and I were a disobedient student. "You didn't even think, did you? Just decided to elope. That's no basis for marriage." My mouth dropped and I had to force it closed. I said. I turned back to the cabinets and redoubled my efforts to find the kettle. Relief flooded me as I opened a door and brushed steel gleamed out at me. Grabbing it, I filled it at the sink and set it on the range before cranking up the heat and heading to the pantry. "Did you even think about your family?" my mother was saying. "Even think that we might want to come to your wedding?" The pantry was spare, but luckily I spotted a tin of Earl Grey hidden in a dark corner. "I don't know," I said, grabbing it. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Of course it was, my mom said. And I haven't even met him. You didn't want to bring him home to me? No, not really, because I knew she would act this way. Never marry rich, she told me. Marry a good man, if you get married at all. Don't be like me. Money makes things worse, not better. Not that that had ever stopped her from spending all my dad's money. I'm sorry, I said. Mom, meet Anton Waters, my husband. Oh! She threw her hands in the air, overcome with the drama of it all. Oh, fine. She turned to Anton and somehow managed to look down her nose at him from her position at the kitchen table. It was impressive. I am Felicia's mother, Celine Dare. It's good to make your acquaintance. She shot another glare at me. And I'm sure Felicia thinks so, too. Mom? What? She said. I checked your blog. You didn't mention him anywhere in it, and when I talked to Sadie, she just hemmed and hawed at me. You talked to Sadie? I said. When? On our way over, she said, from the airport. In the past 30 minutes, then. I was sure to have several frantic messages and at least 5 texts on my phone from Sadie, warning me about the coming storm. But stupid me, I was getting ready to get fucked like a dog. I needed to get my priorities in order. Well, I said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but it really was a spur of the moment. We were going to have a wedding and everything. I glanced at Anton, but he was busy trying to kill my mother with his mind. But we sort of got swept up in the moment. My mother waved her hand. I don't want to hear it, she said. You have to think about other people once in a while, Felicia. You can't be so selfish. I almost lost it then. Almost told her that I'd married this guy for his money because she was sick and Dad was broke. But at the last second, I caught myself. She wanted to keep her illness a secret. That was just fine with me. I'd do it for her. I'd save her life and she wouldn't even know it. I'd be like one of those dumb girls in fairy tales. I'm sorry, I said again, but it's done. It is not done, she said. You are going to have a wedding, a proper one for all our friends and family. I blinked. I said, I guess, but you know you'd have to pay for it. She waved her hand. Of course, I know we aren't as rich as your husband. She spat the word like it was poison, but I'm sure we'll do very well for ourselves. I glanced at my father. His eyes were on me, huge and pleading. She didn't know. She didn't know he was broke. Well, didn't that just take the cake? What kind of ridiculous drama was he trying to drag me into? I narrowed my eyes at him, promising him we'd talk later, then turned back to my mom. All right, we'll have a wedding, but did you have to show up unannounced? She threw her hands in the air. Would you have answered your phone if you'd seen me calling? She asked. She probably had a point. Well, Anton and I were going to go out to dinner, I began. Oh, good. We shall accompany you. Just invite yourself along, why don't you? I thought. But that was my mother, always trying to compensate for my father's inattention by drawing the attention of the world to herself. She didn't let herself think she wouldn't be welcome at a dinner between a recently married man and wife. I opened my mouth to tell her we were going to go on our own, thank you very much, but then she began to cough, and didn't stop. Dread curdled in my stomach. Had she come all the way out here while undergoing treatment? She looked so thin. Was she going to continue treatment here? Was she dying? Was this the last time I was going to see my mother? I glanced at Anton, and though he still had a murderous glare on his face, he wavered enough to meet my eyes. I'm sorry, I mouthed at him. His lips tightened and he looked away. I tried not to let it hurt me, but his rejection stung like a knife deep in my belly. But I couldn't turn my back on my mother. She was the reason I had done all of this. Grabbing a glass, I filled it with water and hurried over to her. Okay, Mom, I said, pressing it into her hand. We'll go to dinner. She sipped water and the coughing fit passed. Good, she said. I'm hungry. Show your father a spare room where we can put our bags. I didn't even glance at Anton, just nodded and hugged my mother. Thin bones poked through papery skin, and I closed my eyes. Dinner was an awkward affair, but at least Anton didn't make any moves on me. Instead of being all over me like I'd feared, he was distant and cold, clearly unhappy with this turn of events. I tried to laugh and look happy in case anyone was taking pictures of us. My mother spent half the meal berating me and the other half planning the wedding, and my father stared down at his steak and was uncharacteristically quiet. When at last we returned to the mansion, I realized I hadn't even tasted the food I'd eaten. I couldn't even remember what I'd ordered. So much for living the high life. To my everlasting dread, my mother fell asleep in the car on the way home, another reminder of her illness. I observed her in the light of the passing lampposts and bright marquees until we reached the house. My father woke her gently, and together they went up the stairs to the third-floor bedroom. The bedroom I'd claimed as my own was on the fourth floor, and of course Anton's bedroom was on the top. I told my parents good night, and then followed Anton silent back up the stairs to the fourth floor. When we reached it, I wavered. Exhaustion overwhelmed me. Tension I didn't even know I was carrying curled into hard knots in my legs, and I could barely keep myself standing as I lingered on the landing, full of uncertainty. Should I go to my room? Did Anton even want to see me? At the foot of the stairs, Anton turned and regarded me. "This was an unexpected night," he said. His voice was level and even, but I heard a tight note under it. He was not happy at all. I licked my lips. "I'm sorry," I said. "I couldn't kick my parents out. My mom—" I trailed off. "She's sick. She's the reason I married you to help my dad." He quirked a brow. "Sick?" he said. "Cancer," I clarified. "I can't believe she flew out here." I shook my head. "She's really angry with me." He held up a hand. "Stop. I don't care. I wanted a wife, not her family." For such a rich, handsome, sexually experienced douchebag, Anton really was kind of dumb when it came to interpersonal relationships. Well, I hate to tell you this, but that's how it works. You marry a woman, her family comes along for the ride. "Literally," he said sourly. I shrugged. "They'll be gone after the wedding, which, if Mom has her way, is going to be in 2 months. Jesus, that'd be the end of December. Who got married at the end of December? People wanting a tax write-off, maybe." "They aren't staying here for 2 months," Anton said, his face hard. "They are allowed to stay here tonight, and tomorrow they must leave." I stared at him. "Christ, Anton, my mom has cancer. You're going to kick her out?" His mouth tightened. "I think she might be more comfortable in a hotel, with an elevator and such. I will pay for it, of course." I rubbed a hand over my face. "Wow." "You do not have to like it," he said. "You simply have to make it happen." Right. Like I could make my mom do anything. I'd never been good at getting my parents to listen to me. "I'll try," I said. He reached out and ran a finger over my jaw. "You don't want to know what will happen if you do not." Angrily, I pulled back. "A threat?" "Excuse me, but just because I fuck you like I'm your slave doesn't mean I am your slave. He didn't legally buy me, after all." He stilled. For the first time, true fear went through me. I didn't know him at all. I didn't know what he was capable of. I didn't want to know. He did scare me. He did make me nervous. And I couldn't do anything about it. On the floor below, my mother lay, sick, in bed, and I was here, bound to this man, for good or for ill. Slowly, Anton withdrew. "You will join me tonight, Felicia," he said. "Come." And he started back down the stairs. On trembling legs, I followed him. I had no idea what he had in store for me. and part of me hoped he was only going to march to my parents' room and demand they leave. But instead he kept descending until we were on the ground floor again. Silently, he turned to the back of the house and strode smoothly to the back door where the house emptied out into the garden. Opening it, he stood aside and waved me through. Heart in my throat, I passed him and walked out onto the patio. Cold autumn air hit me. I wore the little black dress Sadie and I had picked out, and while it was ideal for a lovely evening out on the town with my parents and new husband, it was not suited for the chilly night. Behind me, Anton stepped out onto the terrace and closed the door behind him. It shut with a click that made my legs tremble. His feet scraped over the concrete tiles, grinding the grit into the ground as he approached me from behind. A hand landed on my shoulder and I jumped about a foot in the air. Anton chuckled at my reaction, a deep rumbling sound that sent shivers over my skin. What new humiliation was he going to serve up this time? And why did I find myself excited about it? I must be sick in the head. Slowly, lazily, the warmth of his hand trailed over my bare back to the zipper of my dress. For a moment, I thought he would undress me, expose me to the cold, but instead his fingertips trailed over the fabric, down and down, until they met the swell of my ass. Flattening his hand, Anton squeezed, and I gasped at the sensation. Under my dress, I wore no panties, as he had commanded, and as my pussy lips parted with his fondling, I suddenly realized how exposed I was, even still clothed. My heart picked up the pace, and in the light beaming down from the mansion windows, the vapor of my breath puffed and curled in the air like smoke, coming in short, sharp bursts. "You are very defiant, Felicia," Anton said behind me. "I cannot let that go unpunished." Punishment. There it was again. What did he have in store for me? I found out soon enough. His hand departed my ass and traveled further down, down to the hem of my skirt. A tug on the fabric, and then he was lifting the skirt up, moving it over my chilled skin until my bare ass was exposed to him. "Tell me, Felicia," he said, "have you ever had a spanking before?" "Oh, God. No," I said, "except when I was a really little kid, but my nanny stopped spanking me when I stopped responding to it." "Oh," he said. His fingers drifted over the crack of my ass, skating against the sensitive skin there, then going further down until he was probing the hot delta at the apex of my thighs. Blood rushed to follow his touch, and I swayed on my feet, lightheaded. "I dare you to resist it now." Dare? Dare was my last name, I was fond of saying, but I didn't tell him that. I didn't want to bait him. I wanted to fuck him. And if I had to go through a spanking to do it, well, that was fine. I could pretend to enjoy it. "Stay," he commanded, and the warmth of his hand retreated, leaving me shivering in the cool air, my ass exposed like a full moon to the night. Suddenly, I had a nervous thought. Anyone could look out of the house, or any house on either side of us, and see me. The garden wasn't exactly private. But then the sound of Anton dragging a heavy metal chair over the concrete captured my attention, and I forgot my compunctions. I heard him shift, his clothes moving against each other, and then I knew he was sitting down. "Felicia," he said, "come lie across my lap and receive your punishment." I wanted to say no. I wanted to turn around and go inside. But part of me also wanted to see what was going to happen. Curiosity killed the cat. Curiosity would be the end of me. I turned to see him sitting languidly in an old iron chair, sprawled out as though he were on a couch in a warm room, one foot stuck out, one arm over the back. His thighs, straining against the fine fabric of his trousers, looked full and inviting. I wanted to squeeze them, to chew on them. I wanted to wrap my legs around them and ride them to heaven. I hadn't straddled him yet, and I wanted to. What would his hips feel like pounding into me? What would it feel like to be impaled under him, impaled on top of him? Swallowing, I walked across the short distance to him. The grit of dust scratched under my feet. He watched me. His green eyes seemed to glow in the light of the city around us, looking straight through my skin to the person underneath. I felt like he knew me, even though that couldn't be true. He had wrung me out, hung me up to dry and twist in the wind, and I wanted more. I hated rich men, men who wanted only to possess, not to love, and yet I was a slave to him. With every touch of his hand, he unmade me and remade me again. I laid down over his lap, my ass cold and bare, and stared at the pattern of the poured concrete under my face. His thighs burned against me, warm and inviting. The heat we would make would drive the cold away, but not before he had taken his fill of my submission. One warm hand moved against my thighs, squeezing, rubbing, and I had to force myself not to squirm. My heart hammered against my chest, beating against my bones, looking for a way out. Fingers moved up, parted my slick pussy lips, revealing me to the cold, and I moaned softly. "Fight it, Felicia," he whispered. "Don't give in." Then he lifted his hand, and I knew he was going to spank me. But that knowledge did nothing to prepare me for it. His hand came down, a heavy smack, across my ass and on the lips of my pussy, and I couldn't help but cry out and jerk. "Fight it," he hissed at me. I bit my lip and he pulled back and spanked me again. The sting radiated out across my ass, over the flesh, and I felt it jiggle all the way up my body. My cunt ached for his touch, and it seemed it would take it any way it could get it, because with the next smack I felt a pulse deep in my belly, rich and throbbing. Was it possible he could make me come just by spanking me? I didn't want to know, but I couldn't tell him to stop. My breasts lay heavy against his legs, my nipples two burning points as they rubbed over him with each smack of his hand and jerk of my body. He picked up his pace and my pussy throbbed. My inner walls clenched, begging to be fucked while my clit stood at attention, a hard little ground zero for Anton's open palm. Again and again he spanked me, and at last I couldn't help it. My lips parted and I moaned as my body jerked and twitched beyond my control, the open flap of his palm driving me higher and higher, pain and pleasure mixing in a way I never knew possible. I was going to come, was going to give myself over to his punishment and let him take me. I wanted it. I needed it. He had made me an addict for his hands, for his control. I needed to be his. "Please," I said. "Beg me," he answered. "Beg me for it. Please, let me come. Please." He spanked me again, lighter this time, but the swell of my ass was so sensitive by now that I still jerked and spasmed, unable to stop myself. The nub of my clit pulsed, and he flattened his palm and began to spank my pussy, lightly, quickly, deftly tapping against my slick lips until my whole body curled and coiled inward. I exploded. My orgasm came upon me like a ton of dynamite, my clit and pussy suddenly contracting so hard I saw stars. My body curled over his legs, and against my side I felt the grinding hardness of his erection. Tap, tap, tap went his hand, and I shrieked, every nerve alive and alight with pleasure as I came. He didn't let me recover. Instead, as my pussy still quivered and clenched, he curled a hand around the cleft of my ass, pushing his fingers into my slick channel, rough but oh, so delicious. I pushed back into his hand, mindless and needy, and then he was lifting me as easily as if I were a rag doll, standing me up in front of his chair, my back to him. I quivered and jerked with each wave of my orgasm as he reached down, sliding his hands over the sensitive insides of my thighs. "You will ride me," he said, and his words aroused me even further. A gaping emptiness between my legs told me I needed his cock inside me, and I was pathetically grateful he was going to give it to me. He was going to fuck me, and I couldn't have been happier. Somewhere far away, I knew I was acting out of character, but I couldn't help it. I didn't want to help it. What had being uptight, in-control Felicia ever gotten me? A string of shit boyfriends and shit relationships. What Anton and I had wasn't exactly traditional, but he made me come, and right now, that was enough. That was all I needed. The soft sound of his zipper reached my ears, and then he was pulling me back by my hips. My heated flesh pimpled in the frigid air, but my pussy was as hot and wet as ever. I helped him lift me up and spread my thighs until I was straddling his lap. So stretched out my hamstrings screamed for mercy. I paid them no attention. All I wanted was his cock, and then it was pushing into me, against the slick entrance of my pussy, and I wanted to cry with relief. Then he pulled me down, slamming his hips into mine, and I cried out, no longer caring what I sounded like or who heard me. My parents were only a few floors up. If they looked out a back window, they'd see their daughter getting plowed by the man she'd bound herself to for their sakes. They'd sold me. I had no power, and that let me give myself over to Anton. His arms snaked around me, warm and hard, like hot iron bands, and his rough fingers found first my breast and then my clit. With a hard, insistent rhythm, he stroked my clit, pinched and kneaded my breast, and I squirmed, my body quivering around the cock buried inside me. I wanted to make him come. With superhuman effort, I reached back and looped an arm around his neck, gripping the back of the heavy iron chair. Using him as my anchor, I lifted my hips, letting his cock slide out of me, almost to complete retreat, then allowed my legs to relax. Gravity pulled me back down, and he filled me again, almost painfully. I moaned with each thrust, and his magical fingers stroked and circled my clit. I felt his chest rumble, a grunt, a groan, and his fingers picked up the pace. "Come for me," he commanded, but his voice was strained, fraying at the edges, and I knew he was losing it. I knew I shouldn't do it. I knew he would only take control back harder and more ruthlessly than before, and yet I couldn't help myself. "Make me," I said. And then he wrapped his arms around me and held me fast as he thrust upwards, again and again, filling me up to bursting, and I shrieked into the cold night air, the lights of the city blurring around me. I couldn't tell if it was pain or pleasure he was making me feel, but I wanted it. I wanted all of it. "Fuck!" I cried. "Fuck me!" He made a strangled cry behind me and pistoned into me harder, his fingers on my clit clumsy and fumbling, but they were enough. They were enough. "Anton!" His name left my lips, and I came again, and this time he followed me, his hips jerking and pausing in their frantic pounding, and then I felt his thick, hot cum pumping into me, filling me up. I was his. My defiance cost me. He took me up to his room, and the rest of the night he fucked me, hard and long. Each time I drifted into sleep, I was awoken again by his hands on me, twisting the sheets around my arms. Face down, ass up, he fucked me, seeming not to care if I came or not, but of course I did. It was impossible for me not to, not with him possessing me, utterly and completely. My muscles ached, my pussy burned, but each time he emptied his seed into me, I came, milking him dry. At last, the skylight above us lightened, and he slept. Exhausted, I stared at the sun streaking over the sky, a cold morning dawning. I hadn't slept but in snatches between fuck sessions. Anton loved to tie me up, And I knew there was more to his lust than I had seen, because just tying me up didn't seem to satisfy him. There was more he wanted to do, and though it scared me to think of, I was also intensely curious. What new depravities did he want to unleash? And just how could I tell him I wanted them? At 7:30, I rolled out of bed, spent and shaking. My legs barely held me as I made my way into the bathroom and cranked the shower on. When it was good and hot, I got in. Hot water poured over me, washing away the grime of sweat. Too tired to stand, I sat on the floor and opened my legs. Anton's cum had dried, sticky on the insides of my thighs, but inside my pussy it was still collected. Tentatively, I dipped a finger inside, felt the aching aftermath of our fucking, and shuddered with pain and pleasure. Gently, I cleaned myself. My pussy was red and raw, and I knew I wasn't going to walk right all day. Lathering my whole body with soap, I washed the night away and tried to rally. When at last I was clean, I dragged myself out of the shower stall and wrapped myself in one of the huge towels hanging on the wall. Why did Anton have 2 towels? One for his body and one for his ego? The world would never know. I let the soft cloth drag over my hypersensitive skin, then wrapped it around my hair. Moving out of the bathroom, I saw Anton still asleep in his bed. I crossed the cold floor and looked down at him. He slept like a baby. His face, so controlled in waking life, became slack, relaxed in repose. Where his beautiful face seemed magnetic when animated, I found it alluring when asleep. I longed to reach out and brush away the dark lock of hair that had fallen against his forehead. I wanted to lean down and kiss him awake, but I didn't. He was still untouchable. And besides, there was no telling what kind of punishment he'd mete out for touching him without his conscious knowledge. The rules were different for me. With a resigned sigh, I hobbled over to the closet and opened it. Inside hung an array of fine, extremely expensive clothes. I grabbed a shirt from its hanger and put it on. At least it covered my naked body. Bending down, I grabbed my little black dress from where it had pooled on the floor and tiptoed out of the room, down the hall and to the stairs. The steps creaked under my weight as I made my way down them, but no one in the house was up yet except me. Padding across cold floors, I made my way to the room I had chosen and shut the door behind me. Once inside, I stood, unsure what to do, lost. Anton had somehow unmoored me. Normally, I'd know exactly what to do. It wouldn't always be the correct thing to do. Many times my decisions involved smoking weed or texting old boyfriends, but at least I knew what I wanted to do. Now, standing naked but for a dress shirt and a towel on my head, I stared at the boxes holding my life and wondered what to do about such a pitiful bounty. This was it. My whole life, except for my art, was here. My sculpting tools were all still at my old apartment, and I wished suddenly that I had asked for them to be brought here. Nothing would have made me feel better than to plunge my hands into some water and grab a block of clay and just fucking go for it. Make a horse or a wolf or a goat, something live and beautiful. My hands would know what to do, if only I could lay them on some clay. But all that shit was across town, and I was stuck here, cut off almost completely from the life I had lived a scant week before. Well, no sense standing around catching a cold about it. I combed through the boxes, each labeled well, especially since my apartment had been a total disaster area when the movers had showed up, and found several boxes of clothes. Ripping them open, I dug through them until I found something warm enough to wear and got dressed. Just a sweater, slim jeans, and knockoff Ugg boots. But warm enough, and I started to feel better. Plus, having clothes strewn all over the guest bed I had claimed made the place feel a bit more like home already. I should just open all the boxes and dump everything out, I thought. It seemed like a really good idea. I mean, I'd only had about 30 minutes of sleep between getting my brains fucked out, but it would make me feel better. I put a hand on a box. My door opened and I jumped about a foot in the air, stifling a shriek. Whirling around, I expected to see Anton there, but instead, my father stood in the doorway. Ugh, great. Just who I didn't want to see. What do you want? I snapped. I'm busy. Felicia, he said, then stopped, clearly uncomfortable and not sure what to say. I cocked a hip and jammed a fist into it, waiting for him to continue. Finally, he sighed. I was just coming to check up on you. Yeah, I said. Well, it's a little late for that. I'm not your responsibility anymore. You sold me off. Oh, God, don't say it like that. I threw my hands in the air, a gesture I suddenly remembered my mother employing to distraction last night, and turned it into running my hands through my damp hair. Well, what do you want me to say? He shook his head, glancing around at the boxes filling my room. I don't know, he said. I almost told him I didn't hate him, but I did, so I stayed silent. Finally, he blew a stream of air through his teeth. Your mother wants to go shopping today to start getting your wedding in order. Ugh, I already had a wedding. I seriously did not need another one, and I really didn't feel like going shopping with my mother. Whenever I wondered why she stayed with my father despite the fact that he cheated on her with a new girl every week, I just had to go shopping with her to remember. She was addicted to plastic. You think she's going to feel well enough to do that? I asked. He looked at me blankly for a second, then seemed to remember that she was sick. Oh, I'm sure she will, he said. She always feels well enough to spend money. That was pretty rich coming from a guy who blew all his credit, capital, and concrete assets on bad business ventures and had to sell his own daughter into modern-day sexual slavery to save his own ass, but I stayed silent. He was never going to change, and I didn't need to fight with him. Besides, as much as I hated to admit it, things could have gone a lot worse than they had. I liked Anton, and I really didn't mind being married to him so much. There were worse things to be. I guess I'd better get some coffee started, I said. He moved aside from me, and I brushed past him and descended the stairs. I found 10 texts and 2 voicemails from Sadie warning me of my parents' impending arrival. Clearly, I needed to glue my phone to my forehead so I didn't miss anything important. I wanted to kick myself. I should have been able to warn Anton. We could have turned off all the lights and hid behind the couch and pretended we weren't at home. As it was, my mother whirled into the breakfast nook at 9 in high dudgeon. Anton had left the house half an hour earlier, pausing only to give me a cursory, distant kiss on the forehead. He didn't even look me in the eye before he drifted out the front door. My mother thought it rude of him to leave without greeting his house guests. You are kind of unexpected, I told her. He has things to do that don't involve you, or me, like running a financial empire. Felicia, my mother said, popping herself down in the chair across from mine at the breakfast table. Why on earth did you marry a rich man? You are never going to be the first thing in his life. He is always going to be a businessman first and a husband second, sometimes third or fourth. What were you thinking? I wanted to strangle her. Or hug her. I couldn't tell which. I was thinking, wow, he's really hot and rich and wants to marry me. Let's do this, I said, which was kind of half the truth. He was really hot. I loved fucking him. On the other hand, now that I had some coffee in me and the damage from last night was becoming apparent, I hoped I had satisfied him for at least a week. My pussy was raw and aching, and I kept shifting uncomfortably in my chair. My mother, thankfully, didn't seem to notice. Well, we are going to his office and retrieving him after I've had breakfast. I blinked at her. What? We're going to pick out wedding cakes and invitations today, and we'll need to secure a venue. She sighed, as though this were a great burden, and not something she had decided to do without even asking me. It's going to be a lot of work. You'll both need to pick a wedding date, too. I stared. She sipped her coffee and sighed. Why do we have to do it this morning? I asked her. Can't it wait? Anton and I haven't even been married for 48 hours yet. Can't we, ease into it? That is not my problem, my mother told me. My problem is your wedding, and I will not sit idly by while your husband blows you off like mine did. Not for the first time. I thought that there was probably a reason my father blew her off, but I kept my mouth shut. Nothing was a sore subject with my mother. She could talk about how terrible a husband my father was for hours on end if she really wanted to. My therapist had told me that it was highly inappropriate that she had done just that to me on several occasions. But the second someone on the outside of their relationship said anything, she would burst into tears. It was maddening. He's not blowing me off, I said. Believe me, he pays me plenty of attention. She gave me a cool eye. Not enough attention to give you a proper wedding, she said. If he truly cared about you, he would have wanted to meet your family, given you two a proper start in life. He doesn't care about me, I thought. He doesn't want to care about me. He just wants a companion, a roommate fuck buddy. It didn't really matter how much he liked to fuck me if he didn't actually like me, did it? And I had missed out on the wedding of my dreams, which wasn't much, but I still wanted that princess dress. And if he was angry with us barging in, then maybe he'd talk some sense into my mother. If he could get my mother out of this absolutely insane, irritating obsession with seeing me married in a ceremony, it would be worth it to bug him this morning. 10 minutes of hassle and a possible spanking versus 2 months of stress and parental hovering. I couldn't imagine Anton putting up with that sort of shit. I was a slave to my family, and he was the opposite. Maybe I could get something out of this marriage besides a sore cooch. Fine, we can go see him, I said. I wasn't asking your permission, dear, my mother said, and we should leave as soon as I've had some toast. I have an appointment this afternoon that I must keep. I pressed my lips together and said nothing. To say that Anton was surprised by his newly minted wife and mother-in-law showing up at his office was an understatement. Even as we walked in the door, I felt him shut down from across the room. I wished I'd been able to get a hold of Sadie, but she wasn't answering her phone, and I knew she'd been at Anton's office earlier this morning to discuss her employment. Maybe Anton had eaten her. His sparse office, perfectly appointed for a rich man without attachments, seemed far too spare to me when I walked into it. Where before I had been impressed by its restraint, looking at it now, I saw the repression that boiled over whenever Anton touched me. He was pushing a lot of things down, keeping them deep inside, and every refined, understated piece of furniture in the office gave me the willies, like I was looking at the pit of a long, dormant volcano and seeing the swell of the ground as something molten hot underneath struggled to come to the surface. Good morning, Anton, my mother said, striding toward his desk. We have several appointments that require your attention this morning. Oh, he said, do you? His eyes shifted to mine, and I tried to look contrite, mouthing sorry to him over my mother's shoulder. He raised a brow at me, but left it at that. Yes, wedding cake, venue, date, and invitations need to be sorted out this morning. That's a tall order. I do have a lot of work to do. Yes, well, be that as it may, my mother cut in. You are a married man now and have responsibilities. He grew very still. Oh, shit. Ma'am, I assure you I know my responsibilities and obligations, he said, his voice quiet. Then you will be able to spare a morning for wedding planning, my mother said. I'll not have my little girl play mistress to a man married to a job. For a long moment, Anton sat in his chair, very still. Then he stood abruptly and closed his thin laptop. Very well, he said, sending a shock through me. I will accompany you, but we must be done by lunch. There are many important things I must attend to here. My daughter is important, my mother said, and I wanted to melt into the floor and disappear. Why had I thought this was a good idea? And why wasn't Anton stopping her? Anton rounded his desk, not even glancing at me, the faint smile I had come to think of as Buddha-like plastered over his face. And in a flash I realized he only wore that face when he was feeling something very strongly, but desperately wanted to keep it hidden. The thought rocked me, and I stared as he held out his arm to my mother. "Please let us go, Mrs. Dare. There is much work to be done." My mother seemed slightly taken aback by his acquiescence, then drew herself up to her full height, not very high, admittedly, and gave him a regal nod. "Thank you, Anton." And she looped her hand around his arm and let him escort her to the door. I trailed behind them, suddenly feeling like a third wheel. At least it gave me a chance to watch Anton when the full force of his attention wasn't riveted on me. His dark head tilted and leaned toward my mother, that Zen master smile softening his gaze. And yet behind it I saw emptiness, as though he were wearing a mask made of his own face. I had seen that mask drop not once, but several times, and behind it I knew lurked a man full of something painful and dark. Seeing him adopt his persona so smoothly, I knew he must have had great practice at it. Years, decades. Somewhere along the line he had decided it was better to hide than to be forthright. Perhaps that was true in the world of business, but now I was bound to him. And I wished I could lift the mask away and see the man underneath. The glimpses I'd seen weren't enough for me. As I observed him with my mother, all courtesy and dead inside, my heart twisted in my chest, a little ache born of pure human empathy, and a little jealousy, too. If I could hide like that, I probably wouldn't have had to get married in the first place for a start. And yet we'd both arrived at the same place despite our opposite natures. I chewed my lip and shadowed them to the car, my mother chattering away and Anton nodding politely. As he handed her inside, his eyes caught mine. For a brief moment I saw a fire in him as we stared at each other, a warning, a feeling, a passion flaring up, and my breath caught. Then he broke away and the moment was gone. "Yes, of course, Mrs. Dare," he said formally as he slid into the car after my mother, in response to something I couldn't hear. Thoughtful, I let the driver guide me into the front seat, and we were off. 20 minutes later, I wished I had a gun. I didn't know what I was going to shoot, but it was going to be something, and it was going to be dramatic, all over the news. Billionaire Bridezilla busts boutique, caps cake. I'd be the lead-in on the late-night talk shows for months. It would be grand. "Do you think we should do the boxes or the plaques?" my mother was asking my husband. "The boxes are lovely, make me think of a little gift, but the plaques are more commemorative." "I think you are right," Anton said non-committally. In the 10 minutes we'd been in the shop, my mother had gone through at least 20 different wedding invitation designs, cooing over each of them as if they were her grandchildren. I felt like I was on a Real Housewives episode. There hadn't been Real Housewives when I was a little girl, but it was exactly like my childhood. And I was 13 again, awkwardly standing in the background, while my mother whirlwinded her way through thousands of dollars, oohing and awing over the most ridiculous things. No one needed a $5,000 picnic basket, and yet we owned 2. And I just let her dress me up like a doll all those years, even when I was most comfortable in a t-shirt and jeans. And sneakers. I liked my Nikes. And yet she'd taken me shoe shopping once a month, simply because no girl could possibly go longer than a month without buying a set of ridiculous heels. I hate shopping. I wished suddenly that I had turned Anton down. Nothing was worse than being held captive to my mother's acquisitive whims. If I'd known it was all going to end in frilly, boxed wedding invitations, I would have said no and moved out of the country. I should probably still do that. "Felicia, dear, you still haven't told me your wedding colors." I started. I'd been too lost in thought and stuck in the past to realize that my mother had been speaking to me. "What? Oh, I don't know." She gave an exasperated sigh. "You don't know?" You don't have a favorite color? Just pick your favorite color and we'll decide what others will go with it. God, this was all so inane. Pressing my lips together, I racked my brain. Orange, I said at last. My mother turned and looked at me. Then she closed her eyes and appeared to collect herself. Orange, she said at last. I like orange roses, I said defensively. Not yellow or white or red, she asked hopefully. Even purple. There are some lovely purple-hued roses. I turned to Anton, mutely pleading with him for help, but he simply stared back at me. His gaze was watchful, curious. He was waiting to see what I would do. Thanks, douche, I thought. Way to stick up for your wife. My therapist had told me to set boundaries and stick to them, and I was determined to do it. No, I said orange, I told my mother. Nothing goes with orange, she said. Why not pink? I like orange. Her lips thinned and she seemed to be sizing me up. I think cream would work best. Cream with a tinge of pink. Orange is too gauche for a wedding, and cream with a tinge of pink is almost orange. Almost orange is not orange, I wanted to scream. I didn't even care about colors, but now I wanted orange because I wanted my orange roses, God damn it. And why did I care so much now? It didn't even matter because I was already fucking married. She was just going to push and get her way. I'd already had a wedding, and I realized it had at least been my wedding. I'd walked down that aisle with a vibrating bullet against my clit and my husband-to-be bringing me to climax, and while no little girl had ever dreamed of a wedding like that, it had been between Anton and me, and that was what had mattered. It was all kinds of fucked up, but it was my fucked up. This was for my mom, and she had cancer for God's sake. Why was I even thinking of fighting with her? Sure, I said. Fine, cream with pink. My mother beamed at me. It will go lovely with your coloring, she said. I sighed. I know. My mother turned to Anton. Cream with pink, yes? He shrugged. Whatever my lovely wife wants. I cringed inwardly, but I shot him a glare. He merely watched me as, next to him, my mother flitted and fluttered between choices. Invitations, favors, flowers, decorations, all flowed past me, out of my control. All of it was out of my control. For the 10th time in 15 minutes, my mother checked her watch. The service at the bistro Anton had brought us to was far too slow for her liking. Do you have to be somewhere? Anton asked her, all politeness and courtesy. She started but recovered quickly. She looked tired. Yes, she said. I have an appointment to go to. Please don't let us keep you waiting. As if she were afraid of leaving me alone with him, my mother glanced at me, a guarded look on her face. Well, she said, dragging the word out, I suppose if it's all right with you, Felicia. God, please, I thought. It's not a problem, I said. Then, because it was getting too much for me, I said, what appointment do you have? For a moment, she was flustered. Oh, she said, waving a hand. Just a doctor's appointment. I raised my eyebrows. In the city? Is something wrong? Just tell me, Christ. But she just shook her head. No, it's nothing. Standing up, she gathered her purse and coat, then leaned over and gave me a kiss. The cloying scent of her perfume clogged my nostrils, but I held my breath and hugged her back. I'll see you later today. Don't forget to go dress shopping. I nodded. Like hell I was going dress shopping. It hadn't ended very well the last time I'd gone. Maybe Sadie wanted to go drinking with me. The moment my mother was gone, Anton turned to me. Are you hungry, Felicia? He asked. I looked at him in surprise, mostly because I hadn't expected him to be so perceptive. Actually, I'm not, I confessed. Who knew getting run all over roughshod could wreck an appetite? Then perhaps I should take you home. I gave him a grateful smile. Thank you. I have to get back to work, he said, so I will drop you off. Oh, that's why. Oh well, I knew it was going to be like this when I married him. No big deal. We rode home in silence, but when the car stopped in front of the house, my house, it was my house now, he got out of the car with me and held the door as I dragged myself inside. A note on the kitchen table from my father informed me that we were alone in the house. No doubt he'd run off to do some kind of work as well, or perhaps was going to meet my mother at her appointment. And for the first time since the night before, I felt as though I could relax. Except for the fact that Anton lingered in the doorway of the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe and watching me. "What?" I said. I was too tired to even try to be polite with him. "Don't you have to go back to work?" "That can wait for a bit," he said. I stared at him, not really understanding. "Okay," I said finally. "So what? You want a quickie before you go back?" "Well, yes," he admitted, "but that's not what I wanted to talk to you about." At least he was honest. I arched a brow at him, encouraging him to continue. For the first time, I saw him truly hesitate, as though he were about to jump into water with depths unknown. "Do your parents always walk all over you like that?" he asked me at last. I laughed. "Oh, you noticed?" I said. I gave him a shrug. "I'm their only kid. My dad thinks I'm an asset, and my mom thinks I'm a doll she can dress up." He frowned faintly. "And you let them?" I sighed and began to unbutton my coat. "I was doing pretty well keeping them off my back until you came into the picture," I said, then realized what I'd said. I put a hand over my mouth. "Oh, sorry," I said. "I didn't really mean it like that." "Oh, then how did you mean it?" To my relief, he didn't seem angry. I rubbed my forehead and tried to think through the sleep-deprived fog shrouding my brain. "I mean that my life got very complicated. I didn't really talk to my dad before he showed up on my doorstep telling me I needed to marry you, and I hadn't seen my mother in a while. I talked to her on the phone once a week, but she lived in California and I lived here. There was distance. And I hadn't liked that distance. Yeah, working long hours at the bar sucked, and eating ramen 5 nights a week was terrible for me, but it was my shitty life, and I'd been mostly free of their drama and control. But all that progress was turned back now, and I was back in the same place I had been in before I'd left home." I shook my head. "It's not like they beat me or abused me or something," I said. "They just weren't great to have around, and now they're around again. I can't get away." Anton pushed away from the door and came to stand in front of me as I shucked my coat from my shoulders and laid it over the nearest chair. "I don't think that's true," he said. I tried not to roll my eyes at him and failed. "Oh, yeah?" I said. "Well, you aren't me. I'm not you. I can't just command everyone to do my bidding with a word and a glance of those come-hither eyes." "You think I have come-hither eyes?" he said, amused. "Don't push it," I told him. Anton smiled, real and genuine, not his Zen smile. He was amazing when he smiled. "You do have power, Felicia," he said. "You only have to learn to use it." I shook my head. "I don't know how." His face softened. Without warning, he reached out and pulled me to him. I stumbled, startled, against his chest, my hands coming up to brace myself. But the sensation of his hard body against the palms of my hands had me pausing, lingering, savoring. His fingers trailed over my back, up my arms, and I listed into him, tilting my head back. He gazed down at me with intense green eyes, fixated on my lips. His hands slid up and up until he cradled my head in his hands. A thumb alighted on my lips. "Your voice," he said. "You must use your voice. Speak and make yourself be heard." His other hand abandoned my face, slipping down my arm and coming up to cover my fingers where they lay against his chest. "And if people will not listen to you, you must do what you must. Use these hands. I've seen your art. There is power in you. Build your own life, Felicia." Tears stung my eyes. How could he say such things to me? I had been coerced into marrying him. Nothing was mine any longer. He seemed to read my mind, or perhaps my thoughts were plain on my face. Leaning in, he rested his forehead against mine. I am not the enemy, Felicia. I am your companion, as you are mine. I may have acquired you in an unconventional way, but I wanted a wife, and you acquired me in the bargain. I closed my eyes. My heart hurt in my chest, as though it had been rubbed raw. Anton drew me closer, and I felt the stirrings of his arousal against my belly. I inhaled sharply. You can say no, he said. His voice vibrated in my skin, in my bones. You always have the last say. I'll not be a rapist. I swallowed hard. I don't want to say no, I said. Please, just make me come. Wipe it away. Make me forget for a little while. Gladly, he breathed. He kissed me then, and I flung myself into him, into the feeling of his arms around me, his lips on mine. For the first time there was a tenderness to his possession, a sweetness to his dominance. It reached deep inside me and touched my heart. So much kept us apart, but his strength buoyed me up, kept me afloat. If I could keep my head above water, we could become something. But for now, I was content to be his. Slowly, deliberately, he broke away from my mouth and placed a kiss on my chin, over my jaw. His hands turned me in his embrace, his lips trailing down over my throat to the top of my spine. Reaching up, he swept my hair to the side and planted a kiss in the hollow of my neck, and I shivered, my sex melting in anticipation. With gentle hands, he guided me to the stairs, and with each step I mounted, my thighs rubbed against my aching pussy, sending tremors of pleasure through my body. He touched me as we climbed the narrow stairway, his hand slipping over my ass, between my legs, and by the time we reached his room, I was breathless with anticipation. He undressed me, slowly, standing back to admire me as, one by one, my clothes gathered on the floor. I stood there and let him, my desire building with every sweep of his eyes over my body. At last, when I was fully nude, he stepped away and surveyed me. You are lovely, he said. I closed my eyes. His footsteps echoed on the floor, and a drawer scraped open. Then he returned to my side, and soft cloth whispered over my skin as he tied a blindfold over my eyes. In the darkness inside my head, I trembled with want. My whole body, sore still from last night's fucking, stood at attention, and my ears strained to hear his movements. Warm hands alighted on my shoulders, and he moved me backwards until the backs of my legs hit the bed. I sat, and he tipped me over until I was fully supine. His hands slid over my breasts, catching my waist, slipping against my stomach, and I arched into him. One finger ran down my slit, then retreated. Something cool and smooth pressed against my tender entrance, and I forced myself to relax. It slipped past my pussy lips and snuggled against my G-spot, curving up and over my mound, a double vibrator. Ridges rubbed against my clit. Anton turned it on. I came alive. His hands traveled over my skin as the toy between my legs ruthlessly teased pleasure from my body. His mouth suckled at my breasts, the cotton of his shirt and trousers scraping erotically over my flesh as he covered my body with his. Mindlessly, I thrust against him, kneading him inside me, and he turned me over, pulling my hips back until I was kneeling on the bed, my face in the blankets, my pussy dancing with vibration. Hot breath gathered in the crack of my ass. I stiffened for a moment, but when his tongue, hot and probing, laved my asshole, I moaned. With practiced hands, he carefully prepared me, pushing in and retreating, relaxing the tight ring of muscle until I couldn't take it anymore. Fuck my ass, I begged. Fuck me, please. Always, Felicia. he said, and then his whole mouth was devouring my ass, hot and wet, until abruptly it retreated, only to be replaced by the soft head of his cock nestling against my tight hole. He pushed forward and I moaned. Slowly, inexorably, he filled my ass until I was plugged in both holes, his hot cock stretching me until I thought I would break. Almost sweetly, he began to move inside me, his hips nudging my ass, first in small thrusts, then deeper and deeper until I cried out. Reaching around between my legs, he massaged the vibe over my clit and G-spot, quickly, smoothly, until I didn't even know my name anymore. All I knew was Anton's body, Anton's lips on my back, Anton's hands on my breasts, Anton's cock in my ass. Anton, 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 Anton! Felicia, he growled. And then I was coming undone, and he caught me in his iron control, and I spasmed around his thick shaft as he pumped in and out of my ass, my limbs jerking, my pussy contracting until he grunted and pulled out, shooting warm spurts of his seed over my back. When my body was finally spent, he removed the vibrator from my pussy and cleaned me as I lay on the bed, the blindfold still around my eyes. Then he tucked me into bed, kissed me on the cheek, and tiptoed from the room. I let myself sleep, swaddled in his care. Chapter 7. Bartered Pain. The delegates' dining room at the United Nations. That's where I was standing. Floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded us. The sun had come out from behind the clouds this morning, cascading warmth through the glass and filling the room with light. This place is huge, I said. Next to me, Anton pursed his lips. I suppose, he mused. Perhaps we'll be able to fit everyone in here. I still think Gotham Hall would be better. It has more capacity. I agree, my mother said. Absolutely all our friends and acquaintances will be invited. We want to make it the social event of the holiday season, and that means we need the most room possible. Right, Jonathan? She turned to my father expectantly. My father nodded. His face looked a little gray at the thought of spending all the money he probably didn't even have yet on a wedding. The freeing up of his credit would happen at the end of the month, presumably, but until then he was betting on my mother's infamous inability to make a decision and stick with it. It's why she had at least 200 pairs of shoes with backups in a different color. I sighed. Already I was longing for the intense intimacy of our Las Vegas elopement. It had been frantic and unplanned, and I had been utterly alone with Anton and 2 paid witnesses. But at least I hadn't had to make 10,000 decisions I couldn't possibly care about. Now we were scoping out reception and wedding areas, and I just wanted to throw myself through a window. It had been a week since Anton had showed me the softer side of himself, the strong, powerful man I could lean on, rather than the predator who stalked me and longed only to possess my body. And each night had been strangely sweet. The only things I'd unpacked in my bedroom were my clothes and makeup. My books were still boxed, my kitchen utensils were useless, and my bedding, well, I had yet to spend the night in my own bed, so it seemed rather pointless to take them out. In our day-to-day lives, however, it seemed like he was incapable of releasing his mask, at least in front of other people. He blandly agreed with my mother no matter what she said, and the rest of the time he was lost in la-la business land, no doubt wrapping up the particulars of acquiring my father's company. I didn't mind it, really. Our nights were enough for me at the moment, and when our nights bled into our days, well, that was just a bonus. As though he read my mind, a sudden jolt of electricity seared through my nipples, and I gasped. Warmth flooded between my legs. Pain and pleasure were beginning to mix in my head, and my body certainly didn't seem to mind it. I shot Anton a glare from the corner of my eye, but he just smiled serenely at me. This was his way of showing concern about my dysfunctional relationship with my parents. I could either endure punishment when I thought about speaking up but didn't, or I could just speak up, tell them to go away, and be left in peace. It's not that simple, I tried to tell him this morning when we'd dressed. These are my parents. I can't just tell them to fuck off. My mom will be crushed if I don't have a wedding. And what if I tell her to fuck off and then she dies? What about that? He'd paused in the process of placing the electric shock nipple clamps on my breasts, and I immediately felt bad. He was probably thinking about his own dead parents. Great. Good going, Felicia. What you do with your life is up to you, he said finally. You should talk to your mother about her illness. I can't, I told him. Oh God, I'm not supposed to know anything about it. I rolled my eyes, trying to ignore the way Anton ran his thumb over my nipple, calling it to attention so he could get a better grip with the clamp. Although I don't know how much longer I can play dumb. She goes to a doctor's appointment every single day. At some point, she's got to know that I'm going to catch on, right? He said nothing, merely put the nipple clamp in place and stared down at me with what I could have sworn was concern. Then he lifted the remote control for the electric clamps and gave me a zap that made my knees weak and my pussy melt. Oh, I breathed, and he reached out and caught me, swiping his tongue over my ear and nibbling at my earlobe before pushing me away. Get dressed, he said. We have a lot to do today. Mouth dry, I nodded and complied with his command. Now, in the UN dining room, I was getting hornier by the second as Anton slipped his arm around me and rubbed small, seductive circles over my hip with his thumb, as my mother chattered on and on about who was getting invited and who had incurred her wrath enough to be officially snubbed, and how she was going to let those people know just how snubbed they were. Shut up, Mom, I thought, then immediately felt guilty about it. But my God, she was killing my mood. Please, please be quiet. Another shock lanced through my breasts, and I hissed through my teeth. The sound was loud enough to cut through my mother's list of people she felt obligated to invite to the reception, but that weren't special enough to go to the wedding. She gave me a sharp look. Are you all right, Felicia? She asked. Licking my lips, I nodded. Yeah, I said. I just have a headache. Ah! Electricity crackled over my nipples and my legs buckled. Anton put a hand out to steady me as my mother started forward, concern writ large on her face. I didn't want to worry her, not in her condition. Anton, I said, could you help me find somewhere to sit down for a bit? Or a place to splash water on my face? The arm around me tensed, and I knew he was thinking the same thing I was. Of course, dear, he said, his voice rumbling against my arm. To everyone else, he sounded perfectly normal, but I could hear the tiny note of hoarseness threaded through his words. Firmly, he steered me away from my parents. My mother watched me go, her eyes narrow. My father stood at one of the windows and stared down at the city. He couldn't have cared less. Well, so what? The heat of Anton's body was already rolling off him in waves as he guided me toward the entrance and the two discreet restrooms that stood there behind nondescript doors. We entered the ladies' room. There was no one else in the restaurant, too early in the morning, and we had the place to ourselves. A small lounge greeted us, with a coffee table, a couch, and 2 chairs against the wall. I didn't even have a chance to admire the decor before I was flat on my stomach over the coffee table as Anton hiked my skirt up over my hips. No panties again. Never again. Drawing his hand back, he spanked my exposed pussy, and I hissed. I couldn't cry out, not here, not with everyone so close, but the flood of moisture between my legs was enough to tell Anton that I wanted exactly what he was going to give me. Which of course meant he had to torture me first. Another electrical charge jolted my nipples, and I twitched and thrashed against the table. The leather of my jacket creaked and groaned as I twisted. Anton stroked my slit gently with one long finger, spreading my juices over my pussy lips until my sex was almost frictionless. You are so dirty, he whispered. You'd fuck me anywhere. Hell yes, I said, earning another smack on the ass. The flat sound echoed off the walls, and I clenched my teeth together, swallowing a shriek of pleasure. His hands were rough when he reached down and turned me over so I lay on the table, my thighs falling open. Eagerly, his mouth descended on me, licking, stroking, probing, nipping. Anyone could walk in that door at any moment. I needed to come, and quick, or I'd spend the rest of the day frustrated. "Your fingers," I begged. He pulled back and lightly spanked my open pussy, the sensation on my clit sending tremors of desire out through my limbs. "I'll fuck you how I want," he growled, "and you will come." Yes, yes, please, I thought. He resumed stroking my slit with his finger, playing with me, toying with me, and I writhed beneath his touch, my whole body begging him to give me the quick, rough fuck I knew would take me over the edge. "Perhaps I should fuck your ass," he said thoughtfully, and his finger slid down my ass, playing with the sensitive flesh between my ass cheeks. "No, my pussy, please," I wanted to say, but I forced myself to bite my lip. My hands had found the edges of the table, and I was holding on to it for dear life. "Or perhaps your mouth. I could shoot my load all over your chest." I whimpered. "Or maybe I'll just let you please me with your hands." "Your cock," I wanted to shriek. "Give me your cock." "What do you think, Felicia?" he said softly. "What hole should I fuck?" Reaching up, he coated my lips with my own juices, and I opened my mouth and sucked his finger deep inside, tasting my own mead on his hands. He inhaled sharply when I swirled my tongue over his finger, wrapping deftly around it. "Felicia," he said. He drew his hand back, and I lay there, panting, knowing I had no choice but to let him do to me what he would. I wanted it that way. I would have done anything he wanted, wherever he wanted, as long as he stroked me into heaven again. The buzz of his zipper scraped over my ears, and he was pulling me off the coffee table, lifting me up until I was high in his arms and my legs wrapped around his waist. The length of his cock kissed my slick lips. I needed it. I had to have it. Anton pushed me up against the wall, hiking my legs up until my knees met my chest. My ankles hooked over his shoulders, and his hand under my ass held me up. I felt his other hand beneath us, manipulating his cock, pressing it up and up. "We shall let fate decide which hole I fuck," he whispered, and his voice was so rough it seemed like two wet stones grating over each other. "The first hole I hit is what I fuck." Oh, God, I thought. Fruitlessly, I tried to angle my hips, but I was pinned, immobile, like a butterfly. The soft, wet head of his cock slid perilously close to my puckered entrance before it glided up, and then he was snug against my slick channel, the hand under me slowly releasing my weight. I slid down onto his cock with the ease of long nights of practice, and I closed my eyes. Each time was the same, mind-blowing. I couldn't breathe as he filled my body with his, fitting into me, easing the ache he caused with his very presence. Every time it was the same. Each time it was new. He speared me with his cock until it was fully engulfed, my clit smashed against the hard muscles of his abs. Pressing me harder into the wall, he pulled out and pressed in, the smallest of thrusts, but it sent sparks dancing through me. My toes curled with the sensation of his stomach scraping over my clit as the head of his cock jutted over my G-spot on its way to my womb. He set a quick, sharp pace, an urgent humping sending relentless bursts of pleasure through my pussy, dragging a fierce fire from my aching clit as he pounded into me. Tiny whines escaped my throat as I clung to him, helpless beneath his assault, and my body opened before him, melting around him. I wished it would go on forever. I wished it would end quickly. I got my wish, one of them anyway. We came together, a fun little party trick we'd been working on that made a quickie like this so smooth and perfect. My body contracted, pulling him deeper, and with a visceral grunt he spent himself inside of me, hot cum squirting into my slick channel. There was no time for coming down. Without preamble, Anton slipped out of me and tucked his cock back into his pants while I tugged my skirt back down over my ass. Long strings of his thick, hot milk dripped down the inside of my thigh, unimpeded by anything so convenient as underwear, and I rubbed my legs together, smearing Anton's seed over my skin. The smell of cum hit my nose. I would reek of it until I had a chance to clean up. Which wasn't now, because no sooner had I smoothed my skirt down than my mother popped into the ladies' lounge, elbows flying, clearly concerned that Anton couldn't handle a headache. I hoped she couldn't smell the cum on my legs. It just kept dripping. "Are you feeling better?" she asked me. I ran a hand through my hair. My legs shook. The aftershocks of our fuck sent tremors through my limbs, and I swayed on my feet. I licked my lips and tried to sound wan and consumptive. I don't know," I told her. "Maybe I should go home." She pressed her lips together, and I felt the tiniest pangs of guilt. But then Anton's warm, strong arm snaked around my shoulders. "I'll take you home in the car," he said. I leaned against him and breathed him in. I was soaking the effects of our fucking away in the bathtub when my phone rang. The theme song from Requiem for a Dream, since it was the most dramatic piece of music I could think of. What else would I give Sadie, my most dramatic friend? Drunk on fine bubble bath and great sex, I crawled over the lip of the tub toward my phone. It stopped ringing before I reached it, so I waited for the ding of a voicemail. Instead, it rang again. I frowned. Usually, Sadie was content to leave me a voicemail or text me. She'd been dispatched this afternoon to interview bands for the reception, since that's the sort of thing Sadie does best. Maybe she got mugged? Worried, I picked the phone up. "Hello? I'm coming over," Sadie blurted on the other end of the line. "Don't go anywhere. I'm coming over." There was a nervous tremor in her voice. I could hear it even over our crappy connection. "What?" I said. "Why? What's wrong?" "Just don't do anything. Don't turn on the TV. Don't look at the internet. Lise, I am so fucking serious. Wait for me to get there." Dread curdled in my stomach. "Why?" I demanded. "What's going on?" "Just wait for me," she pleaded, and hung up. I stared at the dead phone in my hands. My hands were like lead weights at the end of my arms, but I was already starting to shake. What had happened? Don't turn on the TV? Don't check the internet? I grabbed my towel and wrapped it around me quickly. What the hell could Sadie have meant by that? Another terrorist attack on the city? Another giant hurricane headed our way? Then a thought occurred to me. What if it had something to do with Anton? He'd left the house at noon, promising to be home to take me out to dinner. Was he in an accident? Was he dead? Fear like I'd never known shot through me, and I fairly ran out of the bathroom, not even bothering to pull the plug on the bathtub. The colder air of the bedroom sliced over my still damp skin like a razor, and I started to shiver as my skin broke out in goosebumps. Running over to the small, distressed white armoire, I opened the doors to reveal the ultra-thin, flat-screen TV that Anton never watched. The remote sat next to it, and I snatched it up, mashing the power button. Nothing happened. Of course, he probably didn't even have it hooked up. Like Anton Waters had time to watch Dancing with the Stars or whatever. He was too busy fucking his wife. Running back to the closet, I grabbed one of Anton's perfectly fitted cashmere sweaters from where it sat folded neatly on a shelf before reclaiming a pair of jeans I'd left strewn on the floor 2 nights ago. Dressed semi-decently, I ran back out to the bedroom and skipped down the stairs to the 4th floor where Anton kept his office, a cozy room full of mahogany furniture and even more books than he stored in his bedroom. The dark green and cream walls made the place look like a Gilded Age smoking room, where the gentlemen would retire after dinner to discuss things, while the women complained about how bad their husbands were in bed over cocktails. Anton's desktop computer, a sleek, overpowered thing that intimidated me with its sci-fi aesthetic, sat placidly on his desk. Wriggling the mouse, I put the password in, though the shaking of my hands meant I had to retype it 3 times, and opened a browser window. Google stared back at me, and I put my fingers on the keyboard. Then I paused. Perhaps I should wait for Sadie like she told me. Certainly she would have said something about Anton being dead, right? So this is something else. Something really bad that needs a friend to intervene. A buffer. Oh, boy. For once in my life, I decided to listen to Sadie. She was usually right about things, and I wanted to trust her. Restlessly, I wandered out of the office and downstairs to make myself some coffee. A nervous, aimless task, but at least it gave me something to do with my hands. Just as I switched the coffee maker on, the doorbell rang. I jogged to the front door and peered out, then heaved a sigh of relief. Sadie stood there. I opened the door. "Hey, I began. "Okay," she shouted, pushing past me and into the house. Under her arm was a stack of garishly colored tabloids. "Don't freak out!" This was not good. The shaking in my hands returned, and my breathing picked up. Sadie grabbed me by the shoulders and gave me a firm rattle, the tabloids spilling to the fine marble floor of the entryway. "No," she commanded. "I said don't freak out." "How can I not freak out when you're yelling at me?" I cried. My eyes fell to the technicolor mess on the creamy marble. It looked like a pile of vomit. Trashy vomit. "What's with the tabloids?" In answer, Sadie enveloped me in a fierce hug. "It's going to be okay," she said. Okay, I thought. Now I know this is really bad. On trembling legs, I lowered myself to the floor, and Sadie took a step back to allow me to do so, almost as though she were giving me a respectful space to mourn my dead. With numb fingers, I reached out and grabbed a National Enquirer. "Waters and Wife's Dirty Little Secrets," screamed the headline. And there, beneath it, was a blurry night vision picture of me sprawled over Anton's lap, my bare ass in the air as he spanked me in the back garden. I knew it, I thought. I knew we couldn't get away with it. Another picture of us as we got in a car, my face clear as day, hovered in the lower corner of the front page, just in case no one knew exactly who I was. The blood drained from my head, and I sat heavily on the floor, swaying. Numbly, I picked up a copy of The Star. That one was even worse. A shot of Anton and I on the balcony, a collar around my neck, the leash in Anton's hand as he plowed me from behind. That had only been a few days ago. "Oh, my God," I breathed. Sadie stood next to me, clearly feeling awkward. "Well," she said at last, "at least your tits look good." I gave a weak laugh. "They're blurred out." "Yeah, but firm as hell. I mean, damn, girl." I shook my head. This is not good." Sadie sat down next to me. "I don't know," she said. "Look how a sex tape launched Paris Hilton's career." "What career?" "Oh, you know, stuff. And you actually have talent. Everyone's going to want a piece of sculpture from the billionaire mogul sex slave." "Sadie!" I covered my face with my hands. Fucking Anton and his stupid need to get off in public. This was the worst. She reached out and patted my shoulder awkwardly. "It'll be okay. It's not the end of the world," she said. "And look at it this way. You guys are married. Who cares what married people do? It's the 21st century. Maybe if you guys were swingers or something, that would be bad. But this is just... I sneaked a glance at her. She was staring at the Star cover, biting her lip. She was definitely not sure what to think about the leash and collar, but she rallied well. "This is just like something out of a Rihanna video. Yeah, it'll get banned in some places, but everyone's going to be sinfully envious of you. Waters is hot. You got to marry him, and you guys have a sex life like some crazy eyes wide shut shit." Despite myself, I started to feel a little better. "Maybe I should go talk to Anton," I said. Sadie nodded wisely, clearly relieved to be wrapping up the topic. "I think that's a good idea. Oh, but I found a great caterer. How do you feel about Ethiopian food?" I smiled. "Sadie," I began. She grinned at me. "More importantly, how do you think your mother will feel about Ethiopian food?" That made me grin back. "I don't know what I'd do without you," I said. 2 hours later, I was walking into Empire Capital's headquarters. I was a familiar enough face that I didn't have to check in anymore. Simply go to the elevator and head up to the top floor. I glanced at Katie manning the front desk and gave her a smile. She looked away immediately. Oh, I thought. The sick feeling in my stomach returned. What was my mother going to say when she found out? What was my father going to do? He'd never shown any sort of fatherly inclinations to keep me pure and untouched. But when his little girl was splashed across the tabloids in compromising positions, he might have a different reaction. Nerves singing, I mashed the elevator button and waited for it to descend. People passed me. No one looked me in the eye. I felt my cheeks begin to burn. The elevator dinged and I leaped inside it, pushing the button for the top floor. Outside the door, a small gaggle of business people waited, each and every one looking anywhere but at me. There's room, I wanted to say, but I didn't. The doors closed with a hiss and I ascended. I forced myself to breathe slowly and deeply. Anton would know what to do. Anton knew everything there was to know about being a rich and famous schmuck targeted by paparazzi. So why didn't he think twice about fucking me where we could be photographed? Come to think of it, why didn't I think twice about it? But I already knew the answer. I had thought about it. I'd thought about it each time it happened, but in the heat of the moment, tangled and twisted up with arousal, I hadn't been able to voice my concerns. I'd only had one thing on my mind. Anton. The elevator slowed to a stop and I exited. Arthur, Anton's personal assistant, sat at his desk. He met my eyes and smiled. Was it my imagination or was that smile a little false, a little plastic? He's in his office, Mrs. Waters, Arthur told me. Go on in. Licking my lips, I nodded and skirted around him, entering one of the doors leading to the small, spare foyer. My hands shook as I opened the door to Anton's office. Anton sat at his desk, serenely typing away at his computer. He glanced up as I edged my way in. Hey, I said. He gave me his signature faint smile. Is there something I can do for you? He asked me. I missed out on a lot of work this morning. I winced. I knew my mother's insistence on his attendance at the wedding planning was definitely eating into his time, but he acquiesced to her demands out of concern for me. Funny, I'd been writing it off as through the goodness of his heart, but I realized as he stared at me from the tranquility of his office, full of Zen fountains and running water, that he was much happier here, working. He probably wouldn't endure my mother out of some misplaced sense of kindness. I frowned as I stared at him. Felicia, he said. I started. Opening my purse, I dug the tabloids out of the depths. I have something you should probably look at. He raised a brow, but beckoned me closer. I walked the length of the room, an endless length it seemed like, and presented the tabloids to him with trembling hands. What was he going to think? Was he going to somehow blame me for this? Would this negatively impact his business? I worried my lip between my teeth as he laid the tabloids down on the desk and studied them. Then he looked back at me. Your tits look amazing, he said. Fucking wow. That's it? I asked him. That's all you have to say? An expression of genuine surprise crossed his face. What do you want me to say? He asked. I threw my hands in the air. I don't know, I cried. Something, anything. I did say something, he told me. I said your tits look amazing. Never before in my life had I wanted to slap someone more. And that's all you have to say about it. He squinted down at the terrible photos of us in our private moments. I wish they'd got a shot of my ass, he said. It's pretty great, too. Exasperated, I stamped my foot. Really? Well, there's nothing else to really do about it other than make the best of it, he said. I was feeling less and less good about this with each thing that fell out of his mouth. I thought you might want to sue them or something. Why would I do that? He asked me. This is free publicity. I'll be on the receiving end of many backslaps the next time I attend a business function. Yeah, I said. Well, Katie couldn't even look me in the eye when I came in here. I told him. It's different for me. That seemed to have an effect. A frown shadowed his eyes. Katie, he said. Really? He pursed his lips and thought about this. Do you want me to fire her? What? No! I'm not that vindictive. I feel totally humiliated. You might not have any friends or family, but I do. And the next time I see them, this is all they're going to be thinking about. I have a family, Anton said. His voice faltered slightly, and I realized I'd touched a nerve. I tried to wave it away. It doesn't matter. Didn't you think about what could happen when you chose those places to fuck? For a long moment, Anton stared at me. His green eyes, so startling and brilliant in his handsome face, were thoughtful. No, he said at last. No, I didn't. And you're right. I should have. Slightly mollified, I crossed my arms. Yeah, well, think about it next time. He smiled at that. To my surprise, he pushed back from his desk and stood up. I can't guarantee that, he told me. He rounded his desk, his smooth, predatory gait calling to something primal in me. I was such a sucker. Why can't you guarantee that? I asked him. He drew close, looming over me, and I was reminded of our very first encounter here in this office, when he seduced me. He hadn't made me come, only touched me, stoking a fire inside that was so violent and out of control that I had to quench it myself the moment I was alone. Even now, just thinking about it, I was turned on. I didn't want to be. I wanted to think rationally and calmly, but it felt like the moment Anton had entered my life that my reason had taken a flying leap off a cliff. And I liked it. I really didn't like how much I liked it. I was losing myself in Anton. Glittering green eyes stared down at me. I'm sorry, Felicia, he said. I will do my best in the future to remember the potential consequences of acting on my, more exhibitionist impulses. He extended a hand, running his fingers down my cheek. I gazed up at him, uncertain what to say, wanting only to fall into his arms. It would be easy to do so. A strong man is hard to resist. He leaned down and kissed me, stealing my breath. His mouth was hot and soft, but undemanding. Gently he nibbled and massaged my lips with his. My body heated at the tenderness in his kiss, reveling in the feeling of his arms as they circled around me. Large, warm hands traveled up and down my back, cupping my ass, tracing my spine. His body met mine, soft against hard, and I was melting against him. He pulled away for a moment, cradling my head in his hand. His eyes, desire-drugged, explored my face, as though looking for something there. You make me forget myself, Felicia, he whispered. Oh, I said. Inexplicably, tears stung my eyes, but he was already kissing me again, obscuring whatever sweet, soft revelation I was about to uncover with the magic of his touch, and I closed my eyes. His body moved against mine, and he broke away again, planting kisses against my throat, his hands smoothing over my breasts, circling my ribcage, as if he could hold all of me in the palms of his hands. My own fingers tangled in his rich, dark hair, and I couldn't help but sigh as he lowered himself to the floor, kneeling before me. I was wearing a skirt again, a heavy wool thing, and again I wore no panties. I was so thoroughly his that I didn't even think about it now. I was so trained to want his touch that I almost never wore jeans anymore. The realization sent a tiny spark of apprehension through me. But then Anton ran his fingertips lightly up the backs of my thighs, and I pushed it away, unwilling to examine it. Slowly, he lifted the hem of my skirt and planted a warm, chaste kiss on my mound, letting the skirt fall over his head as he moved his hands to my ass cheeks and began to massage them in an insistent rhythm, the rhythm of sex, of thrusting. I moaned as his tongue escaped his mouth and dipped into the delta of my thighs, hot and wet against the nub of my clit. He took up a soft, relentless pattern, thrusting his tongue over my clit where it hid, mashed between my closed legs, until my knees weakened and I parted for him. Pressure on my hips had me backing up into his desk, and he lifted me up until I sat on the edge. Parting my thighs with the palms of his hands, he exposed me to the cool air, my soaking pussy quivering with the sudden change in temperature. "Lean back," he instructed. I did so, placing my palms flat on the desk behind me as he spread the lips of my pussy with one hand. I watched as he studied my inner folds, almost clinically, but the darkening of his eyes told me all I needed to know. If I reached 1 foot down, I would find an erection as hard as a rock in his trousers. "You are beautiful," he said then, breaking the tense anticipation of the moment. Placing one long, lean finger on my clit, he traced small, slow circles around it with the tip. Each stroke sent a shudder through my body, and I couldn't resist. I was putty in his hands. Throwing my head back, I let him circle, circle, circle me, commanding my pleasure with a single point of contact. I sighed and moaned, spread out on his desk like a banquet, until his tiny, sweet, merciless circle spiraled out along my limbs, curling in my belly, and I came in small, short bursts. He stood, undoing his trousers with a practiced motion, then reached up and helped me out of my skirt, letting it fall to the floor as he inched my shirt up over my stomach until it bunched beneath my breasts. "Lie back," he said, and I did. Defying him didn't even cross my mind now. All I wanted was pleasure, his and mine. His hands circled my ankles and brought my legs up, perpendicular to my torso, and pressed them together so my pussy was open and exposed to him. Languid and content, I lay on the desk as he coated his cock in my slippery juices, preparing myself for entry. But he didn't enter me. Instead, he slid his cock between my legs, letting it glide against my sensitive clit, and began to fuck my thighs. His arms wrapped around my knees like iron, and I gripped his desk as he pleasured himself with my body. The soft head of his dick slipped against my clit over and over again, my world narrowing to the point between my legs. His belt buckle slapped against my ass with each thrust, and I writhed, aching for him to fill me. He was like a drug. I was an addict. Then he stuttered in his stroke and grunted, thrusting harder. Warm cum spurted from his cock in quick, short bursts, spattering up my stomach, marking me as his. I wiggled, needing completion, and without comment he reached down and plunged a finger into my pussy, pumping me hard and fast as his cum cooled on my skin, his cock still rigid and hard on my clit. I strained and arched, and within moments I was coming a second time, the world melting around me, my body melding with his. When I was finished, he lowered my shirt down over his cum and plastered it to me. He helped me to my feet and steadied me as I worked my skirt back up over my trembling legs. I closed my leather jacket around my upper body and tied it in place so no one would see the stain on my shirt. Anton kissed me again before releasing me. "I'm sorry, Felicia," he said. "I will be more mindful in the future. In the meantime, I'm betting you should update that blog of yours and tell all. I wouldn't be surprised if you made some sales out of this." Why was everyone concerned about my sales? I hadn't put hand to clay in almost 2 weeks, and I was married to one of the richest men in the world. I didn't need to agonize over my art any longer, and I didn't have any ideas anyway. Anton had anesthetized the turmoil inside me. There was nothing for me to say at the moment. I nodded and gave him a smile. "All right," I said. "I'll do my best." He showed me to the door, gave me another kiss, and I left. I held my head high the whole way home. Anton wasn't home yet when my mother came barging into the second-floor reading room where I was camping out with a fire, a blanket I'd liberated from my still-packed things, and a mug of Irish coffee, while I scrolled through my emails and texts from all my friends. Contrary to my fears, few people I knew seemed to have lowered their opinions of me. Most of my art friends expressed envy at the publicity, and my former coworkers at the bar were mostly surprised that I was so kinky. I didn't bother to correct them, because as far as I knew, I had always been kinky. I just hadn't known it. I looked up when my mother entered the room, her feet meeting the floorboards as though she held a personal grudge against trees. "Felicia!" she exclaimed when she saw me curled up in an armchair. "Felicia, what are you thinking?" The whiskey in my coffee was making me feel quite good, so I smiled at her instead of shying away. "I'm thinking I should get another cup of coffee," I said. She stared at me, dismayed. "Felicia," she said again, "you are on display all over the internet and on the newsstands. Everyone is peering into your most intimate moments with your husband. Your husband is treating you without respect. Did you know he was into this sort of perverted sex play before you married him?" Well, I had signed a prenup that had explicitly detailed all of Anton's favorite kinks, so technically I suppose I had known. "Yes," I told her. She threw her hands in the air and collapsed in the armchair across from me. "Really?" she said. I nodded. She put a hand to her eyes and shook her head. "I can't believe this is happening." Annoyance ran through me. "Why?" I said. "Because it makes you look bad to all your country club friends?" She glared at me. "You know that is not true, Felicia. You know I have only wanted you to be happy. I have only ever wanted you to find love with a good man." I sighed. For all her faults, I knew this was true. She really did want me to be happy. She just didn't realize that people could be happy in different ways. Was I happy now? I didn't know exactly. I was, at the very least, content to see where this hedonistic relationship could go, and if I wanted to end it in the future, I could. But I could lean on Anton. I could depend on him, and weird as it sounded, I trusted him. I'd trusted him since I'd first read through his contract. A man so open and forthright with what he wanted and what he wished to do to me, it was refreshing. No surprises with Anton. Well, none except the small vulnerabilities he let me see, sometimes inadvertently. All things considered, arranged marriages could go a lot worse. A lot worse. "I don't know, Mom," I said. "I enjoy Anton's company. He's not a bad husband." A pained look passed across her face. "That's what you have to say about him? He's not a bad husband?" I was aware of how it sounded, but I didn't want to commit to more than I knew I was able. My growing affection for Anton was well guarded. I took it out at night when he slept beside me and turned it over in my mind, letting myself explore its edges and contours before putting it away again. It was small now, but with care it could be something very real. "Yes," I said, "that's what I have to tell you. He is not a bad husband. I know you want me to be happy with the man I marry, and right now I'm feeling okay with the way things are going." My mother sat back, somewhat mollified, but clearly unwilling to let this go. "I don't know," she said. "I don't like the changes I see in you." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Waving a hand, she attempted to encompass all of me. "Your clothes, your attitude. I haven't seen you do your art the whole time I've been here." I shifted, uncomfortable. I knew what she was saying because I had the same feelings. Misgivings, really. But I tamped them down. I depended on Anton to keep her alive. I leaned on him when I felt weak, which was more and more often. I stared at the fire. Before I knew Anton, I'd lived alone. I'd worked hard. I'd been my own person. A messy, unkempt person that my mother always lamented of ever learning glamorous personal grooming, but my own person all the same. Now I was falling into Anton, fading into the force of his personality, of his dominance. It sheltered me, but shelter can be an awfully small space. I couldn't let my mother worry about me, though. "I'm fine," I said. "I'm just stressed out. When this whole wedding thing is over, I'll go back to working on my art and stuff." With a sigh, my mother deflated. "Felicia," she said again, "please, take this seriously and answer me honestly. Why did you marry this man?" I couldn't tell her it was for the money, and I certainly couldn't tell her it was for love. What could I say to the woman who gave me life and now feared I was throwing that life away? I gave her a wan smile. For the right reasons, I said. Trust me. She held my eyes for a long time in the dancing light of the fire. I will trust you, she said, and I hope you are right. The fallout of the tabloid pictures wasn't half as bad as I'd feared. Most people just acted faintly embarrassed when they recognized me, but my blog saw a huge uptick in traffic, and true to Anton's predictions, I sold everything that was for sale in my storefront. Unfortunately, I couldn't find time to go down to my old apartment to package everything up and send it out, because wedding preparations and Anton took up all of my time. Dress shopping, gift registry, gift bags, decorations, catering, drinks, bridesmaids, colors, flowers, silverware patterns, and getting tied up in fuck peach night and most of the days took up a lot of time. Getting married, it seemed, was a full-time job that did a lot to alleviate any obsessing I might have done. Besides, after a few days, the embarrassment of being photographed in intimate positions wore off, especially when tourists from out of town stopped me on the street and asked to take a picture with me. Of course, they never asked while Anton was there. Anton gave off a forbidding vibe. By the time the week was up, I was feeling better about the world, but I was still looking forward to fresh tabloids so my picture would get off the cover. Sadie and I were walking to the nearest drugstore so I could grab myself some Midol. My period was coming up and the beginnings of crankiness and cramps were making themselves felt, and discussing how to get her picture in the tabloids so she could sell some of her work. "We should kiss," she said. "The next time you see a paparazzo, you have to tell me so I can mac on you." "I am not kissing you to get into the National Enquirer," I said. "Why don't I just advertise your shit on my website?" "Because," Sadie whined, "I want to get autograph requests too." I laughed. She didn't really want this kind of scrutiny, and besides, there was no telling what Anton would do if he found out someone had touched his property, for publicity or not. Ducking out of the rapidly chilling autumn air, now creeping into winter, we browsed the aisles in the Rite Aid. "Do you need enemas?" Sadie asked loudly from 2 aisles over as I looked for the Midol. "Sadie? Just asking, you never know. What about laxatives? Laxatives and enemas?" I groaned and put my head down as she rounded the corner, grinning. "Hey," she said, "those tabloids are going off the shelves. Someone has to keep you humble." "I'm plenty humble," I said. Unzipping her hoodie, Sadie bared her chest to me. "Really? Then I dare you not to sign these." "No problem," I told her as we headed toward the checkout. "I don't have a pen with me." "God, Lise, you are absolutely no fun at all." She zipped back up and followed me. "Come on, let's see which poor sucker is on the front page of the Star now that it's not you in a dog collar and leash." "Sadie!" "What? Everyone knows." Cheeks burning, I tried to pretend I didn't know her as I approached the checkout. I let my eyes pass over the colorful tabloids next to the counter as I neared, and a pang of relief lanced through me when I realized that none of the pictures there were mine. Thank God. Then something caught my eye. I frowned, puzzled, and reached out, plucking an Examiner from its spot. The story on the front was something about celebrity plastic surgery gone horribly wrong, but in the upper left corner was a familiar face. My mother. I read the words next to her and dropped my box of Midol from nerveless fingers. "Oh, my God," I said. "Oh, my God." I swayed on my feet and Sadie hurried over. "What's wrong?" she said. "Did you get caught screwing your husband again?" Numb, I shook my head and held the paper out to her. She took it from me. I saw the blood leave her face when she recognized my mother there, and in a shaking voice she read the headline aloud. "Sex, Drugs, and Rehab. The Billionaire's Mother-in-Law Sobers Up." We stared at one another while the clerk behind the counter tried to act nonchalant. Then Sadie leafed frantically through the tabloid, searching for the story. There, in the middle of the Rite Aid, she read it out to me. "Celine Dare, 56 and mother of the recently exposed Felicia Waters, has been attending a court-ordered 12-step program for narcotics abuse, the examiner has learned. While billionaire mogul Anton Waters and his newly wedded wife, Felicia Waters, swan about town shopping for their upcoming wedding celebration, Celine sneaks off to daily meetings to maintain her sobriety. The wife of millionaire businessman Jonathan Dare, Mrs. Dare lives in California, where she was recently arrested for driving under the influence of illegally obtained Xanax. My mouth was dry. Is that it? I said. Ashen-faced, Sadie nodded. Nothing about cancer treatment? She shook her head. It's just a little bit of gossip, she said. You should ask your mom. But I didn't need to. In my chest, my heart crumpled. My father tricked me, I thought, and under it, a terrible thought I could barely face. Did Anton know? I found my father in the room he shared with my mother in my house, reading the Wall Street Journal. My whole body was numb. I shook with years of pent-up rage. I want you out of this house, I said. I didn't tell him why. He only had to look at my face, and he knew that I knew. Curiously, he seemed almost relieved. The stress he had been living under hadn't been my mother's fake illness, but his own terrible lie. He had coerced me and sold me, all to save his shitty business from his own incompetence. I hated him so much in that moment, more than I had ever hated him in my entire life. If Anton had kept a gun in the house, I don't know what I would have done. But he didn't, and I watched, trembling, as he packed up his things, not many, and prepared to leave. It didn't take long. When he was done at last, he stood before me. Felicia, he said, don't ever talk to me again, I told him. I never want to see your face ever again. Get the fuck out of here. He swallowed and nodded. I stepped aside to let him pass by, the very thought of touching him making my stomach churn. Nauseated, I followed him to the staircase. His stooped back was to me, his thinning hair sticking out at angles. He'd lost more weight. It would be easy, a little voice whispered in my head, and for a hot, dizzy moment I contemplated reaching out and giving him a push. Then he moved beyond my reach, heading down the steps, and the moment passed, leaving me afraid of my own anger. I could have shoved him down the stairs, I thought, and I wouldn't have felt sorry about it at all. I followed him down to the foyer. He didn't look at me as he left, and when the door closed behind him, I locked it. I didn't know what to do. I floated from room to room, feeling useless. I had been such a sucker, such an idiot. I should have talked to my mom. I should have done something, anything, other than trust my father. But who would have thought he would lie about such a thing? Who does that? This place wasn't my home. Every room was cold and devoid of my own touches. I sold myself for my father, and this is what it had bought me. I looked down at my clothes. I wore a long, heavy skirt and high-heeled boots. No underwear. My ass was cold. I went up to my room. All my things were still there, neatly packed in boxes by hands that weren't mine. I dug through them until I found an old hoodie and a pair of jeans. I put them on, then hunted through my shoes until I found my working sneakers. The chime of the downstairs door told me someone was home, and I went down to greet whoever it was. My mother stood in the foyer, divesting herself of her coat. "Felicia," she said, looking at me with surprise. "What's wrong?" Wordlessly, I picked up the tabloid from the entryway table and handed it to her. She took one look at it. "Let me explain," she began, but I held up my hand. She didn't have anything to explain. I told her everything. When I was done, there was such disappointment on her face that I couldn't stand it. "Felicia," she said, reaching out to me, and I let her enfold me in an embrace. She pulled back after a moment. "Did Anton know that your father lied to you?" I didn't want to think about it. There was a good chance he hadn't, except it was in the contract that my mother's medical expenses be covered. I had spoken to him about my mother's illness, and he had encouraged me to talk to her. Had he known? I don't know, I said. I think you should go find a hotel. For a long moment, my mother watched me, and I had to suppress the urge to hug her again, to start crying into her cashmere sweater. I'd known for years that my father couldn't be trusted. How had I let him trick me like that? How stupid was I? Don't talk to your mother. She doesn't want you to know. Fucking idiot. My mother packed up her things from her room, then kissed me and wished me luck before departing. I knew she would go find my father and rip him to shreds, but no amount of vengeance could mend this. I went upstairs, lay down on Anton's pristine white bed, and stared at the ceiling. I was wide awake when he came home later that night. When he entered the room, he paused in the doorway, taking me in. I sat up and looked at him. He watched me with hooded eyes, his shoulders hunched in a wary posture. My father had surely told him what I had discovered. Now it was his turn to tell me what he'd known. Why did you marry me? I asked him. I'd asked him this question before. Now I wanted a real answer. But all he said was, I wanted a wife. Did my father tell you he was lying to me to get me to marry you? I asked. Which one of you decided I should be the sacrifice? Was it him or you? Anton seemed to shrink. It was him. He offered you up as a bargaining chip. My eyes stung. So you didn't want me? I did. You were what tipped the scales. He'd wanted me and he'd bought me. It was nothing I didn't know, but for some reason a lump of misery curdled in my stomach. And my mother? Did you know she wasn't sick? Slowly, Anton nodded. Your father told me of her addiction when we met. He said nothing of any illness. When did you figure out that I thought I was helping my mother? Now it was Anton who looked sick. The day after we were married, he said. In my chest, my heart collapsed. 2 weeks ago. He'd known for 2 weeks. A lump sat in my throat, too large to swallow around. I stood up. You lied to me. He was quiet for a moment. I didn't know how to tell you, he said finally. I thought it was between you and your parents. I tried to get you to talk to your mother. You said you wanted a companion, I told him. Is this how you treat someone who trusts you? You buy me, you realize I agreed under false pretenses, and then you don't tell me? He had no answer for that. The silence between us stretched out, and I wondered how many other things he hid from me. Why was he like this? What was his past? What was in his basement? Who was Anton Waters? I didn't know. I'd probably never known, and right now I didn't care. I have to go, I said. He didn't stop me, merely stepped away from the doorway. I passed by him, and I didn't cry until I was halfway down the street. Chapter 8. Bartered Betrayal. I went home. Not Anton's house, that wasn't home anymore, if it ever had been, but my home, my tiny, shitty apartment where this all had started. My studio now, I supposed, since all my shit was in Anton's house. I doubted he'd tried to keep it all like some kind of jealous ex-boyfriend, but I didn't care about it anyway. It was just stuff. You can lose stuff. You can't lose yourself. Or you shouldn't anyway. And yet that was what I'd done. I'd trusted Anton, let him fold me up and take me in and use me however he wanted, because I loved the way my body felt when he touched it, and I loved seeing the man behind the mask, the one who sometimes laughed despite himself, the man who couldn't let himself lose control for even a moment, the man who sometimes seemed completely confused by me, as though I were some kind of exotic creature he couldn't understand. But I still didn't know him at all, no matter how many times I gave him control. I lost myself to him, and had nothing to show for it in return. I needed to go somewhere that wasn't his, that had never been touched by him, and clear my head. I walked the whole way there. It was cold. My sneakers, my old, familiar sneakers, were just canvas. The leather boots I'd been wearing would have been better, but those clothes were for Anton's wife. I was just Felicia Waters. I shared his last name, but nothing more. Not his house, not his life, and certainly not his secrets. He didn't even share my secrets with me. My heart was a hole in my chest. The wind cut through my hoodie, but I kept going until I reached my building. Wearily, I climbed up to my floor, and when at last I found myself in front of my old door, I realized that I didn't have the key. I didn't even know what time it was, only that it was now fully dark and I'd been walking for hours. My feet ached, my head ached, my chest ached, and now I was locked out of my old apartment. Locked out of my old life, if I wanted to get all metaphorical about it. Locked out of my old self, if I wanted to be truthful. I started to cry. I really hate crying, but I knew I had to get it over with sooner or later, and it might as well be sooner, so I leaned against the door and let it come over me like an avalanche. My shoulders bowed, my face crumpled, and I collapsed to the floor. Grief bubbled up in my chest, great racking sobs that seemed to come from someone else completely, and a small detached part of me listened to the anguished howls filling the small hallway, wondering what could have been so horrible that someone should make such a terrible, frightful sound. I didn't even know. I didn't even know. It's not like Anton loved me. It's not like he ever even hinted that he might. He'd explicitly said he didn't want a wife to love. And yet I'd allowed myself to hope, all the same, that our marriage might be something more than just a convenient arrangement. My stupid, dumb, hopelessly romantic heart had told me to hope, and I'd foolishly listened to it. Sadie was right. I was stupid. The sound of a door opening next to me startled me, and I quickly tried to wipe my tears away and pretend that some other girl covered in snot with a face like a tomato had been wailing like a banshee. It couldn't be me. I would never do anything like that. My next-door neighbor, Mrs. Anderson, stuck her head out into the hallway and glared at me. "Felicia," she snapped, "you don't even live here anymore and you keep making a racket." I stared at her, tears leaking from my eyes. She gave an exasperated sigh. Good old Mrs. Anderson. I could always count on her to not care. It was comforting. Almost. "Well, what's wrong?" she demanded. "What are you doing here?" "I'm locked out," I said. It sounded inane even to my ears, because no one was going to bray like a wounded cow just because they were locked out of their apartment. But I wasn't about to explain myself to Mrs. Anderson. She could just go on believing I was the worst neighbor in the world. And I probably was. I'd had the audacity to come back after moving out and leaving her with peace and quiet. The fact that I was going to be staying, given that I could get in, of course, would probably put a huge crimp in her day. Night. Whatever. She fixed me with her beady old lady eyes. "That's why you're bawling?" she said. I nodded. "Yep." I sniffled and settled back against the door again, just to let her know that I was very sad and not planning on being sad elsewhere, so she had better get used to it. "Well, call the landlord." I neglected to take my phone with me as well, and told her so. She sighed again and slammed her door. I pulled my knees up to my chest and put my cheek on them, trying to get back into the crying groove. I may hate crying, but getting interrupted when you're having a good cry is the worst. I'd had a good head of steam going, probably on the brink of losing my mind with sorrow and rending my clothes, and now I'd been cut off at the pass. I shivered in the cold hallway and closed my eyes, exhaustion sweeping over me. Mrs. Anderson opened her door again, and it was my turn to sigh with exasperation. But before I could passive-aggressively comment on how I wanted to be alone with my grief, thank you, she stomped over to me. "Get up," she ordered. "Stop sniveling." Ouch, I thought. For a moment I thought about not doing it, but then I realized that since I had no plans, going along with whatever Mrs. Anderson had in mind was probably a net gain in forward momentum. I could use a little push. Crying wasn't going to help anything, except maybe my mental health, and who needed that? I stood. Mrs. Anderson stepped forward, clearly ready to do battle with something, and shoved me out of the way none too gently. "Hey, you want to get into your apartment or not?" she asked me, her voice clipped. Then she squatted down in front of the door, her old knees creaking, and stuck 2 lockpicks in my door. My jaw dropped open. "What are you doing?" I said. "Picking your lock? What does it look like?" she said, as if I were stupid. She jiggled the picks, turning and fiddling. I don't know. I'm not a master criminal, but she certainly looked like she knew what she was doing. I stared at her. "I didn't know you knew how to pick locks." "Very valuable skill," she said. "You should learn a valuable skill yourself." Ouch, I thought again. "I have a couple," I said. She snorted at that. "Sure, so what are you really crying about? Your pervert husband spanked you too hard?" My face flared. Of course she would know about that. Everyone knew about that. She was just the only person I knew who would be so gauche as to say something about it to my face. "No," I said. "He cheated?" "No. He broke my trust, though." Mrs. Anderson made a very expressive sound. "Of course he did," she said. "That's the way of men." I sighed. I didn't need life lessons from a woman who once told me to cough more quietly when I'd come down with bronchitis. "Well, you want to work it out with him?" she asked. "I don't know yet," I answered truthfully. "I came home to think." "Good luck with that," she said. And then something made a little sproing noise, and she pulled herself to her feet. "There," she said. "Should be open now." I reached out and turned the knob. The door swung open, and the old, comforting smell of mold and dust and clay brushed against my face. "Ugh," Mrs. Anderson said. "Figure it out soon. Your place stinks." "Thanks," I said. She just harumphed at me and tottered back to her apartment, slamming the door behind her. What a peculiar old woman, I thought, and went inside. In the dark, the place was stripped and empty, except for the old mattress that I'd been using as my bed, now without linens, and my sculptures and tools, now just hulking shadows in the light spilling in from the street lamps outside. They sat in my lonely apartment, the last remnants of myself that I didn't take with me into my new life with Anton. Anton hadn't touched them. My last piece, done while drunk the day after I had first met Anton, was a goat tied up and blindfolded. A crude metaphor, to say the least. Clearly, I was the sacrificial goat. But when I had become Anton's wife, I hadn't quite felt that way. I didn't know how I had felt. I still didn't know. I walked over to the area where I'd worked. It looked so small now, after Anton's enormous mansion, and now that there was nothing left in my apartment, I realized I could spread out. I could make whatever I wanted here. I sat down on the bed and tried to think of something to make, but nothing came to mind. All I could think about was Anton, and the great sadness yawning inside me. I lay down and looked at the ceiling, full of cracks and old water stains. The mattress under me was scratchy and sagged, and I tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable. What was I going to do? I reached down inside myself, searching for the answer, but nothing came to hand. I was lost. I wanted to talk to Sadie. I wanted to talk to my mom, but I didn't have my phone with me. And what would they be able to tell me anyway that I didn't already know? That I'd married a guy for money, and shock of shocks, it hadn't turned out very well? Who would have seen that coming? Clearly not me. You should learn a valuable skill, Mrs. Anderson had told me, and she was kind of right. I was pretty helpless. Being Anton's wife, it had been somehow freeing in the way that solid ground frees you up to run. I had enjoyed the idea of no longer fighting to survive, no longer struggling to make it on my own. I had enjoyed being subject to his needs, knowing at any time I could stop what he was doing with a word. I had enjoyed trying to get under his skin, trying to make him laugh. I had enjoyed being the one who made him come. A powerful man, but he was still a slave to his own desires no matter how he tried to control them. And I was just a girl who wanted to give up the fear and the exhaustion and let him take it out of my hands. Pretty stupid of me to think love could grow from that. Love had to be there first before we could be those things to each other, and trust had to be there. I closed my eyes. I was just going around and around in circles and getting nowhere. Thinking was stupid. I hated thinking. Thinking about Anton, who was nothing but feelings inside me, jumbled impressions and bright flames of desire, was even stupider. It was like trying to think about something like food. You could think about it, sure, but it could only be experienced. Anton was purely experiential to me. I experienced him. I didn't know him. I didn't love him. And I probably never would now. I curled up on my bare mattress and tried to sleep. I dreamed about Anton. We floated together, high in the sky above the city. Lights gleamed on his skin, flashed in his eyes, and when he reached out and touched me, I flew with him. Or perhaps I was falling. My stomach tipped and turned as we tumbled in midair, his mouth finding mine, his hands on my body. Everything went upside down, and I lost track of the difference between the lights on the ground and the stars in the sky. When I woke up, I was nauseous, my empty stomach rumbling and roaring at me to put food in it. I'd neglected it all yesterday, since the moment I'd found out my mother was going to rehab instead of chemo. Unfortunately, I'd left everything at Anton's house, including my wallet. Not that I had anything in it except credit cards linked to Anton and the 3 faded dollars I'd had to my name the day Anton came into my life. I rolled off my old mattress, stumbled into my kitchenette, and spat bile into the sink for a few minutes until I felt less like death. Then I went over to Mrs. Anderson's door and knocked. The old woman opened the door on the 3rd try, wearing curlers in her hair and a lacy bathrobe in a startling shade of chartreuse. "What do you want?" she said. I blushed. Could I borrow a few dollars?" I asked. A few dollars could get me almost a week's worth of ramen. I wasn't sure what I would cook it in, but if worst came to worst, I could just eat a block of dried noodles and call it a day. I'd done it before. I have a lot of flaws, but pride, I don't think, is one of them. "Haven't you made up with your husband yet?" she demanded. "Seems like you should talk to him or something." I stared at her. "I haven't even been gone for a full day," I said. "So?" She waved a bony hand at me. "Time is wasting. Isn't your head on straight by now?" I barked out a disbelieving laugh. "I've been trying to get my head on straight for years," I told her. "I did therapy with like 3 different counselors before—" "Bored," she said. "You are boring me. If I give you $5, will you go away?" I shut my mouth and nodded. She slammed the door in my face. I heard her rummaging around in her apartment before the door opened again, and she shoved a $5 bill in my hand. "Here," she said. "Go get something to eat, and then for God's sake, go home." "I am home," I told her. "You are married now. This is not your home." My eyes stung. "What matters to me is still here," I said, and it wasn't a lie. My clay, my tools, my art. Why had I left it here? Why hadn't I come back? Had I really been so swept up with Anton and planning my stupid wedding, pleasing my husband and my mother, that I'd just stopped being an artist? Stopped being me? Well, yeah, I'd already had that little revelation about 10 times, but the realization that I hadn't touched clay in almost a month hit me like a bolt of lightning. I needed to sculpt. That would help me work through my problems, wouldn't it? And even if it didn't, I'd have a nice piece of art at the end. "Yes, well," Mrs. Anderson said, oblivious to the personal revelations occurring in front of her. "Go get to it, and be quiet while you do." And she shut the door again. Thoughtfully, I walked downstairs and out of the building, running on autopilot to the nearest S&S. The wind was fierce and the sky full of clouds, but I barely noticed the weather. I was too busy thinking about clay. Just like Anton, clay was experiential. It could only be experienced rather than thought about, but that didn't stop me from trying. By the time I checked out with 10 packages of ramen and $2 in change left over, my fingers were itching to get to work. Flipping my hood up over my head, I jogged back to my apartment. I was almost in the front door when I realized someone was watching me. He wasn't even being subtle about it, just sort of standing there, huddled in the wind and sucking on a cigarette, staring at my building door. The second he saw me, he reached inside his jacket and pulled out a camera. Paparazzo. Fuck. I thought about flipping him the bird while he took my picture. I really did. But then I realized that any attention I gave him would just be juicy fodder for the gossip mill, and I turned my head away so he wouldn't catch my face, which probably looked horrible since I'd slept in my makeup. Keeping my hood between him and me, I ran up the steps and into the building, and I didn't breathe easily until I was in my apartment again, locking the door behind me. I ate 2 packages of ramen, raw and dry. They reminded me of the really lean times, the times when I had no money for anything but clay and shit food, and when I let the rent notices pile up. I could have called my parents and had money, but I hadn't. I'd wanted to be my own person. Sure, sometimes Mom sent me $100 just because she worried about me, but I'd only had to ask her for money a couple of times, and those were to move out of a place I could no longer afford. The rest of the time, I'd been going it alone, being a starving artist. It wasn't half as romantic as it seemed. Dry ramen noodles get pretty old after a while. But right now, they were my connection to what I'd wanted to do, what I'd wanted to be when I was younger. I'd never wanted to marry a rich man who didn't love me, but I had. I munched on the noodles and stared into space until I finally felt like a shadow of my old self. I should sculpt, I thought to myself. I should make something. Making something would calm me down, soothe me, some kind of purpose. Anything other than knocking around this shitty apartment, waiting for my heart to heal back together. I stood up and brushed the ramen noodle crumbs from my hoodie front. I'd left Anton's house wearing my old work clothes, and there was nothing I wanted to do more than get them filthy with clay. I stalked over to my work area. I kept my clay in huge buckets, sealed well so as to keep them wet and easy to work with. It was cold in the apartment, so it was going to be a little bit harder than I normally liked, but a good challenge would get my mind off things. My fingernails had grown in the past few weeks, between when I had ceased making art and started fucking Anton. I didn't have anything to cut them with, though, so I went ahead and dug in. Huge lumps of cold gray clay came up in my hands, and I began to knead them together, pushing and pulling, squeezing and pounding. The rhythm relaxed me, putting my head into a soft space, a place where it was okay that I wasn't thinking, or eating, or sleeping, or crying. I just was. The smell of clay filled my nose, sweet and earthy and familiar. I worked for a while, not letting myself think or feel anything, just letting myself build and move. I didn't have any armature to work with, but that was okay. I didn't have a plan, but I could always scavenge something from the dumpsters to use. I mean, I'm not picky or anything. An old kitchen chair is really solid. A lot of my pieces are kind of weird looking because I used whatever I could find to support the clay while I built my work. It's rare I don't start out with a plan and have to adjust to what I can afford, but right now I didn't have any kind of a plan. No plan for my life. No plan for my art. I was betting they would work out with equal degrees of success. When I finally let myself surface, I found I had a huge lump of clay that looked like a huge lump of clay. My arms ached. My normal spate of activity is 20 or 30 minutes with the clay. I'd been at it almost an hour. Exhausted, I sat down on my mattress and stared at the piece. It hunched in the middle of my floor, heavy and cold, lifeless. But inside it, I knew there was something waiting to emerge. The promise of something sweet and beautiful, just waiting for me to find it. Perhaps that was what I had been thinking when I'd first become involved with Anton. I mean, yes, we coupled out of convenience and necessity. At least I thought it had been necessary. But no matter what I have in front of me, I know something beautiful can come from it. It just takes a little time and patience. Maybe that's why I trusted my father. Not stupidity, but sheer dumb optimism. which can be remarkably like stupidity, but perhaps is a more charitable interpretation of my motives. I'd wanted to save my mother. I've always wanted to save my mother. Save her from her own dumb decisions, from her bullheaded devotion to a terrible man. I've always wanted a father who I could trust, who I could have secrets with. Dumb little secrets, I mean, like who actually ate all the peanut butter straight from the jar. Not secrets like keeping my mouth shut about his latest secretary sneaking out through the utility room window, or secrets like marrying a man I didn't even know to save his ruined ass. And maybe that's why I let myself fall into Anton, because I thought I could make something beautiful from it. And it had been beautiful in its own way. His touch, his mastery of my body, his locked heart, his iron control, they were all beautiful, like an old chipped china cup is beautiful, all the more lovely for its flaws and its history. Anton's history was a mystery to me, but I saw the scars of it on him all the same. I knew that when we fucked, he found something approaching catharsis. I knew that he wanted me to be happy with him, and he'd done what he could to facilitate that with the only thing he had that he knew I needed: money. I knew that he didn't understand family or much about interpersonal relationships. He was kind of a goon, to be honest, a really fucking sexy goon with oodles of magnetic appeal and just the right amount of distance from humanity to make him a force to be reckoned with in the cutthroat world of business. But he was a bit awkward, to tell the truth. And I liked that about him. It made him human instead of a sociopathic sex god. I'd seen my way into him from his very isolation. I rubbed my hands over my face, no doubt leaving streaks of clay over my cheeks. Now, all that was well and good, but what did it mean? It meant I had to get over being angry with him before we could move forward. It meant I had to show him that I did want love in our marriage, even if he didn't. It meant I had to show him that I could be the one he could trust with his heart and his feelings. He'd been hurt very badly, anyone could see that, and he'd channeled that into an obsessive need to control his own life, and anyone that messed with that was an enemy to him. I was his companion, not his enemy. I wanted him to know that he could count on me. He really, really could. But words are words and actions are actions, and I was pretty bad at both. There wasn't really anything I could do to show him how I felt if he kept himself locked down so tightly no light could get in. I stared at the lump of clay in the middle of my floor, then got up and began to pace. I passed in front of the window several times before I realized that the photographer might still be down there, snapping photos of me in my apartment. I paused, then looked down into the street. He was still there, watching the door, waiting for me to come out. Christ, didn't these guys have anything better to do? What would they do if I started rooting through the garbage as I went in search of armature supplies? A slow, bitter smile spread across my face, completely at odds with the misery inside me. Why not find out? All right, I'll be honest. It is a little embarrassing to know that some guy is photographing you as you hit every dumpster from your apartment to Queens. No one wants to be seen doing that. But when I found a huge dining room table that someone had decided was just too splintered to be usable anymore, it took me about 3 seconds to decide what to do. Rubbing my freezing hands together, I looked both ways and crossed the street, walking straight up to my trailing paparazzo. "Hey," I said when I got near enough to him to be heard. A panicked look crossed his face. I don't think he realized I was specifically approaching him, and he'd probably assumed I'd gone mad with grief or something. I was sure someone was gossiping about my marriage, and everyone was sure to have heard about it by now. Why else would I be moping around in my old apartment? So I got quite close before he realized he should probably have been bolting down a side alley. I put up a hand. "Wait, don't go anywhere. I need your help." "Yeah?" he said. He gave me the sort of look I'm sure lambs like to give wolves, which was pretty fucking funny given my history with the paparazzi, but I forced a smile on my face. "Yeah," I replied. "I need you to help me break the legs off this table. You think you can do that?" He squinted across the street, peering into the alley where I'd been ineffectually tugging at the dining room table for several minutes. My hands were so cold that any touch sent little spears of pain through my fingers. Meanwhile, Mr. Paparazzo Moneybags had a pair of thick gloves. "Why?" he asked. I shrugged. "Does it matter?" He grinned without humor. "Yeah, it matters if you're going to knock my block off with one of those table legs." I arched an eyebrow. "Is there a reason I should?" Oh, no, of course not. I'm just saying." I was certain now that he was one of the photographers that took pictures of Anton and me during our more intimate moments. But whatever, I had worse things to deal with now. "I'm going to use it to make a sculpture," I said. "I need it to hold up my clay." He looked faintly surprised. "Oh, you're an artist?" he said. "Starving," I told him. "Didn't you read all the profiles on me in the papers?" He shrugged. "No, I just take pictures." "Right. So, want to help?" He appeared to consider this for a moment. It probably sounded an awful lot like work to some guy who spent all his time hanging out around famous people's apartments, hoping to catch a shot of them in their skivvies. But after a second, he nodded. "Yeah, all right," he said. The work went a lot easier with his help. His name was Jake, and he was a skinny guy, but he could kick like a mule. And in less than 10 minutes, we had the legs off the table, and I was moving on to the next dumpster. He fell in beside me, since we were apparently friends now. "So," he said after about half a block, "what are you making?" "A sculpture," I said. "Yeah, I know that," he told me. "What kind?" "I'm not telling you," I said. "You'll just tell whoever writes those little blind items or whatever, and then it won't be a surprise." "It's a surprise?" "To more than just you," I thought. "Yeah, it's a surprise," I told him. "A nice surprise for good little paparazzi who take pictures of me naked." He blushed red at that. "Hey, I never took pictures of you naked," he said. "But you have taken pictures of me. The spanking pictures, maybe?" "I plead the fifth." I shook my head. The damage was done, and it didn't really matter now anyway. "Well, stick around. Maybe you'll see what I'm making." "Can I take pictures of it?" I slowed down. I hadn't thought about that. An idea started to form in my head. "Yeah," I said after a minute. "You can. You can take pictures while I'm making it, even." "Do you sculpt in your underwear?" I pursed my lips. "I'm sure I can make it worth your while. Maybe it'll be a nice juicy tidbit for the tabloids. Recently estranged wife of billionaire businessman, I don't know, goes mad or whatever." "Are you crazy?" "How would I know if I were crazy? Crazy people never know they're crazy. Like Anton. He didn't really seem to think of himself as a crazy person, but he kind of was. Maybe I was crazy too." "Yeah, probably." Jake scratched the side of his nose. "Yeah, okay," he said after a minute. "That sounds like it has a good hook. Give someone an exclusive deal for the photos, move a ton of copy. How long do you think it'll take you?" I shook my head. "I don't know. My big pieces take at least a couple months. But if I really work on it, maybe 3-4 weeks." "Good," he said. "That's good. A good amount of time. A month. Long enough to be titillating and drag out the suspense, but short enough to hold their attention." I stopped and tucked the table legs under my arm before sticking my hand out. He stared at it like it was a snake waiting to bite. "Shake on it," I said. "You get the exclusive photos, and I'll act like a crazy person to make them worth selling." "So you want the world to see you acting crazy?" I shrugged. "No such thing as bad publicity, right?" "I'm not so sure about that," he muttered. But after a moment, he grabbed my hand in his gloved one and gave me a good shake. Nice and firm. I squeezed his fingers as hard as I could. "Ow," he said. "I know your face now," I said. "Don't forget that." He grimaced, and I smiled, feeling good for the first time since I'd walked out of Anton's house. Sculpting takes a while. A long while. Clay is a very warm medium, very responsive. Every interaction you have with it is preserved, even when you're beating it to death with a 2x4. I worked naked except for a pair of panties, a little nod to Anton's command, telling me never to wear underwear again. Well, I'd goddamn wear underwear if I felt like it, and I did feel like it. More specifically, I didn't feel like getting clay stuck in my snatch. But I still thought of Anton while I worked. Not necessarily the beating of the clay, but the sheer physicality of the task I'd set before me put me in mind of other physical activities. Wet clay slithered under my hands as I smoothed it out. With every pound and hard push, it responded to me the way Anton did. Every time I had to climb on top of my sculpture, I thought of Anton. I thought of riding his face, of riding his cock. I thought about him when I had to straddle my creation and push it into new shapes, my clay-covered ass in the air. I'd presented myself to him this way, and he had taken me without thinking twice about it. I remembered the feel of his hands on my hips, his cock in my pussy. I remembered how raw and animal we were, and I channeled it. Slowly, surely, my work began to take shape, and I knew even before it became recognizable that it was the best work I'd ever done. I left my blinds up and turned the lights on in my apartment while I pounded clay. Not my favorite way to work, but definitely the only way to let Jake take pictures without alerting everyone that we were in collusion. I leaned out the window when I became so hot and covered in sweat that I couldn't take it anymore, my body burning with effort and memories. I didn't bother to put clothes on. The world had already seen me. It wasn't like I was giving anyone a show who didn't want it. Besides, I worked mostly at night so Jake could get the best light from inside my apartment, so it wasn't like I was walking down the street with my tits hanging out in broad daylight. I slept on my mattress when I was too tired to work anymore. I washed my mouth out with water, ate blocks of dry noodles, and stared into space, reliving the past 3 weeks. Anton invaded my head even when I wasn't thinking about him. I'd stretch out, trying to work the kinks from my back, and I would remember the way his hands felt as they massaged away my tension. It didn't matter what the tension was over, even if it was over him and his insatiable needs. Just his touch calmed me. I'd been addicted to him, and now that I was doing my detox, I started to see how unhealthy we had been. And yet I still missed it. It's hard to work with a hole in your chest. Inside me there was a void, an aching sadness that I couldn't chase away. No matter how hard I kicked my sculpture, no matter how hard I pounded it, it remained. More than once I rained my fists down on a particular lump of stubborn clay, only to find myself sobbing, my hands bruised as tears ran down my face. I was a hole with a woman wrapped around it, and it felt like that would never change. I lost track of time. The tabloids must have come out because people started knocking on my door and ringing my bell, asking me if they could have a few words with me. Sadie came by, and even though I knew she had a key, she didn't barge in. Instead, she knocked on the door until Mrs. Anderson told her to go to hell and die, and I heard her audibly sigh and shove some money through the crack under the door. When I opened it later that night, I found a garbage bag full of my old work clothes sitting on my doorstep with a few blankets, soap, my toothbrush and toothpaste, and some shampoo and conditioner. It made me smile. Good old Sadie. She knew what was really important to an artist: sleep and a shower. Anton didn't show up. But I didn't expect him to. I had to call him to me. I had to let him know it was okay. I worked harder. A knock on the door again, sometime during the second week. I looked up from my meticulous detail work and wiped sweat from my face. I was starting to get so lost in my art that I now didn't jump immediately when someone knocked on my door. It felt strange, but also freeing. No, I thought. I don't have to get up and answer the door for you. Go away. They kept knocking and knocking. An unpleasant sense of déjà vu swept over me. That was how this had all started, hadn't it? My father knocking on my door, refusing to go away until he tricked me into saving him from his own stupidity. The knocking increased in intensity. I was decently dressed at least. Detail work is less strenuous, and my apartment was cold. I still hadn't bothered turning on the heat. That would dry the clay out too quickly, and I needed it to remain pliable. Standing up, I stretched and told myself that I still didn't need to hop too. I could just walk casually across my floor and check to see who it was. I did just that, pressing my eye to the peephole. It wasn't just déjà vu. My father stood on my doorstep. Again. Full circle. Here we were. I opened the door. My father stood there, hand raised, a look of incredulity on his face, as though he hadn't expected me to open the door. Truthfully, I hadn't expected to do so either. I'd told him I'd never wanted to see him again, and that was the truth. Yeah, well, we all do things we don't want to do. Might as well get them out of the way, right? What? I said. He lowered his knocking fist, but didn't seem to know what to do with it afterward. He seemed awkward, as though he didn't know where to start. His hands floated uselessly in front of him, without purpose, until he finally shoved them in his pockets. I'm sorry, he said. Okay, I told him, and started to close the door. Then he knew what to do with his hand. His palm slapped against it, preventing me from shutting it all the way. I made an annoyed noise and paused, waiting for him to tell me whatever was on his mind. That's it? He said. Okay. What do you want me to say? I asked him. His lips thinned. That you forgive me? Oh, I said. Well, I don't. Now go away. Felicia, please. The desperation in his voice sent a little tickle of suspicion through me. I was getting cynical, actually cynical, at least when it came to him. About damn time. What? I said. What do you want? I mean, really, what do you really want? His hands found each other, began pulling and plucking at themselves. I need you to talk to your husband. I almost laughed in his face. I wasn't talking to my husband for myself. What made him think I'd do it for him? Why? I said. I couldn't keep the amusement from my voice. The look of dejection on his face was comical to me now. He's taken over the company, kicked me out. I'm not on the hook for the debt anymore, but I have nothing. I quirked an eyebrow. And? He blinked. And what? I can't rebuild my life without that money, Felicia. I have a car and some clothes to my name. That's it. I smiled. So? A scowl crossed his face. Your mother married me to avoid a life of poverty, he said. She's in her 60s. She can't start working now, and her sobriety, this will threaten her sobriety. I must be an idiot, because I considered his words for more than a fraction of a second before actually laughing. Dad, I told him, one of the few times I'd ever called him that. I can't help you, and I can't help Mom. I have my own problems right now. But your inheritance, he said as I started to close the door. I know your prenuptial agreement leaves you nothing. I would give you everything. Everything? I wondered. No, I said. You'd give me money, and I don't want money. Money made my life easier a lot of the time, but it sure as fuck wasn't everything. The ache in my chest that had begun to return now that I wasn't wholly focused on my work was enough to attest to that. What did money mean when you just wanted to curl up and cry? What did it mean when you couldn't pick up the phone and speak to someone you cared for? What did it mean when you had no one to trust? It hadn't meant anything to Anton, I realized. Anton was one of the richest men in the world, and yet so poor in love that he had to buy a wife because love hurt him so badly he didn't want to feel it again. I pitied him. I wanted to help him. My fingers itched. What do you want? My father asked. Tell me, I'll give it to you. I looked at him, old and bent and penniless, his greed causing him to overreach so far that he had lost everything. I pitied him, too, but I couldn't help him, and I didn't really want to. Nothing, I said. Go away. If you come back, I'll call the police. I started to close the door again, but he shoved his way inside. Felicia, he shouted. Felicia, you have to help me. His hands found my shoulders, and he was shaking me so hard my teeth rattled. My father never touched me. Shocked, I let him shake me before snapping back to reality, twisting out of his grip. He was so weak now, so small. He couldn't hurt me anymore. I heaved, pushing him away, and ran to my tools. One of my salvaged 2x4s leaned against the wall, and I grabbed it, brandishing it in front of me. "Leave," I told him. He started to cry, but I found he couldn't move me anymore. I knew what was really important, and it wasn't the past and the damage already done. Eventually he left, and I locked the door behind him. With trembling hands, I went back to work. I stopped sleeping so much. I dreamed about Anton too frequently. His voice, his smile, his surprised laugh. I dreamed about his hands on me, racing up my thighs, his breath on my pussy, his tongue deep inside me, clinging to me wherever he could find purchase, like a man afraid of being swept away. I dreamed of grinding my clit into his face. I dreamed of being tied up, wrapped in plastic, fucked until neither of us was afraid anymore. Stranger things have happened. I made love to my clay. My fingers caressed it, thinking of Anton's skin. I pushed against it with my heels, my back arching, my mind wandering to our couplings. My thighs always rubbed together at inconvenient times, and I would flush as I tried to carve out the patterns of my head into the flesh of my creation. It was beautiful, if I did say so myself. Beautiful and dangerous. Everything was there that made me think of Anton. No one who looked at it would think I was speaking of anyone else. It was my greatest work to date. Midday, when I should have been sleeping but couldn't stop thinking about it, I would get up and touch it through the wet towels I'd laid over it, preserving its plasticity until the last moment when I would dry it and fire it. I'd peek at it, and I would see all my hopes and dreams in it. My hands would wander over my body, and I would grind my fingers into my pussy, thinking about Anton. But every time I came, I never felt satisfied. Release eluded me. I chased my memories of Anton, carved them into the clay, and hoped it would be enough. In the middle of the third week, the major part of my sculpture was done, hollowed out and in pieces, ready to be fired and put back together again. Then I would paint it. In the meantime, I had to get to the rest of it. But first I had to figure out how to get it to the kiln. I have a good friend who owns a great kiln for firing clay, but getting a piece there was usually a product of several friends helping me load it into borrowed or rented trucks. Right now, I didn't want to talk to anyone. My voice was rusty with disuse. I had to go to the only person I knew who could maybe help. Luckily, he was right across the street, hanging out in an empty apartment across from mine. "Hey, Jake," I said when he opened the door. The smell of takeout Chinese hit my nose, and my mouth watered. He smiled at me, a huge predatory grin, not half as sexy on him as the one that Anton sported. My heart gave a little twist, but I shoved it away. "Felicia," he said, clearly happy to see me. And why not? I'd probably already made him gobs of money. Good for him. "I need help to get part of my work to the kiln." "Can I take pictures?" I rolled my eyes. "Yes, God, of course. Just give me a hand." Within the hour, he procured a truck, and together we loaded it in. He stood back and took a few photos as I hauled a couple of the smaller pieces into the truck myself, presumably to send off to the tabloid he'd contracted with, but it didn't take long with his help. Hauling the big pieces downstairs is a lot easier if you have a second person. "So what is it?" he asked me as we drove to my friend's studio. "It's a sculpture," I said. He blew air out his nose, clearly unimpressed with my clever sidestepping of his question. "Yes, I know, but—" "Oh, forget it. Why is it in pieces?" "Because it's too big to fire in one piece, duh." "I haven't been able to get a good shot of it through the window," he said after a moment. "Good," I told him. "You have my butt, though, right?" "Yeah. I'm guessing that'll sell better than the final piece anyway." His mouth twisted. "Then, okay, seriously, why are you doing this if you think the final piece won't be worth much?" "I said it wouldn't sell for a lot," I told him. "Personally, I think it'll be priceless." "Artists. he said, disgusted. Why do you want me to take pictures of you building it then? Just to show off your ass? No, I wanted to tell him. My ass just gets it where people can see it, specifically where one person can see it. I'm sending a message, I told him, and refused to say anything more. I had to call Sadie. I used Mrs. Anderson's phone, much to her disgruntlement. I actually had to enter her apartment to do it. The place smelled like roses and dust and had a scary amount of WW2 paraphernalia. Don't you give me the stink eye, she said as I tried not to stare at her extensive collection of tank helmets. I salvaged those fair and square. Salvaged? I said. I was a little girl in Europe in the 40s. You don't have to be a soldier to steal boots off dead bodies. I decided not to press her on that claim and instead called Sadie. Yeah, she said when she picked up. I need some glass, I said. For a long moment, she didn't say anything, and it's probably to her credit that she didn't immediately start yelling at me. Yeah, she said again. How much? I gave her the measurements. Though, I don't know, maybe plexiglass would be better. Actually, yeah, clear plastic glass. And I need a really big hammer, like a sledgehammer. I'll see what I can do, she said. The receiver in my hand cut into my fingers. I was holding so tightly I heard it creak. How is Anton? I wanted to scream. Is he okay? Thanks, was all I said. No problem, Sadie told me. Keep it up. She hung up, and I felt a great weight lift from my chest. Keep it up. Okay, I would. 4 weeks after I left Anton's house, I assembled my finished piece in Times Square. I didn't have permission or anything like that, but I figured no one was going to stop me, at least not until I was done and everyone had taken their pictures. The paparazzi had been gathering outside my apartment for days after the photos of me loading the biggest part of the finished work into the truck came out. Jake told me blogs were abuzz about it. All the gossip sites, all the gossip mags, all the gossip TV shows. It's amazing who gives a shit about what you do when you're rich and take all your clothes off. Never in a million years had anyone cared so much about my work. And that was okay, because in a few hours, pictures of my art would be beamed around the world, bounced back and forth between here and there, until he had to see it. It would reach him without fail. I knew it would. It was ninja. Enlisting the help of Sadie and some of our other arty friends, we hopped out of Jake's borrowed truck and spirited the pieces to the middle of the square. I worked under a tarp and I asked bystanders to help me out, like one of those performance artists. People were happy to be drawn into it. Most people had heard about my crazy sculpting, my broken-hearted grief. Jake had given me some of the tabloids I'd appeared in, and much of the story had come out. My mother in particular had taken the opportunity to capitalize on my fame. I suppose that now that my father was broke, she had to make good for herself, and she didn't seem to be doing too badly. She'd come to my apartment a few times, but I hadn't really wanted to see her, so I hadn't opened the door. I didn't begrudge her using my story to break free of my father. It's what I'd always wanted. And besides, it was a pretty good story all the same. I knew my mother loved money. I knew she needed it. I knew that's why she had stayed with my terrible father. But I didn't want to be like that. I wouldn't. It didn't take as long as I thought it would. Those helping me were already taking pictures with their phones from beneath the tarp. All right, I said when it was ready. Let's show this thing to everyone. And they lifted the tarp away. The clouds had lifted for once, and sunlight fell on my creation. People raised their cameras and began taking snapshots. As per our understanding, I'd taken Jake with me under the tarp, and he had been able to scope out the best angles for taking his final photographs. I saw him at the front of the crowd, crouching down, snapping his pictures. The sculpture was big, the biggest I'd ever made, and the plexiglass box glittered and shone from the right angles, obscuring the contents. I knew, though, that when you got close to it, you could see the thing trapped inside. I had it memorized, and I closed my eyes and saw it in my mind. It was a tiger made of water. I was incredibly proud of it. When I'd first seen Anton, I'd noted that he moved like a predator, or like water, smooth and flowing, and I'd tried to capture that essence in my creation. Bit by bit, a huge tiger had taken shape under my pounding and pushing. It crouched in a puddle of clay, its edges blurred and liquid as it emerged from the water. One paw, claws out, reached over its head, raking at the glass box, too small to contain its huge form. I'd painted it in pale gray and black, and its angry eyes glittered gold as its snarling muzzle bared huge fangs as long as my fingers. It stared up at the creature atop its box. A rabbit, small, live, and ridiculous in the face of those fangs, and yet strong. It clung to the edge of a sledgehammer I'd buried in the plexiglass, gluing the bits and pieces of glass that I'd had to saw away to the end of the hammer, suspending other bits from the top of the box with invisible wire. So there you have it, a tiny rabbit smashing the glass box containing a snarling tiger. Words are pretty shit to describe it, honestly, so just trust me. It lived. "You're kind of simple," Sadie said as she stood next to me. I shrugged. "What use is art no one can understand?" I said. "I think this is pretty powerful." I glanced at her. She was staring at the sculpture, a faraway look in her eye. "So that's how you really feel, huh?" I nodded. Sadie licked her lips. "It's beautiful, Lise," she said. "I'm not going to pretend to really understand your relationship with Anton, but if it makes you make art like that—" She trailed off and shook her head. I looked back at my piece. Yeah, it's still owned. "It's definitely something," I said. Off in the distance, sirens were blaring. Good old NYPD, always quick to pepper spray young women making a statement. I looked forward to it. The pictures were taken. I couldn't very well have dumped the sculpture on Anton's doorstep. That would just look desperate. "You think he'll figure out that you like him?" Sadie asked me as a cop car pulled up by the curb. "I don't know," I said. "He seems a little dumb in the mushy feelings department." We watched as the cops got out of the car and began their investigation, namely asking who was responsible for this. Fingers pointed at me. "Maybe you should have made him a mixtape," Sadie said. "Maybe you should shut up," I told her. And then I got arrested. Okay, it didn't happen quite that quickly. First, there were lots of questions and lots of pictures snapped by gawking bystanders. But the bottom line is that I ended up in cuffs when I refused to remove the illegal installation, mostly because I didn't really know what to do next, and getting arrested seemed like a good idea at the time. Sadie promised to keep my sculpture safe for me. "You better," I told her as they shoved me in the back of the car. "That's what I pay you for." She made a face at me as we pulled away. I got processed and put in a holding cell. My bail was set at $5,000. I figured I was going to be there for a while and settled in, staring at the crude yet incredibly creative graffiti on the walls left by my fellow criminals. Some of them had been very good artists. I was in the middle of scratching out my own contribution to the communal artwork, a loving rendition of a butt in a cop hat, when an officer opened my cell. "You're free to go. You posted bail." I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Really? The only person I could think of who would come get me would be Sadie, or maybe my mom. My mom really wouldn't like the idea of me sitting in jail. It would look bad. Worse than marrying for money or your husband losing all your money. Like you'd just be formerly rich then, not a filthy criminal. Having a daughter who was a criminal? Well, then you would be a bad mother. I got up and followed the officer out of the holding cell. They gave me my shit, not much, and told me my court date, and then they escorted me to the front desk. Anton stood there. I stopped and stared. I hadn't seen him in almost a month. We'd been apart for longer than we'd known each other. He was still beautiful, still magnetic, but he looked tired. His green eyes were lined, and his face was drawn. His fluid dancer's stance was stiff, as though he were in pain. He watched me, and I watched him for a long moment. "Felicia," he said. Then he seemed to stop, as though he didn't know what to say next. "I'm sorry," or "come home," or anything. He knew he should say something. Finally, he opened his hands, as though to show me he had no weapons. "Sadie told me you were in jail," he said. God, he was such a dork. I ran forward and threw my arms around him, and it felt like waking up. Chapter 9. Bartered Surrender. We drove back home, to Anton's house. It was awkward the way we sat in silence the whole way there, staring out the windows, but deep inside it was also a huge relief. Whatever happened, the stasis would be over. We could move on, wherever that would be. My palms began to sweat. When we finally reached the house, I was a ball of nerves. I didn't know if Anton had seen my work or if Sadie had only told him I had been arrested. Though now that I thought about it, she probably had made sure he knew exactly why I'd been arrested. She's an artist, too. She understands the fundamental, "look at me" motivation that underpins all works of art. So I could be 99% certain he'd seen it. What he thought about it was another matter entirely. The moment the door of the foyer closed behind us, we were alone in the house, and the atmosphere became oppressive. I tried to play it off, reaching up and shaking my hair out of its ponytail. I ignored Anton as he took his coat off and walked into the kitchen. I needed coffee, and something more substantial than goddamn ramen noodles. There was a jar of sweet pickles in the fridge. I swiped it, popped it open, and began crunching away as I busied myself with making coffee. Anton followed me and installed himself in the breakfast nook, leaning against the back door. He crossed his arms and watched me as I bustled around. I didn't know what he was thinking, but it didn't matter. I'd said what I needed to say. The ball was in his court now. Turning the coffee maker on, I took my jar of pickles and sat down at the table. I met Anton's glittering green eyes full on. For the first time, I felt like we were meeting as equals, and I could see it made him uncomfortable. I tried to help him. "Pickle?" I asked him, proffering a gherkin. He smiled, though it looked pained. "Felicia," he said. I waited, the trick he'd taught me, waited for him to fill up the silence. Finally, he sat down at the table and rubbed a hand over his forehead. I thought he'd rub his face right off, he was so forceful. He was working up to something he didn't do much. "Felicia," he said at last, "I am so sorry." Those words were sweet and necessary, but not really what concerned me. "I know you are," I said. "I understand." He looked at me in surprise. "You do? I mean, I am not the best at conveying my feelings. You know that." I laughed. "Yeah, I know that," I said. "I know that really well." "This is hard for me." I shrugged. "You gotta learn how to do it sometime, right?" He took a deep breath and blew it out in a long stream. "Yes," he said finally, "you are right." Abruptly, he stood up, the legs of the chair he sat in scraping over the floor, and held a hand out to me. "Please come with me, Felicia," he said. "There's something I want to show you." "Is it your cock?" I asked, because I've already seen that. To my complete shock, his face broke into a sheepish grin. A grin. Anton Waters knew how to grin. Well, how about that, I thought. I placed my hand in his. Immediately that old familiar fire flared up, and I inhaled sharply. His hand on mine was electric. The very nearness of him made me hum, as though we vibrated along the same frequency. I wanted to fall into him, but getting sidetracked by our mutual desire was what had made it so dangerous for us in the first place. Firmly pushing my sudden breathlessness aside, I rose and we walked hand in hand back into the foyer. He stopped in front of the basement door. "Oh, wow," I said. Is this the part where you show me the dismembered bodies of your other wives? He looked faintly offended. What are you talking about? I grinned at him. Sadie and I were wondering what was in the basement. You told me you were wondering if there was a sex dungeon down there. Well, yeah, but that was only one theory. He stared at me for a long moment, clearly bemused, then shook his head. No dead bodies, he said, pulling his keys from his pocket. But something very important to me all the same. He slid the key into the lock, and the teeth grated over the pins. With a click, he opened the basement door and turned the light on. We descended. I gasped. It was an art gallery, white walls and blonde wooden floors and perfectly ambient temperature. And not just any art gallery, a gallery of pieces I recognized, and not because they were famous. They were from local artists living in New York. I knew some of them. I'd certainly seen some of their work. There was something by Jillian, an intricate sculpture of clock parts in dead wood washed up on the beach, and one of Harry's minimalist paintings, from what we all jokingly called his man-ass period, and even one of Paolo's cascading roller coaster pieces from when he was working almost exclusively with roofing shingles. A huge canvas hung on the far wall, glittering and undulating with layers upon layers of shimmering jewel-toned paint and jagged pieces of aluminum cans, one of Sadie's works. And on a pedestal, not in the center, thank God, but there all the same, one of my creations lay, sprung from clay I had manipulated myself, a ferret with human hands, covering its face, in a posture of utter despair as it curled on its side beneath an interesting tree branch I'd found in the park on a walk with Sadie. I'd called it Waking for some reason. I couldn't even remember now why I'd called it that. But Anton had bought it. What is this? I said. Did you know me before we met? His hand around mine squeezed tighter. I wouldn't say that, he said, but I had heard your name before. He wouldn't look at me, only stared at Waking as though trying to connect the woman next to him with the piece of art in his little private gallery. A bench sat in the middle of the basement, a huge soft cushion on it, and Anton led me to it. We sat, and I stared around me in amazement. Why didn't you tell me you liked art? I don't know, he said, and it's not really the art I like per se. That's not why I started collecting it anyway. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was it. Here's where he told me everything, whatever it was that kept him from reaching out to me. When I was a baby, my parents died in a car crash, he said. I already knew that, but now that I knew him better, I could hear the little thread of sorrow in his voice, spun from an ache in his chest. I never knew them. They were young, still in high school. It fell to my other family to raise me. He shook his head, but they were pretty dirt poor and the situation was not stable. His mouth twisted. Well, it was chaos, actually. People coming and going, and my grandmother was angry with my dead mother for dying and for having a kid in the first place, and she took that out on me. Sometimes she would dump me with one of my aunts or uncles, great aunts and uncles if we are going to be precise, and disappear for a while. She was still young. None of them had a steady job. None of them had been to college. Not that that means anything, but it was terrifying for a little kid who didn't have anyone to count on. Drunks and drug addicts, most of them. The ones who did work were so ground down supporting the rest of them that it was always shouting matches and throwing things. I remember I got slapped when I cried when I was a little kid. I couldn't have been more than 4. I bounced through foster homes sometimes when no one could afford to take care of me, or the cops were called one too many times. They always hated it when CPS took me. They were too proud to lose me, but too selfish to keep me. His hand was still in mine, and I felt him stiffening. Afraid that he would pull away from me, I tightened my grip. His body hunched, and then I truly did think he would pull away, but then he squeezed back, hard enough to hurt. I didn't make a sound. Taking a deep breath, Anton seemed to steady himself. So that was my childhood. Nothing special. Lots of people have it worse, and I was lucky enough to be just smart enough to get through school without a lot of studying. I don't know. Maybe I did well because it was the only place where no one was screaming all the time. When I was 16, I left and stayed with a friend. His house wasn't that much better, but... He trailed off, a faint, humorless smile on his face. He did have an older sister. He wouldn't look at me. You can perhaps infer our relationship. We fucked on the sly, and one day she asked me to spank her because she'd heard it was hot. She didn't like it. I did. He shrugged, as if that was all there was to say to that. I liked having control over things in the bedroom. It was the only thing I felt like I could control. You learned to be whatever someone wanted you to be in my house if you didn't want to get hit. And I could control myself. But controlling other people, it was like a drug. With domination, you control the environment. No screaming, no yelling, no hitting. He smiled again. Not unless they want you to, anyway. I squirmed, remembering the spankings Anton had given me. I was glad I enjoyed it. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Once I was done with school, I left those people behind. I changed my name. You don't want to hear the boring details, but being a control freak and a charming man gets you pretty far in the world of business, in case you hadn't figured that out. The problem was that I wasn't really me anymore, or perhaps I didn't know who I was to begin with. When I came to New York, I told myself I would try to build a new identity. I'd throw myself into the city, and I'd make this place my home. It's about as far from the backwards redneck part of Florida you can get without moving to somewhere like Amsterdam. This, he gestured around us at the art he had collected. This is part of that. I wanted New York to be the place where I was most comfortable. I wanted to be a New Yorker. You can lose yourself here and become someone completely new. So after I started making money, I started turning myself into a New Yorker, going to clubs and using the subway even when I didn't have to, and drinking coffee in local shops and patronizing local artists. I just wanted to become Anton Waters, whoever that was. He heaved a sigh. I don't think I've done very well. I still feel out of place. But after I started buying up pieces from local artists, I found I liked them. They are exactly what I need to see, different every time I look at them, because I'm different every time I look at them. Sometimes it's the only way I know that the person I am inside changes. Sometimes it's the only way I know there's someone in there, choosing which mask to wear. He gave me a sidelong glance. So that's it. Fairly boring, I think. Love makes people stupid and loud. Getting emotionally involved, it's not safe. Obligation is a terrible thing when you don't want it. My family taught me that. I was just an obligation they didn't need. My eyes stung. I was the same for my father, but in a different way. And my mother. I was her crutch. Too much need was just as bad as too little in its own way. That's why you didn't want the hassle of finding someone who would just be a trophy wife? He shook his head. I didn't want a trophy wife. I wanted a real wife. But falling in love, he seemed to shudder. That's why our contract was so exciting. I didn't want you to feel as though you owed me anything and start resenting me. But I truly did want a wife. It's just hard to get a wife when you don't want to fall in love. That faint smile crossed his face, and I realized for the first time that he was laughing at himself, at what he thought was his own ridiculousness. Didn't you try therapy? I said. That could help. His smile widened. I'm sure it could, if I could stop fucking my therapists. Whenever the questions get too probing, I get desperate and out of control. I hate that, so I fuck them. He shrugged, and then they aren't very good therapists anymore. My heart hurt. And why did you want a wife? I asked him. He turned and looked at me. His green eyes were so deep, so intense, just like the eyes I gave him in my sculpture. I wanted to fall into them. I wanted someone to give a shit about me, I suppose, he said. I heard the lump in his throat. It was the most raw and honest thing I'd ever heard him say. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to cry. I give a shit about you, I said. His smile turned wry. I know you do, Felicia. I give a shit about you, too. We're so romantic. They should make movies about us. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Then I threw my arms around his neck and hugged him so fiercely he started to cough. Only when he tapped my shoulder did I back off. I pulled back, but not too far. His face hovered in front of me, warm and full-lipped, beautiful and guarded. Reaching up, I wove my fingers through his luxurious hair and pulled him down until our foreheads touched. Anton, I said, I don't want a marriage of convenience. I think we're beyond that now anyway. He swallowed. Yes, most likely. He paused. Your piece, the piece you just made, that was us, wasn't it? I had to suppress the urge to roll my eyes. Yep. It was amazing. Sadie made sure I saw all the best pictures. He sighed. Is that how you truly feel? I nodded against him. It was amazing, he said again. For a long moment I felt other words hovering at the edge of his tongue. I hurt you, he continued finally. I didn't mean to. I should have said something when I realized you had agreed to our marriage under false pretenses. But I didn't know how to do it. The drama... He trailed off, but I knew exactly what he meant. Fuck my parents, I said. Fuck that drama. Where's your family? He gave a tiny laugh without humor. Once I started making a name for myself, they recognized me and started coming around for money. I paid them off, made them sign contracts saying they would never contact me again, and sent them to live in Mexico. Smart. Really smart. I should do that, I thought. Put that shit on my to-do list. Good. Fuck those guys, too. Fuck it all. I don't care about them, and I don't need to know your original name. You're Anton to me. You've never been anyone else, and you weren't the one who told me my mom was dying. I didn't tell you that I knew she wasn't. He sounded pained. He was so dense. It was adorable. And why didn't you do that when you found out? I said. He seemed to think about this for a long time. I suppose because I didn't want you to leave, he said, and surprise colored his voice. He pulled me close, his arms around me tightening. Felicia, he said, don't leave. Ugh, don't get all sentimental on me, I told him, and kissed him. Our lips met, for the first time as equals, and yet the fire that had consumed us was undimmed. Even more, it now had a sharp, sweet edge to it, an edge that sliced right through my heart. Urgently, I kissed Anton, and he responded eagerly. His hands, rough and hungry, roamed my body, warming me, filling me up even as my heart spilled out. I parted my lips, and his tongue slipped inside my mouth, tangling with mine. No longer did we fight for dominance, but together we stroked and licked, dancing. The desire I had held for him the entire time we were apart flared up, embers reigniting with his breath. Anton, I whispered. Anton, please. I didn't know what I was asking for, only that it was out of my reach without him. Then he was pulling me into his lap, and we were a jumble, hands and arms and legs, lips falling where they may in fevered kisses, and his hard, warm chest against mine filled me with anticipation. My greedy mouth ran over his throat, and his pulse hammered out of control. My legs hooked around his waist, and I moved over him, restless and starving for him. His cock, already hard as a diamond, pushed up into the soft, hot hollow of my pussy. We fit together, sweet and hard, and I wanted to sob with happiness. Anton lifted me, my legs still locked around his waist, and carried me out of the gallery and up the stairs as my teeth found his earlobe and bit down. I wanted to devour him, wanted him to devour me. I let my tongue wander the folds of his ear, and he groaned and trembled, sagging against the wall of the foyer when at last he reached it. His hands on my ass gripped me with bruising force, opening my pussy lips and parting my buttocks, exposing my empty places. I needed to be filled, and quickly. Pushing away from him, I climbed down and grabbed his hand. Together we ran up the stairs to his bedroom. Each step rubbed my thighs together, and my pussy, wet and slick with desire, shivered with the friction. We barely made it in the door before Anton fell on me, and we went down to the floor. The hardwood jarred me, and I was trapped between two hard things. Above me, Anton bent his head to my throat, his hands moving the hem of my sweatshirt up over my stomach, his thumbs stroking the muscles there, and I moaned and bucked against him. I needed him inside me. I needed all of him. His hands found my breasts, covered them, squeezed, and I cried out. My eyes unfocused with the strength of my desire, my whole body a clinging, wanting thing, with no reason, no inhibitions at last. I wanted to love Anton. I wanted to know him, and he had let me in, just a little bit. The first step. It was enough for me now. We were married after all. We had the rest of our lives to figure it out. We wrestled on the floor, Anton flipping me over onto my stomach. The control that had always been there had loosened, and he was a man run wild, his hands everywhere, hooking into my pussy through my jeans, his erection grinding against the swell of my ass. I groaned and pushed back into him, begging him to take me however he wanted me, but he couldn't seem to get enough of touching me, as if he had been starving for a month, lost without being able to hold me, fuck me, do with me as he pleased. I reveled in it, in the proof of his need for me. He was in deep, and so was I. Reaching back, I ripped my shirt off, leaving it on the floor, and his hands unhooked my bra in record time, letting my breasts bounce free. His hands were on them in seconds, rough and possessive, my nipples scraping over his palms as he squeezed, pain and pleasure mingling inside me. He nudged my ass with his hips, his erection working its way between my ass cheeks. "Fuck me," I moaned. "Please, Anton." "Felicia." It came out as a grunt, and then he was hooking his arms around me, between my breasts and under my thigh, lifting me up from the floor. The world tipped and turned, and then I was landing on the bed, the softness reaching up to embrace me. He slipped my shoes and socks off before his hands fell to my waistband, ripping the button from its hole, unzipping my jeans. With a quick, sudden tug, I was only in my panties. "I want to tie you up," he said. "I want to do so many things to you." "Do them," I said. "I trust you." A pained look crossed his face. "Thank you," he said, and he lowered his face to mine, capturing my lips in another kiss as his hands wandered to my panties. He moved the fabric aside, dipping his fingertips past my pussy lips, exploring my slippery cunt. His skin burned through his clothes, and I reached up, running my hands up over his hard shoulders, down his chest, crooking my fingers and catching his nipples through the soft fabric of his sweater. He hissed as I tugged at the hem of his undershirt, and the hand that wasn't probing my pussy came up and grabbed my hair. "Felicia," he said, his voice hoarse, "you don't know what you do to me." His scent filled my nose, warm and rich, the smell of fine fabrics and expensive aftershave, and under that the wild smell of a man who wanted nothing more than to lose control. He flipped me over onto my stomach, his hot mouth descending on my spine. Frantically, he sucked and nipped his way down my back, and I writhed under him as his hands squeezed and worked my ass through the cotton of my panties. When at last he reached my waist, I felt the scrape of teeth over my skin, and he was tugging my panties away with his mouth. I lifted my hips to make it easier for him, and he dipped his tongue into the crack of my ass, making me gasp. Reaching up, he worked my underwear off the rest of the way as he rimmed my tight asshole, his tongue dipping and probing inside me. Embarrassment flooded me, but also arousal. He didn't care. He wanted me completely, no matter what the cost. His fingers found my pussy, and then he was pumping away at my cunt as he tongued my asshole. My hands gripped the comforter, twisting the cool fabric into bunches as he fucked me with his hands and his mouth. It had been so long, so many nights spent thinking about fucking him, spent trying to please myself and failing, that I was already quivering around him, my body galloping toward a violent release. I was no longer in control of myself. I was completely and utterly his, and I never wanted it to be otherwise. Anton! I cried into the comforter. Anton, please! Anton! 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 Felicia! He murmured into my skin, and inside me he curled his fingers and pulled. My orgasm flowed over me in waves, pulling and tugging like a riptide, sucking me under. I shrieked into the mattress, my whole body thrashing as his fingers fucked me and his mouth sucked at the tight ring of nerves between the full mounds of my ass. He held on to me, his free hand snaking over my thighs, keeping me still under his ministrations as I came. But even as the pleasure subsided and my orgasm retreated, I felt unsatisfied. I needed him in me. I needed him to come in me, to reclaim me. Anton, I said, Anton, do whatever you want with me. He withdrew, and the cool air hit my wet, tight entrance, making it quiver. His fingers still pumped inside my pussy, and I just wanted to follow them wherever they went. Are you sure? He asked me. I'm your wife, I said, and I trust you. Please, take me. His free hand smoothed over my stomach as he rose up and curled his body over mine. Felicia, he said, and his voice quavered very slightly. He was touched by my trust. I knew he wanted to be with me, and only his fear of losing me, of losing what we could be, had caused him to keep secrets from me. But it was okay. It was okay. After a moment, he retreated and cool air hit me again. Just hearing him move across the bed made me quiver, knowing that he would do what he wanted with me, and I would let him. Get up, he said, and I did, making sure I kept my ass in the air so he had a nice eyeful of his favorite places. When my feet touched the cold floorboards, I straightened and stood, knowing instinctively that I shouldn't turn around unless he instructed me to do so. Wood scraped over wood as he opened a drawer in the bedside table. Turn. I turned. Anton stood before me, his green eyes glittering, his powerful body filled with self-control. I wanted nothing more than to help him find his release through controlling me. I lowered my eyes and let my gaze rest on the bulge in his trousers. His cock strained against the fabric, and I imagined tracing it with my mouth, nipping him through his boxers, making him come in his pants without ever directly touching his cock. Then I realized he held something at his side, a thick coil of rope. Ah, so he was going to tie me up. He'd never done it with rope before. He stepped forward and looped the rope around my neck. Licking my lips, I tried to control my breathing, but my heart picked up the pace and so did my lungs. With exaggerated care, Anton tied the rope in knots. 1 knot, 2 knots, 3 knots, traveling down my body in a line. The backs of his hands brushed over my skin, the barest of touches as he tied the rope. More knots. Then he let the rope fall, its incredible length pooling on the floor at my feet. Step forward, he said. I obeyed, maneuvering so I straddled the rope. He made a pleased noise, then circled me. I felt him behind me, his incredible presence impossible to mistake or ignore, and closed my eyes. Between my legs, I felt my pulse fluttering as he crouched down. The rope brushed over my skin as he fiddled with it. Then he was pulling it back and up, laying the two long tails of the rope on either side of my pussy lips. My mouth went dry as he pulled the rope up through the crack of my ass and began to loop it around over my skin, weaving the ends in and out of the spaces between the knots at the front of my body. The rope slipped and slithered over me, an intimate extension of his touch. "Put your arms behind you," he said. I did so. His hand landed on my ass in a sharp spank, and I jumped and gasped, my pussy flooding with moisture. "You've seen this before," he said. "Fold them behind you." Swallowing hard, I did as I was told, laying one forearm against the other, and he bound them together, tying the rope around and around me in loops until my back arched. The ropes tied my breasts down, making them bulge, and I was utterly immobilized from the waist up. "On your knees," Anton said. Shakily, I lowered myself to the ground, my balance gone now that my upper body had been bound. I knelt on the floor as Anton's hand drifted over his erection, still hidden in his trousers. Lazily, he undid the button, and the slice of the zipper coming undone scraped over my ears, sending shivers up and down my spine. Reaching inside his pants, Anton pulled his cock out. It was huge, bigger than I remembered, and hard as an iron bar, jutting out to meet me. I licked my lips as Anton stepped forward. "Suck it," he told me. I opened my mouth and placed it around his rod, closing my eyes in relief. He tasted good, hot and hard and heavy against my tongue, the sweet musk of his skin filling my nose. Pressing my lips around the head, I pushed forward and took as much of it as I could inside my mouth. Then I swallowed and gave it a long, slow suck. In front of me, Anton swayed on his feet, the sensation of my lips on his cock too much for him. He'd missed me as much as I'd missed him, and he confirmed my suspicions with a groan that sounded like it had been dredged up from the depths of his belly. I pressed forward again and again, swallowing his cock, hard and forceful, as though I could pull the skin off with just the strength of my mouth, and Anton trembled with each slow, torturous suck. His hands wove into my hair, pulling it back from my cheeks and holding my head still as he began to thrust his hips into my face. His cock slid down my throat, and it felt good, filling up the emptiness that had lived in me the month I had been gone. I trembled on my knees, knowing I was at his mercy. But instead of the threat of fear that had underpinned all our encounters so far, I felt safe, warm and free, able to let myself go. I closed my eyes and reveled in the feel of his cock thrusting into my mouth. My breasts, bound with rope, bounced with his movements, and my pussy was hot and ready, my clit standing at attention and just begging to be played with. Abruptly, he pulled away and ran his hands through my hair. A soothing gesture turned erotic as he stroked his saliva-wet cock against my cheek, let the soft head caress my lips. Eagerly, I opened my mouth for more, but he twisted, denying me, and I couldn't help but feel both disappointed and hopeful. My heart fluttered in my chest like a trapped butterfly. "Stand," he said. Dizzy with desire, I climbed to my feet, far more difficult than kneeling down, and I stumbled. Anton reached out and caught me, and the feel of his large, warm hands supporting me filled me with a strange tenderness I couldn't describe. I swallowed and stood on my own 2 feet, and his hands fell away. For a long moment he took me in, standing bound before him. Then he stepped in and placed a sweet kiss at the center of my forehead. I closed my eyes. Gently he turned me around and guided me back to the bed, helping me climb on. The rope chafed against my skin, rubbing over my pussy lips as I walked, and when at last he pushed me down on my knees and face, exposing my pussy to him, I wanted to cry with need. My neglected cunt ached for him, and I quivered in anticipation of his entrance. But he didn't. "Beautiful," he murmured from behind me. I heard his clothes rustle, and I peeked between my legs to see him kneeling on the floor so his face was inches from my pulsing pussy. It was the middle of the afternoon, and there was no darkness for me to hide in. I was completely exposed. Abruptly he stood and rounded the bed, coming to the other side, shedding clothes as he did so. When at last he climbed into the bed and joined me, he was completely nude. I itched to touch his heated skin, run my fingers over him, but he knew his stuff. The more I tugged at my bonds, the tighter they held. He settled down on the bed next to me and began to run his hands over my skin. I sighed and squirmed under his touch as he stroked his fingertips down my back, over my arms, dipping over the curve of my waist to brush against my stomach. "Do you have any fantasies, Felicia?" he asked me. I blinked, too desire-drugged to make sense of what he was asking me. "What?" I said. He smiled, a real, genuine smile. "Are there any fantasies you have?" he asked again. "Anything you would like for me to make come true?" I bit my lip and tried to think through the pounding of blood in my head. What did I truly desire with Anton? What did I truly want him to do to me? I shook my head. "I have no fantasies," I said. "I'm just happy to be here." And I smiled at myself, at my own need, how little it took to make me happy. I just wanted to be with him, to grow with him. For a long moment he said nothing, merely played idly with my nipples, gently stoking the fire inside my belly as he let his hand wander where it would. I wondered if he were trying to get me to fill up the silence, as if he thought I had been hiding something, but it had been true. Besides, Anton was way better at dreaming up new things to do than I was. I waited patiently for him to use me for his pleasure. "Sit up," he said at last, withdrawing his hand. I did so, struggling back onto my knees without the help of my bound hands. Between my legs, my pussy was soaking wet, hot and sticky. I surreptitiously rubbed it over my heels, which did nothing to ease my almost painful arousal, and only got my feet sticky as well as the inside of my thighs. Anton rose to his knees, running his hands over my body. Gently he tugged at the ropes binding me. No matter where he plucked, every other place where the ropes touched my skin became erotically charged. He manipulated me like a marionette, and by the time he untied the securing knot and slid the ropes from me, I was panting and painfully aroused. Ropes snaked over my skin as he untied me, until I was free and wild. Reaching out, Anton slid his arms around me and pulled me close. His skin on mine electrified me, and when his cock probed my belly, I thought I would collapse. Softly, he kissed me, first on the forehead, then the cheeks, and finally on my lips, a gentle, nibbling caress. His huge, warm hands spread out over my back, pulling me close. My breasts rubbed over his chest, my nipples points of fire as I wrapped my arms around his neck and moved my body against his, restless and needy. Abruptly, he pulled back and lay down on the bed, stretching his arms over his head, laying his magnificent body out before me like a banquet. The hard plains and sharp valleys invited my fingers, called to my mouth. I wanted to taste every inch of him. His cock jutted up from his crotch, his balls high and tight, as though he were about to come at any second. "Fuck me, Felicia," he said. I stared at him. Did he mean it? You'd be all right with that? I asked him. He would truly give me control? His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, and I could see how difficult this was, but he remained immobile, spread out against the sheets. His breath came hard and fast. "Yes," he said after a moment. "Fuck me, Felicia. Climb on top of me and use me. I want to see you come as you ride me." Oh my God, I thought. I'd never been in charge. Only a few times had I stolen control from him, and he'd never reacted well. "Trixie," I said. He blinked. "What?" he said. "Trixie, our safe word." Anton frowned, puzzled. He hesitated for a second. Why? Are you not comfortable taking control? I sat down next to him. I want to make sure you are, and I really mean it. You don't... I waved my hand. You don't have to do this. His shoulders, tense, relaxed almost imperceptibly. Reaching out, he cupped my face in his hand, running his fingers over my throat, smoothing his thumb against my jaw. The gesture was so tender, so sweet, it summoned a tightness in my chest and a lump in my throat. Don't cry, you big sop, I told myself. There are probably few bigger turnoffs than a crying wife. I mean, someone's into it, I'm sure, but I didn't want to risk it. I touched his hand with mine, warmth spreading out over my skin. Are you sure? That faint Buddha smile again, but this time I knew it was genuine. I trust you, he said. My heart cracked a bit, sending something sweet and sad through me, but I shoved it away. This was it. This would make or break us. I swung my leg over him and straddled his thighs. Between my legs, his cock stood straight and straining, pulsing slightly with the beat of his heart. I reached out and ran my fingers over it, feeling the velvety skin slide over the steel hidden inside. He hissed between his teeth, his hips jerking a little, but he held still. Leaning down, I put my lips to his cock and bathed it with my tongue. His breathing became faster and faster, the muscles of his thighs tensing and releasing as I worked his erection. The sweet taste of pre-cum curled in my mouth as I ran my lips over the soft head. Reaching down, I cupped his balls in my hand, weighing them, feeling them tighten as I put his cock in my mouth. God, Felicia, he ground out. If you don't stop that, this is going to be over quickly. I glanced at him and gave him a coy smile. Did you miss me so badly you didn't even touch yourself? I asked him. Jacking off just couldn't compare. Yes, he said. You got it bad, I said, impressed. I have never known a guy who could go more than a few days without jacking it. Probably, he said, the word ending in a groan when I sucked his balls into my mouth. Not wanting to waste a good hard cock, I abandoned my oral practice and moved up, dragging my wet pussy up his leg. His breath was ragged when I finally angled the lips of my cunt over his erection and soaked him with my juices in preparation. Are you ready? I asked him as I braced my hands on his hips. Yes, he said. I pushed him inside. Oh, God, it felt good. Amazing. Better than amazing. The tension in my body immediately released as he slipped inside me with a stretching sensation that bordered on pain. My head lolled on my limp neck as I sank down onto his cock, my heart hammering in my chest, my pussy already clenching around him in anticipation of my next orgasm. Moving a hand from his hip, I stroked it over my clit in small, tight circles, my slippery fingertips sending waves of pleasure out over my body, spiraling through my loosening thighs. Just having him inside me was almost enough to make me come. For a long moment I sat impaled upon him and shuddered. He overwhelmed me, flooded my senses until I couldn't think anymore. Anton, I said at last. Anton, please. Please, just fuck me. I can't take it. He didn't need a second invitation. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, he had me flipped over on my back, hiking my legs up over his shoulders as he grabbed the sheets and wound them around my upper body, trapping me as though I were in a straitjacket. I shrieked as he pulled out and thrust his cock deep into my pussy, pushing hard. Fireworks exploded in my head, and I caught fire like a barren field too long without rain. Fuck! I cried. Oh, Anton, please, please, please. Felicia, he grunted, his iron control fraying at the edges, a sure sign I was getting to him. I moaned and writhed, bucking against him as he pounded into me. My pussy gripped his cock, the tight waves of my release already building inside my belly. I needed him to come in me. I had to have him, all of him. I had to be his again. Fill me up, I begged. Fill me up, I need you. Jesus, he said. A prayer or a curse, it didn't matter, only that he shuddered with pleasure, rocking back on his heels and bringing my legs together as he pumped his hips, his cock sliding in and out of my slit pussy. Reaching down, he snaked a finger between my thighs and rubbed my clit, quick and sharp, and I came with a howl. My back arched and I rolled where I lay, my entire being rocked with the strength of my release. His cock pumped in and out of my pussy as I came, his fingers digging into my flesh. His teeth found my calf and he bit me, drawing my pleasure out until I thought I would die. "Come in me," I said. "Please." He dragged his fingers over my clit again, and my body locked down on his cock. And then he came, pumping hard into me, filling me up. It leaked out of my pussy, the scent filling my nose, filling my head, and when he was spent, he withdrew and went down on me, licking up his own cum, panting it onto my thighs and pussy lips and clit with his own tongue. We fucked long and hard. Anton made me come over and over until I was so exhausted I fell asleep. I awoke to him kissing me in the dark, the night having descended. Sleepily I responded, enjoying the hedonistic feel of his skin against mine. He stopped kissing me for a moment. "Your work of art was a success," he murmured, "just so you know." I grinned at him. "I know that. I'm here, aren't I? That means it worked out." Running a hand over my face, he returned the smile. "I guess it did," he said, "but everyone is talking about it. I checked while you were asleep. You'll have the run of every gallery in the city after today." I flushed with pride. "You think so?" "The pictures are everywhere. I don't think there's a single person who doesn't like it, though some did have something to say about where you put it." A giggle escaped me. How else was I supposed to get your attention? "Call?" "Oh, please." "You're right. It was a grand gesture. And I must say you make a magnificent tiger." I blinked, then leaned back, frowning at him. "You mean I sculpted a good tiger?" I asked him. "No, I mean you look wonderful as a tiger." For a long moment I was utterly speechless. "What are you talking about?" In the dim light I could practically feel the puzzlement radiating from him. "You said the sculpture was us, remember? Was that wrong?" "No," I said slowly, "but I'm not the tiger. You are." Surprise touched his features. "Me?" he said. "I thought I was the rabbit." An extremely ugly snort burst out of me. "Oh, yeah? How could you possibly be the rabbit?" He shook his head. "There's so much to you, I thought." For the first time I saw a blush tinge his cheeks. It must have been a powerful one for me to see in the dark. He was embarrassed. "I thought you wanted me to free you from," he shrugged, "from all those things in your past that keep you weighed down. Your parents, your distrust, your fears. Didn't you?" If I hadn't known just how thick he was when it came to understanding people already, I would have slapped him. "No, you idiot. I want to free you." "I'm the tiger?" He looked astonished. "That's how you see me?" "Of course." "But I'm so—" He swallowed hard. His hands began to move, smoothing over my back, up and down my arms, warm and sweet and shivery. "I'm a coward. When it comes to you, I'm a coward." I smiled and closed my eyes. "You don't have to be afraid," I said. "Don't be afraid of me. I'm only a rabbit. The worst I'll do is hump your foot to death." "Which one?" "The right." "That's only my second favorite foot," he said. "It's probably worth it to keep you around." He kissed me and I laughed into his mouth, and then we were tangled together again, striving and straining, and we fucked like rabbits, fucked like tigers, made love like wild things until at last we fell asleep, entwined in the early gray light as the world turned toward a new day. 1 month later. My shoes were hurting, my back was cramping, my legs were exhausted, my head ached, and I couldn't breathe. My wedding corset had been great when we got married and then immediately retired to the limo to screw our brains out. When you have to stand around at a reception afterward, smiling and nodding at a bunch of people whose names have passed you like ships in the night, not ideal. In fact, pretty much the opposite of ideal. The Platonic ideal of unideal. Ha ha, I thought to myself, I'm so clever. I really needed air. Actually, I really needed to sit down, and I really needed to not be listening to this old guy with the inscrutable accent talk about hedge funds. Or was he talking about actual hedges? I couldn't even tell. Or was that care? I couldn't even care. Yeah, that was probably it. With great effort, I drew a breath. The stays of my corset creaked as I struggled to suck air into my lungs. But in the end, they held, and I had to content myself with taking a light-headed gulp of champagne and smiling politely. Felicia! My mother bustled up to me and grabbed my arm. Have you met Mr. and Mrs. Morden from the Morden Foundational Trust? I'm sorry, Mr. Steinbeck, but I simply must steal my daughter for a moment. Out of the frying pan and into the suicidally boring fire, as they say. I gave Mr. Steinbeck an apologetic smile as my mother herded me off to meet yet another rich person I couldn't care less about. She, of course, was in heaven, so I couldn't very well throw myself on the floor and have a screaming tantrum like I used to do when I was 4, but the urge was still very much there. All my friends were busy hobnobbing and trying to suck up to all the rich potential patrons of the arts. Sadie was off somewhere making sure things ran smoothly, and my husband was nowhere to be found. There was no one to rescue me. I could really use a sledgehammer right about now. Smash up the bar, perhaps, or one of the ice sculptures, even though each of them was a replica of one of my works. It was a nice touch. Sadie really outdid herself. But a girl's got her limits, and I was fast approaching mine. My mother's hand on my arm propelled me toward a couple in their 50s, laughing about something with another bland couple in their 50s, and I wanted to shoot myself. When I'd envisioned my wedding reception when I was slightly younger, I'd always imagined something like an Irish wake, but without the dead body. Or hell, bring a dead body, as long as it wasn't anyone I personally had known. Mr. and Mrs. Morden, my mother called. Let me introduce you to my daughter. One half of the couples turned toward me, all smiles, and I smiled back automatically. Mr. Morden, a pleasant man who looked like he'd eaten one too many Valium, held out his hand, and I automatically put my white-gloved fingers in his. A pleasure, he said, bringing my hand to his lips. My God, what century was this? But the second his mouth pressed to my fingertips, a jolt of electricity shot through me. I gasped and staggered, the vibrator in my pussy suddenly roaring to life. My knees turned to jelly and I couldn't get enough air. I was going to faint. A strong arm circled my shoulders, and I sighed with relief. Pardon me, Anton said to the startled group, but I must borrow my wife for a moment. He guided me away, the vibrator ratcheting up in intensity. It had better be longer than a moment, I muttered to him under my breath, and he laughed at me as he gently pointed me through a door onto the balcony. It was cold out here, but there were still fellow revelers. To my intense satisfaction, they all took notice of us and discreetly dispersed, leaving us alone on the small side terrace. I sagged into Anton, and he put his arms around me as I moaned. Jesus, I panted. You really know how to keep a girl waiting. Well, a number of business associates are here, he said. I find it a bit crass to mix business and pleasure. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. Is that it? He had the good grace to cough as he produced the vibrator's remote and began adjusting the strength of it, until it pulsed in my slick, tight passage and I started to tremble. Perhaps that is not entirely it, he said, though I could hardly hear him over the sound of my heart in my ears. I'm starting to want to be the only one to see your face as you come. I would have laughed at that, but I was too busy trying to stay conscious. The corset was so tight I thought I could feel my ribs cracking as he drove me higher and higher. My fingers tangled in his fine tuxedo jacket, and I clung to him for dear life. The slender, beautiful wedding dress I wore was too narrow, and I had to reach down to hike it up over my hips so I could hook my leg over Anton's. In sexual agony, I rubbed my clit over his hard thigh, the little vibe in my cunt buzzing me straight to heaven. He stood stock still and watched me with satisfaction as I moaned and ground against him. "Guys?" The sound of the door opening cut through my pleasure, but I was too far gone to stop. "We're about to do the toast, so if you could—" "Good shitting God, you two, wait till you're on the honeymoon." In a haze, I turned my head to see Sadie, her cheeks flame red, retreating with her hands over her eyes. "Hurry up out here," she commanded. "There's only so much alcohol in the world, and these rich fucks are going to drink it all if you don't wrap it up." No problem," I called to her, breathlessly, and then Anton reached up and pinched one nipple through the satin of my wedding dress, and I came for him. He held me tight, and I felt him smile against my temple as Sadie ran back inside. I thought you wanted to be the only one to see my face," I panted as I came down from the high. He smiled at me, almost insolent. "I said, starting." I poked him in the shoulder, and he laughed. "Come, my dear, our audience awaits." "Was that double entendre intentional?" I demanded. "I'm not sure I want to come with my mom watching." He laughed again. "Maybe. Do you trust me?" I answered without hesitation. "Yes." He held out his arm. "Then allow me, Mrs. Waters." The little vibes buzzing subsided, but not entirely. I sighed at him, exasperated. "With pleasure, Mr. Waters," I said, placing my hand on his arm. "I know," he said, and together we walked back to our wedding, side by side. This has been The Billionaire's Wife, the complete series, written by Ava Lohr, narrated by Delphine Saint-Sirène. Copyright 2012 to 2014 by Ava Lohr. Production copyright 2014 by Ava Lohr.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.